setting sun is a smoking gun, is a four-letter word, I hope it hurts. Love is a fatal flaw, is a broken jaw, is a burning bridge, move your hips. And the ghosts of the boulevard, littered with lonely hearts. City like a graveyard, once was a postcard. When you lose your wonder, and you can't remember where we were living in the days of thunder. 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 Living in the days of love was a dream to have, was a king-size bed, was an escape plan, was an open hand. Now it's a dog from hell, it's a dream you sell, it's an epitaph, it's a photograph. And the ghosts of the boulevard, littered with lonely hearts. The city like a graveyard, once was a postcard. When you lose your wonder, and you can't remember where we were living in the days of thunder. 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 Living in the days of
Русский военный корабль. Предлагаю сложить оружие и сдаться. Русский военный корабль, иди нахуй.
Слава Сентября, 4 дня, объявляю мораторий Украины. Обещается Украина. Все добре, все.
Hello, chat. Hello, hello. How are we all doing today? Please, everyone say hello. Say hello to the sweetie, the real streamer for the Dow Fund.
For the Dow Fund.
Oh my god, thank you. Wait, did it make a sound? Okay, did it? The TTS worked. Okay, good. Hey. Aw. You're a sweetie. No. He's purring. So, chat. Have you all apologized to President Trump lately? Have you thanked him for the Dow being above 8,000? Have you apologized to him for impeaching him yet? Jesus fucking Christ, man. That hearing yesterday. Pam Bond is like the absolute best at being like fuck, what am I thinking of? She's like the best at being like whiny, like child schoolgirl valley girl. I don't even know how to describe it, but she's got that on lock. And also like the level of glaze, like the North Korea President Trump, the greatest president in American history. Yeah, Jesus Christ. Gotta be the worst hearing performance I've ever seen by a country. Yeah. Which is saying something given this crowd. Like, this crowd of sycophants. Yes, the movie Mean Girls. I mean, she even had her burn book. You know, like where she had like all these pictures of illegal immigrants from every single congressperson's, like Democratic congressperson's district, so that she could like go through like the 5 illegal immigrants that like committed crimes from each person's district. Oh, you haven't watched it? I don't know if I want. I don't know that I want to watch the whole thing. I don't know if it's worth watching it in its entirety because it's very, very long. Especially since half of it is also just like Republicans fucking glazing her. By the way, she never looked at the victim. Yeah, I know. She never, ever looked at the victims. Yes, Maritzi, I'm going to watch the highlights. There's already some that I can think of, obviously. Like, our queen, Jasmine Crockett, did a really good job. One of the things that was the funniest is after every single time, like, a Democrat never asked her any questions and just used their time to talk. Once it got to the next person, like the Republican, Pam Bondi would always go, "May I have a moment, please?" Just so that she could like say some like fucking ad hom shit. Hi. And like, of course, they would always give her time, which is kind of ridiculous, you know? Like Jim Jordan, he had to be like bipartisan at certain points because he was the chair, which means that he had to like respect other people's time and shit. But he would always give her time to talk whenever she asked for it. Yes. Pete's hearing was pretty bad too. Cash was kind of expected how he would respond, but Pam's is for sure the worst. She went full ogre boy, never go full ogre boy. Can you get a mic for Stu? Oh my god, I should. That would be adorable. Or rather, what I should do is I should put this on him. Like, I should put a collar on him and then put this on. Just so that we can hear what he does. But I feel like no, if I even put this close to him, he's gonna start pawing at it, and then he's probably gonna start chewing on it because he's a bit of a weirdo. Say hello. The mic did not hear that. He's not purring. Shock collar to hear for absolutely not. I would never, ever, ever put a shock collar on my baby who just ran away. Okay. Well, thanks, buddy. Actually, you know what? Thank you for vacating. Thank you for your unilateral withdrawal from stolen land. Now I can have my chair back. I appreciate that, Stuart. I will absolutely not ever, ever do that to my buddy. CNN didn't learn anything, by the way. They made a video with the title, like, they exchanged heated rhetoric. Yes, both sidesing all the way. Maybe someday they will, like, not, they won't. How about a vibrating one? No! You don't need to do that kind of shit here. He's a good kitty. And by good, I mean, you know, as good as a cat can be, because he is a cat. So by good, I basically mean he's good some of the time. All right, chat, we're going to start off with some funny shit. Okay. This is obviously a Ukrainian propaganda video, but I don't give a fuck. Because it does appear to be at least, like, mostly true. And it's really funny. Cats can be sinister. Also, geez, I need to add we need to add some Ukraine emotes in the chat. Like not just the flag, because y'all got that on your phones or whatever, but the like the trident maybe or something. Or that animated emote of the, what is it, like the one that Dylan has in his chat, like the bouncing cow. Yes. Yes, the penguin suit. Let's go.
The Ukrainian armed forces are opening the winter hunting season for penguins, or more precisely, for occupiers disguised as them. Ukrainian soldiers have published videos of attacks on Russian penguins. That's what internet users have dubbed Kremlin contract soldiers in their awkward camouflage cloaks. Despite all the creativity of the Russian army, as you can see, the disguise didn't work. For their efforts, the occupiers only received free tickets to a concert in the afterlife. At first glance, it might seem that the Russian command dressed up the occupiers like this, as a punishment for some kind of misconduct or for refusing to take part in meat grinder assaults. But no, as it turns out, this kind of camouflage is actively advertised and sells well on Russian online
I want to find the website that's selling this shit.
marketplaces. Kremlin cannon fodder are convinced that they won't find better protection from thermal imagers and FPV drones in the special military operation. Tested in action, the slogan says. And Russians themselves add in the comments that supposedly there haven't been any returns yet. And here's another brilliant innovation from...
Oh, there's also this shit. I think Preston Stewart talked about this in a further along video.
what Putin calls the world's second army. With...
We're working on tents, setting them up, taking them down, folding them. So we have 2. 10 tents, and each group has 5.
When I first saw the penguin, I thought it was this. I thought it was a modified version of this shit. When I first saw that video of the penguin online. But then it was like, it's even worse. Because the penguin is just a thing that people are fucking buying because they think it's going to protect them. Like, this is all just very sad. I mean, it's funny, but it's also sad. You know, like, obviously a part of me does feel bad for like like any of these motherfuckers who were tricked into coming here or who got conscripted, or even worse, the fucking foreigners who signed up and were basically taken hostage after traveling to Russia under false pretenses because they thought that they were going to go there and get a good job, and then like bam to the front with you. Um, there's actually there's like videos of Russians laughing at the African conscripts, and you know, okay, but if I buy you one of those, will you wear it on stream? Yes, yes, I will. For the lols. Yes, I will. And then, but only if you guys promise me that you will post it on Twitter, um, so that and like try to get it to go viral, so that like a bunch of Vatniks can get super mad at me for mocking the deaths of Russian soldiers. I want to be accused of being a Russophobe. It's okay, pragmatic American. Don't forget the ones who travel from Western countries with the anti-woke visas. Oh my god, yes, those people. Oh my god. Yeah. Oh, you mean the Huffman family who are currently living in Russia? I feel like at this point, I suspect that the Russians actually like are aware enough of them that they're probably like sort of curating how good their lives are because they recognize that these people are like advertising or whatever. But I'm pretty sure that there are other Westerners who traveled to Russia who were disappointed at like the state of their lives when they got there and how absolutely shitty everything was. That shit is funny as fuck. But unfortunately, most conservatives are smart enough to know how shit Russia is. Oh, bro, did you guys see? This was from a long time ago. I remember I linked it to Dylan. This is from a couple years ago. Oh yeah, I think it was the anti-woke visas. Russia unveiled some shit about like how they were like, we'll give free citizenship to anybody who travels to Russia to escape wokeness. And Alex Jones posted about it on Twitter, and I was like, oh my god, please, Alex, please go to Russia. But of course he didn't. He just posted about it for all his dumb fuck fans. Well, he still hangs out in the United States because he knows.
People.
According to the Russian command's plan, these improvised tents will protect them from both Ukrainian drones and the freezing cold. But here's the problem.
Look at them. They're fucking flimsy as fuck. Yeah, they're totally gonna protect you from the cold.
What is considered a tent across the border is actually a portable camping toilet everywhere else in the world. But for Russian soldiers, eating, sleeping, and relieving themselves in the same place is nothing unusual. They're used to it.
On the left, the penguins from Madagascar. On the right, the penguins from Vorkuta.
However, to be fair, sometimes the occupiers do manage to hide themselves quite well from the eyes of Ukrainian drone operators.
We're walking by, and there's a pile of something lying there, presumably an Adamovsky soldier.
Such camouflage, especially in the ruins of urban areas.
Yes, Diluted Mill, they did approve it. I mean, is it really that surprising? Keep in mind, everybody, that like, I very much doubt that any of this goes up to Putin, okay? Like, this is one of the things that's been mentioned a whole bunch lately in the most recent videos from Preston, is the fact that Russia, like the higher-ups in Russia are lying about like gains they've made on the front, where the lines are and everything else. And it's because that Putin doesn't fucking know anything like about what is actually happening because they're lying to him. Because like probably because that if they don't, they're afraid that they're going to take a long trip out of a window. And like so it's just easier to just he's surrounded by fucking yes men. So he's not getting a real picture of what's happening in the war. Yeah, and like not that he would care about his men if he did, you know. Like I very much doubt that he gives a fuck. Like really, in a couple months we're gonna see Russian soldiers running around in those inflatable T-Rex suits. That would be so good.
Is hard to distinguish from other debris.
Oh my god, look at this guy.
Come on, local, crawl out slowly. And just like that, he gets up. Just a little.
He starts trying to run.
He starts moving. Then in a flash, he's a pile again.
I don't know if that video is from. I'm guessing that video is from like a drone video or something. I need to see the latest Preston video. Been out of the loop. Oh, videos. Yeah, I mean his videos are quite long. Listen. I'm so sorry, guys. My ADHD is so bad. I need to actually like finish a Preston video on stream. Did you hear about the shooting? Yes, of course, Chase. I heard about the shooting in BC. Also, unfortunately, according to the information released by the RCMP, it looks like the shooter was in fact a trans woman. Oh yeah, I actual facts racing. I've seen Chernobyl. It's a good show. They do get like some things wrong as far as the science goes. And actually there's like a bunch of wrong things in there. But the way that they represent like the overall look of Soviet society is really, really good. Um, and yeah, it's like funny. There are increasingly more trans women shooters. I mean, like that. Yeah, obviously like we don't like that because it's because of like various issues. Although honestly, like I don't know. It's like you have I yeah. Fox News is preparing a story, I would assume. The Xeon poisoning is kind of a correct concept Chernobyl got. Honestly, Lannis, I don't know if that's true or not. I've heard like multiple different things. A lot of that science went over my head. I spent like a week reading about Chernobyl after I watched the miniseries, and I learned like a bunch of different things. But like, I don't know, there are conflicting stories about a whole bunch of things. In particular, about Valery Legasov and the extent to which that he knew about the bad stuff with the RBMK reactor before all this stuff happened, and how much all of this was his fault, and like the extent to which that he covered it up, and you know, like why he committed suicide and all this stuff. No, only if I live in Ontario. Yes, the deaths were very dramatized for impact. Oh yeah, they were. They really dramatized the one guy who died of radiation poisoning. They went more off of what his girlfriend's account was of how he looked when he died than how like acute radiation syndrome actually looks. And it was almost kind of comical. I felt like otherwise their portrayal of acute radiation syndrome was actually pretty good based on what I had read, and it seems like they got a lot of those facts right. But yeah, I'm a physicist, did my bachelor's degree during the Chernobyl series came out. Intro to nuclear physics teacher did a lesson explaining to us from what I remember the xenon poisoning was. Oh, okay. Well, you know what, Lannis? I'll take your word for it. Yeah, because like I don't know fuck all about science. And like there was a whole bunch of shit to that, and I still don't even fully understand all of it. But yeah, I was a little bit more interested in all the political shit and like who covered up what or what have you and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, there's like people say that Legasov was just part of the Soviet machine, but then other people say that he tried his best after Chernobyl was over to try to make changes behind the scenes to things within the scientific establishment. And it didn't work, and that's why he ended up killing himself. But I have no idea. I don't know, because like there are multiple, like it's like a he said she said thing, and a lot of the people who were saying the bad shit were also people who didn't like him for other reasons. I didn't see Legasov's knowledge of the flaw as culpability, more that he knew something in the past but couldn't connect the dots. Yeah, I mean that's also possible too, right? But obviously now the mini-series turns this around and kind of makes him into the hero scientist who is like fighting back against the evil Soviet system, right? And I mean that's not really true. Like he was not at the trial. And I mean the show also lays probably more of the blame that shit on the operators. But at the same time, it does make clear that the real problem wasn't the operators. The real problem was the flaw in the RBMK reactor. So, you know, they did vilify the operators a bit too much, though. Like, they weren't really acting like that. A lot of that stuff wasn't true. Like, it was definitely over-dramatized. But, I mean, I think it did a really good job with some things, not so much with others. But it wasn't like, terrible. The main thing that it did an excellent job of, though, was the overall look of everything, like the set design and the costumes and everything. Like they did an excellent job of recreating the USSR at that time. if I pull up to Ukraine, I'll interview Zelensky easy based spider. Also, by the way, you're right. Zelensky is kind of hot. If we may indulge in some female goonery here. He is a good looking dude. Oh yeah, I was in Loner Court arguing with a guy who's like who loves to hate on Zelensky. I never viewed it like he was fighting against an evil Soviet system. Yeah, that's how the miniseries portrayed it. But I like looking back on it, it didn't really strike me that way. It seemed like he was like I don't know. It seemed like he was a guy who was trying to change stuff from the inside after the disaster was over. And nobody was listening. And then he just, yeah. And he may have also suffered from depression too. Or maybe he killed himself because he knew he didn't have much time left. I mean, people forget that he did, in fact, go to Chernobyl and he stayed there. He was there for a while. And he was exposed to like a shitload of radiation. And he didn't really necessarily need to do that, but he did. He put himself in danger. So I feel like people are kind of people saying that he was just evil or kind of being a little bit too crazy, you know. The Soviet hiding in Lyon was true after the disaster. People in Kyiv had some scheduled march/celebration in the main street, and the Soviets didn't stop it to hide the. Oh no, you're right, Linus. That was true. They did. They were slow about a bunch of shit. That you were absolutely correct. They were slow to evacuate. They were slow about a whole bunch of stuff, and like yeah. Many people, mostly including children, were impacted, but many survived. Like I knew someone who was a conscripted soldier that were thrown to put out the fire on the roof. Oh, that's another thing the show does a really good job of. When they have to clear off the roof using like the bio what did they call it? The bio robots? That's what Legasov called them. I think that's what they were actually called. That's what in the miniseries Legasov uses that term, but I think that in real life they refer to them as bio robots. That were like it was a bunch of people that were dressed up in protective gear, and they would run out there for a few seconds at a time and clear out the roof because none of their robots would work up there. And the show did a really good job of recreating that, right down to like exactly how the people looked. The really crazy, dangerous atmosphere of it all. There's like video footage of the people running out there and doing that, and it looks exactly like it did in the miniseries, which was really, really good. Or more like shoveling what was left. They changed a lot, but he lived till the 60s at least. Yeah, I mean, Fasterman, that's an interesting thing too, right? A lot of people who they thought were going to die lived. Like all of those guys who went down into the reactor, or who went down into the basement of the reactor building to clear out the water, all those guys survived too. Even though the expectation was that they were all going to die within like a week or something, but they didn't. They all lived. Yeah, unfortunately, the Russian government, or like the Soviet government, I should say, didn't do a great job of keeping track of all the Chernobyl liquidation workers. So we don't know like who survived and who didn't. A lot of grandmas in Ukraine and Belarus have thyroid cancer, not grandpas. They're culled by vodka before they reach that age. Oof. Yeah, I can imagine that that's definitely part of it. The show made it seem like the KGB did it for dramatization. Oh, you're talking about, yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. The show kind of played up the KGB probably a lot more than they need. But okay, anyway, let's where do we want to start, chat? Do we want to start with Hasan? Or do we want to start with Pam Bondi crashing out? Like what happened with Hasan yesterday was really fucking funny. They lived because the water absorbed most of the radiation. Yeah, I was listening to Hutch last night a little bit before he ended, which was around the time that I was going to bed, which is like 9 o'clock his time and midnight my time. And yesterday Hutch was like, tomorrow, chat, we're gonna continue with the Hasan stuff. We're going to keep on going. We're going to make him crash out harder by continuing to focus on talking about this on Twitter. Because Hasan is so mad. Some of the older soldiers who got suit breaches actually swapped their badges with young soldiers on the way down so they could go up again pretty big. Oh yeah, no, there was a lot of heroic shit that happened there. A lot of people like risking their lives, understanding that they would probably be fucked, and yeah. Huh. Wait, and has been involved in Ukraine since the Russian invasion? Wait, Spider, who are you talking about? Did you post something further about? Oh, are you talking about Zelensky? Or did Automod get you? He's mad about an Israeli basketball player winning too. Yeah, I know he's mad about that, Chase. I expect that. Oh, also, I want to watch that video that you linked, Chase. I kind of want to watch it about the Mossad. Spider, pro tip. If you type something out and you don't want to get auto-modded, the best way to avoid it is to just put spaces between the word that you think the auto-mod is getting. Only P is doing it. It seems like the best way to get around the auto-mod. So, like, for any kind of, like, belligerent words, you know, like shooting or kill or any of that kind of shit, yeah. Hasan is butthurt about, Denny. Yes, he is. Because he's Israeli. Yeah, he's just mad that he's balling. No, actually, not just because he's Israeli, but because apparently he served in the IDF, even though I don't think he did. I think his service, like, basically got deferred because he went to, he's on the basketball team, you know? Or just put one space. That would probably work too. Kill, shoot, fight. Yes, exactly. There you go, Only P. You got it. Can't correct Gillen. Hello, huge butt. Can't correct me on what? Oh, exactly. Also, I saw one of the guys who promoted the Epstein Mossad conspiracy as a Holocaust narrative. Yeah, I saw that too. Bro didn't even do. Yeah, I know. Like, Denny didn't do fuck all. He did not serve in the Israeli military. Like, but and obviously, it's all these people just hate him because he's Israeli. And by that I mean because he's Jewish, you know, and he supports Israel. Is Mossad behind his 2576 stat line? I don't know what that means. I'm sorry. I don't know. Oh, Chase, I also saw your thing about the person who was behind the Find IDF Soldiers Canadian website about how he thinks he's being hunted by Mossad, which is very funny. He's also not fully Jewish. Wow. That's just that's just even funnier. Did you see the UN Gen Secretary congratulating the Islamic Republic on their anniversary of their revolution? No, but that's pretty fucking stupid. It's very funny to look at the UN, because right now I'm reading a lot of UN reports on Ukraine, and it seems like as soon as it stops being about Israel, the UN just kind of goes back to being normal. Like, I always like to say that I don't necessarily think that the UN has ever lies about anything in their reports, at least even about Israel. But the problem is that they will leave out information, or their interpretation of the information that they present is always fucking weird. Like the Great March of Return stuff. Obviously, their recounting of events is correct in terms of like who died, what they were doing when they died, etc., etc. But the problem is that like the analysis is fucking insane. Like I still can't get past this notion that that Gaza was occupied at the time of the Great March of Return. This doesn't make any sense to me, and the way that they analyze that is so stupid. And then you compare that to the definition of occupation that they present in the in the 2024 report about Ukraine that I'm reading, where they actually just present what I would consider to be a normal thing about occupation. And what do we call that? Everyone together now? Anti-Semitism. It's not stupid. The UN GenSec is a socialist. Oh, I see. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. But like, I feel like the UN still seems to be a fairly good gold standard as long as you're not fucking talking about Israel. All that being said, though, I still think that Amnesty is a pretty dog shit organization, regardless of what they're talking about. However, I did find out, and what do we do with anti-Semites? We call them out. We Fed post. We say things that would never, ever be discussed out loud, because I will not violate the YouTube. No, I'm just joking. I'm joking. Shalom. Hello. Shalom. Yes, do not fed. I need to fix the do not fed emote. Sanctions. True. That would actually be based. Yes, in a video game, Dwayne. Always in a video game. Do not fed. Do not fed. Fuck. I need to I gotta find an you know what would be cool? Um wait. No, I don't I want like a face.
Do not said.
God damn it, it's not the same.
Do not said.
I mean, it sounds so good, but it's not the same. It's not the same as
I want to emphasize that the goal of our work is to help Guatemalans find hope at home. At the same time, I want to be clear to folks in this region who are thinking about making that dangerous trek to the United States-Mexico border. Do not come.
Actually, you know what? Wait.
Do not said.
It's not quite the same, but you know what? I might actually fuck it. I'm gonna keep this and I'm gonna download it so I can turn it into a soundboard. This is funny as fuck. Wait, can I actually download it? Oh, I did. Okay, it downloaded. Fucking based. Okay, I don't have to come back here again. Which Mossad video are you talking about? Wait. Hello, Robert. I also love the Kamala going, "Do not come," and then the Trump thing, "I'm gonna come." That's funny. That's a good edit, you know. Okay. Well, which one? Oh, Chase, I'm talking about the one that you posted in my streams, or that actually I don't think you posted in my stream suggestions, which means I'm gonna have to find it. Also, I love this fucking divisionary dude in my Discord. This guy's got all the Destiny clips on lock, and a lot of them are really funny. No, Maruzi, I didn't. Also, fuck, I forgot to fix that. Hold on. Let me fix it. Let me fix it so that you have access to this channel. Because you should, because you're a fucking mod. There we go. Now you should be able to post in here, in there. There. Okay, Maruzi, can you try? Are you able to post in the stream announcements channel now? You can announce in there if you want. Can I get perms for TGDE's channel? Yes, you can. Actually, anybody who has the senator role should have perms to go into his channel. Permissions. Oh, okay. There we go. Anyone who has the senator role can enter his channel now. Oh, did you actually DM Matthew Van Dyke, Spider? Because that would be fucking based. You still can't? What the fuck? Maruzi, are you not a mod in my server? Hold on. There are upcoming changes to permissions. Grant pin messages to all users. Currently have grant bypass slow mode to all users and roles that currently have manage message and manage channel. Yeah, sure. Why not? Let's do that. You do. You have it. You're a Praetorian. You're a mod. I don't know why you can't. You should be able to post in here. Actually, wait a minute. Hold on. I'm a moron. Just a second. Edit category. Permissions. Send messages and create posts. Okay, try it now, Maritza. You should be able to do it now. Oh yeah, yeah, Lannis, that's not Lonerbox. That's Spider. And no, you're not. I'm sorry, Lannis, but you're not going to get unbanned from Discord. Like I'm sorry, but like you didn't get banned because like you didn't just get banned because you pissed off Sev. You got banned because that you actually kind of do support settlements in the sense that you think that like they're a good like position of strength or whatever. Yes, Avi. Lannis got banned because that Lannis is a little bit too right wing. Basically, oh, no, not for being a Jew. Essentially, anybody who supports who has any kind of support for settlements, for whatever reason, is probably not going to survive very long in Loner Cord. Yes, Maritzi Lannis was in Loner Cord. Oh, Dylan responded? Now, you, Avi, I feel like your ban was a little bit more unjustified, but also at the same time, you're a goddamn fucking shit poster. And it is so difficult to tell when you are being serious and when you are not being serious. And it is very hard to deal with that. I don't necessarily care as much about it in my Discord, because anything goes. Lannis says, I didn't support it in the Loner Box channel, by the way. Yeah, I know that you didn't, but like, I honestly, I think you got banned because you were like antagonizing Sev to kind of a ridiculous degree or something. I don't remember. I'd have to ask him why. But I'm just saying, like, I don't think you would last long in there. Half the time, I don't even know myself. Good one, Avi. Based. Being banned from Loner Court is a rite of passage. Okay. You know what? Let's do this first. Top moments from Bondi's testimony on the EPSTEIN files. Every heated moment from Pam Bondi's House Judiciary appearance. Seven moments Bondi butted heads with. You know what? Let's just watch this and we'll see if it's got all. I came into office with the goal of refocus. Oh damn! You guys probably saw that flash up there. Yeah, I was rewatching Loner's discussion with Vadim, because that I had that moment. You know what's funny? Vadim kind of reminds me of me from like a long time ago. Like the way that I kind of maybe was after I first got into this community, where I would do a lot of stuff. And yeah, not gonna lie, some of you are a bit mentally unwell and shouldn't be on the internet. You know what, Mina? That's probably true. Also, god damn it, Mina. I was about 3 seconds away from banning Dispel like yesterday because he was pissing me off so much. That guy is like an insane debate pervert. The mental gymnastics that he will do to not just say, "Oh, you know what? I probably shouldn't have said that." Like I feel like it's a mistake to even engage with him. I understand like what it was that he was trying to say when he was arguing against me. It's just that it was such a stupid thing to come at it from when I made it clear multiple times that that's not what I meant. Like I was not talking about you know, like empirically Palestinians have lots of empirically Palestinians hate Jews for lots of reasons that aren't anti-Semitic. Like that's not what I was saying. Although honestly they do. It's just that for a lot of them the anti-Semitism is part of that. You know, I mean, I told him that he's treading water, but I think he's limit testing. The fact that you say shit like that makes it seem obvious to me that he's essentially only there to just stir shit and be annoying. Which I'm still trying to decide if I actually want somebody in my Discord who's basically just doing that. You know, like I don't want to be like a highfalutin like, well, actually, this is a place for intellectual discussion, and we don't want anyone here who's not going to engage in good faith. Here we only argue intellectually. Like, I don't know if I want my server to be like that. I feel like that's kind of a bit ridiculous, but you know. Yeah, I know it's my server. I'm still trying to decide. Yeah, like. Because it's so easy to accuse people of being bad faith. All debate is retarded anyway. It's your server, run it how you want, it's yours. I know. Oh, Captain Dan the fireman. Are you the same Captain Dan who was in Loner Chord in the Loner Chord voice chat when Loner was playing Hollow Knight 1 and we first found out about the shot caller shit? I don't know if it was that or like yeah, you know those voice chats that we were having? There was someone in there named Captain Dan. Are you that same dude? Oh, hey, Based. Hello, Captain Dan. The test for joining your server should be arguing for the opposition successfully. That would actually be kind of based. I still legitimately want someone. I want to train an AI Discord bot on ProWiki and then like set it loose in a channel in my Discord so people can argue with it. That would be so good. Wait, what are you saying, Addie? Hold on. I think the more you put back against his memery, the more he memes. I see. So really the best solution is to just ignore him, which is what I kind of figured. Your server rules are good. I even like the Dispel is there, although he's a yeah, I know. I mean, of course you like my server rules, Linus, because under them you're not getting banned as long as you don't attack people's immutable characteristics. And as much as you and like Dante go at each other, I've never seen you say shit to him like, yeah, well, you're not even like you're a Palestinian and like, you know, like the kind of shit that the dude was saying. I can't even remember exactly what it was, but I've never seen you attack Dante because he's Palestinian, the same way that the dude was doing, which means it's fine, you know? Like, you and Dante can respectfully snipe at each other, and I appreciate that. Did you see the people in the Iranian government tweeting anti-Semitic conspiracy theories about Miriam Adelson? I did not, Addie, but I'm not surprised by that. Is the Ayatollah still crashing out from his goon cave? Or did he stop doing that? That motherfucker tweets so much. Okay. Let's watch this. Stop getting distracted. You guys ready? This is some Kino shit.
The Department of Justice on its core mission after years of bloated bureaucracy and political weaponization. The Department of Justice's core mission is to fight.
Also, if it's not loud enough, let me know.
Violent crime, protect the American people, and defend the rule of law above all else. To address the Epstein files, more than 500 attorneys and reviewers spent thousands of hours painstakingly reviewing millions of pages.
Could be louder. All right, hold on. Oh, did I not? One sec. Is this it? I think so. I wanted to get the one that Destiny had because that one seems to work really well, but I guess it's only fucking available for Google Chrome, which annoys me. Even though it will work in Firefox, probably with a few changes to the code, because they literally both use web extensions now. Cut to Dow comment. She had flashcards for individualized insults for each member because she couldn't remember the insults. Yeah, I know. That shit. Are these extensions safe? Oh yeah, they're fine. They're fine.
Pages to comply with Congress's law. We've released more than 3 million pages, including
This should be good.
180,000 images, all to the public, while doing our very best in the time frame allotted by the legislation to protect victims. And
Yeah,
if
she is incredibly insufferable. Also, yeah, I didn't realize she was that old. She looks much younger than that.
you brought us a victim's name that
Did
was
the Dems extract any damaging admissions from Bondi? I mostly just see people talking about how dumb theatrical stuff, still politically useful, but not very meaningful. No, Phineas, I don't think they did, mostly because she wouldn't answer any questions at all. Like, she answered no good questions. All she did was just deflect, and then like insult people. That was it. That's what she did. She didn't, like, she never said anything. She would not address the fact that many of the Epstein survivors who were seated at the hearing, when asked to stand up, if they had trouble actually like getting meetings with Bondi, they all stood up because none of them were able to get meetings with the Justice Department. And yeah, they censored 9,062 plus mention. What? Or 962 and 200 mention. What? Really? They censored like almost 1 million mentions of Trump, but didn't redact the victim's name. I didn't realize that they censored that much of Trump. Because there's already like thousands of mentions of his name in there that were public. Did they just not get rid of them all? 962,000 mentions of Trump. 900. Oh, fuck. I thought it said 200. Jesus Christ. My eyes. My eyes are shit. Otherwise, I would have said 962,000. But no. I was like, wait, I see a 2 there instead of a 0. God damn. Oh, are you guys saying she's got the Botox? Botox is botulism. Yeah, it is. I think that's the chemical. It's definitely the adrenochrome. They said Trump was mentioned over 1 million times, and the released version had 38,000. Okay, goddamn. So they just didn't get to them all, and they just said fuck it, threw up their hands, and like and released what was there, which is insane. Trump is mentioned more times in the files than Harry Potter and all 7 books combined. I fucking loved that. I don't know who that was. Was it Moskowitz? I think it might have been Moskowitz who did that. He brought all those books. And fuck, hold on.
inadvertently
Is it in here? I don't think it's in here. I feel like I would rather just show you the parts that I thought were the best parts, rather than letting other people decide. Attorney General Pam Bondi hearing House Judiciary Committee. Okay, this is from today. Hold on, is there a transcript? No transcript. I'm gonna jump around. Oh, Moskowitz? Oh, it is? It's on his channel? Okay, this shit was so good. This was funny as fuck. I don't want to spoil it. This was from 2 years ago. I hope this is it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Attorney General Bondi.
Good afternoon.
Oh, you're right. Good afternoon. It's been a long day. I wrote this morning. We've known each other a long time.
the books.
And I'll always be appreciative for your assistance when you were Attorney General in Florida after the shooting at my high school at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas in my hometown of Parkland when we passed the bipartisan bill, the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas School Safety Act, which was the largest policy response to a school shooting in American history. Your department also prosecuted to the fullest extent.
I hope that Bondi's reaction is in here, because if it's not, then it ruins it.
A law constituent of mine.
I'm gonna just find it in here. Really? What the fuck kind of transcript is this? Are you kidding me? This transcript is garbo. It's near the end. Oh, whatever.
And former felon that had plans to kill me when he was picked up.
Is this transcript just not complete? Wow, I can't find any of the fucking things in here. What the fuck, YouTube? Get your shit together.
By law enforcement after he was target practicing in his backyard with 2 rifles, a scope, a silencer, 3,000 rounds of ammunition, an anti-Semitic manifesto. My name was the only name on their target list, and my kids found out about this from their friends at school. So thank you. However, the most transparent administration in American history. Before Trump, we didn't know the word transparency, apparently. It's been 12 months since you gave Republican influencers Part 1 of the Epstein files. You said the list was on your desk. Then a memo came out and said that there was no list. Phase 2 of the binders never happened. The President of the United States says the Epstein thing is a hoax. He blasts his own base for wanting the release of the files. He blamed Barack Obama. Republicans voted against the release of the files in the Rules Committee. Then they refused to even return to the Rules Committee until they could be protected from future votes on the release. Speaker Johnson sends Congress home a day early before break. They sent the Deputy Attorney General to meet with Maxwell. She says something favorable about the president. Miraculously, she gets transferred to a minimum security facility. No one can explain why. Miraculously, the leaks to the Wall Street Journal stop. We come back from break. We have the Massey discharge petition. Republicans drop a rule, a non-binding resolution trying to kill the Massey discharge petition. The White House says passing the Massey discharge petition is a hostile act. Trying to stop the necessary 218 signatures, according to Republican members that signed it, the White House brought them into the Situation Room, you know, the place where the president goes for time of war, promising things like appropriations or maybe even to primary them. People in the room say you were there. It didn't work. We get the 218 signatures. We eventually passed the Massey petition. You guys didn't release the files. You were forced by Congress, every member of the House except one, and the entire Senate. The reason the president signed it is because it was a veto-proof majority. We can't agree on anything, and yet the entire House but one member and the whole Senate forced the administration to release the files. Kash Patel under oath said to Senator Kennedy, the FBI is not in possession of any credible evidence that Epstein trafficked girls to anyone but himself. We know now that's not true. According to documents, Epstein had a worldwide sex trafficking ring. Girls from Poland, Czechoslovakia, Russia, Paris, modeling agencies sending him girls. He even had a relationship with a summer camp where he groomed girls at a picnic table. Ghislaine Maxwell says 29 Epstein associates cut secret DOJ deals. Turns out there is a list. 6 names readily available if you unredact them. Co-conspirators named, but we got them when you unredact them. Maxwell recently tells a House Oversight Committee that she wants clemency to release more names. Kash Patel under oath said Trump's name appears less than 100 times in the files. We now know that's not true. Trump's name appears more times in the Epstein files than God's name appears in the book about God. Okay, by the way, this is the Trump Bible. Move over, King James. Trump's name also appears more times in the Epstein file than Harry Potter's name appears in the 7 books about Harry Potter. Lutnick says that in 2008, he went to Epstein's home, says he had a massage table in the living room, that Epstein said he got one every day, that it was the right type of massage. He and his wife decide to leave and say they'll never be in a room with him again. Howard then says, I'm sure the Epstein stuff is all on video. He was the greatest blackmailer of all time. Well, how would Howard know that? But now the files are public, and in 2012, we find out that he and his family are on Epstein Island after Epstein pled guilty to state charges. I'm from Florida. I take my family to Disney World, not to Epstein Island. There are documents in the files that dispute the president's claim that he kicked Epstein out of his club. Allegedly, the president said that he asked Epstein to leave. Supported now, that's disputed, though, statements from the manager of the club. Now,
no, he misspoke. It's over, chat.
Attorney General, I have like 25 seconds left. So because I'm curious, and I'd like to see, flip to the Jared Moskowitz section of the binder. I'm interested to see what staff provided on the oppo on me, and because we're in the Olympics, I'm going to give it a grade. I just want to see how good it is.
Oh my God,
so give me your best
he asked her to look him up in the burn book.
one.
So first
Here
of
it
all,
is.
nothing is funny about mocking the Bible and holding up a
I'm
Trump
not
Bible.
mocking
That's
the
what
Bible.
you did.
That's the
You
best-
made a
that's the-
joke, and I find
No,
offense
I want
to
it,
that.
but
That's
I
all I
want
have
it.
to say.
Jesus Christ. She's such a fucking child.
I want it from the burn book.
Shame.
I want it from the burn book, which is the best one. What you got?
Has expired. The gentleman from support journalism. You
I don't know what he wrote. Maybe he wrote like 0 or something. I have no idea. But god damn. Her response to that was so fucking funny. She was just like, no, not the Bible. You're mocking the Bible. Like, what? Really? Oh, he gave her a 0? Okay. Yeah, he did. That was so good. He's a cool dude. Oh, obviously, of course, the other one. Fuck, what's her name? God damn it! Now I can't remember her name. It's on the tip of my tongue. What's her name? She's our Black Queen. Crockett. That's it. Jasmine Crockett.
has expired. The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. I seek you.
But holding the Bible upside down wasn't insulting her. Yeah, I know, right? Jesus Christ. Also, that was the Trump Bible. You know what? Fuck that. I feel like God is probably offended by the Trump Bible. You know, like if God exists, I feel like God is offended by the Trump Bible. Like, Phineas, you're a Christian. I don't think God would like the Trump Bible. I certainly don't think Jesus would, right? You know, like, how much was Trump selling that Bible for? Also, remember, everybody, that Jesus went into the temple and, like, overturned all the tables where people were selling shit. The current polling for Zelensky, Kyiv Post says 61%. Others say 57 to 37%. Oh, yeah, you know, like, that's, like, a whole other thing, too, right? Like, even if there was a fucking, an election in Ukraine, doesn't mean Zelensky wouldn't just win again. He's still pretty popular. For all whatever his for context, chat, we were arguing in there's a guy in Loner Cord who hates Zelensky, and he's making all these arguments about how he oh, good morning, Aeon Android. He's making all these arguments in there about how Zelensky, like, basically ruined the war effort and Bakhmut was lost because of him, and like and all this other shit. And how he's like hella super corrupt. And then he's saying that he should be that Zelensky should resign from office and essentially give the presidency to I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce his name. The guy who is currently the 4-star general who's currently the ambassador to Britain. Also, 4-star general, chat. It's God's Bible, not Trump's. Traditionally, Bibles are named according to the interpretive tradition they employ. Trump is not a theologian or a biblical scholar. Stolen valor. True. Zalushny? Oh, Zalushny. Okay, thank you. Thank you for writing it out in a way that that's probably how you say it. Zalushny can't. Germany will prosecute him eventually. Wait, what did he do? Yeah, no, Zelensky. Also, like, anybody who thinks that Zelensky is trying to or is going to be or is a dictator is hilarious to me. Like, people like Lactoid. This motherfucker is like such a pussy in terms of like listening to his own people. He'd be so bad at being a dictator. He tried to dissolve that anti-corruption agency, and then like I think it was like several hundred to 1,000 people went out on the streets of Kyiv with cardboard signs and protested, and then he was like, and the next day he was like, okay, never mind, I won't do it. Like, Jesus, there's no fucking way that this guy's gonna be a fucking dictator. He doesn't have the stones, which, and by the way, this is actually a good thing. I'm except it's Zalusny Z. Does Lactoid think Russian elections are real? I mean, yeah, pragmatic American. I wonder that myself. I really hope he doesn't, because that's fucking stupid. Lactoid says Zelensky is a dictator, but Trump isn't. Riddle me that. I mean, yeah, I know. There's also that too, right? I mean, I don't think that Trump is like actually a dictator, but he wants to be, and he's acting like one, and he's definitely authoritarian. Pleasure. Oh, sure. Shh. Zalushny. Yeah, I don't know. Like, if Trump could be Putin, he absolutely would. And he really does think at this point he thinks he can do whatever he wants for the most part. But then like when he faces like a lot of pushback, he's like, fuck it. Russian elections are real, but Zelensky is a dictator. Get me out of here, bro. What the fuck? Yeah, I don't know. Like, Lactoid is like, I think he seems to think that he's like, well, Putin's really popular in Russia, and also Putin won his election recently. And it's like, bro, yeah, he did, because it was a shitload of fraud. And he was also the only meaningful opposition. What evidence did the questioner refer to that Epstein was trafficking women to other people? He mentioned other people making plea deals, but he didn't get into any detail about what they pled to. I don't know. I think the idea was that I mean, Epstein was he provided women to other people. Like, he provided Virginia Giuffre to Prince Andrew. He provided and like it looked like there was a girl that he took to meet Trump. And Trump like spent time flirting with her, but I don't think it went anywhere beyond that. Yeah. It's a J sound without the D, for Christ's sake. You're so white. Yes, short stack goblin. I am white. Giuffre is not a reliable narrator. I mean, are you sure okay. The thing though is that it seems like, I don't know. I don't know, Tally. I mean, when Prince Andrew is like sending emails to Ghislaine Maxwell being like, do you have more inappropriate friends for me? It kind of seems real fucking sus, Like, what the fuck else are you supposed to take away from that? We'll see what the police find, because Prince Andrew is currently being investigated. By the way, do people in all seriousness believe that it was Ukraine that blew up Nord Stream? Wait, someone above in chat said that general blew up the Nord Stream pipeline. Is he the prime suspect? Vasserman, I think that was the U.S. State Department's assessment that like there were it was Ukrainians who blew it up, but they probably did it without Zelensky's knowledge. I think was one of the things that was mentioned. But I mean, you know what? It's fine. I don't give a fuck. Fuck the Nord Stream pipeline. It's suspicious, but not enough by itself to eliminate reasonable doubt, right? No, I'm not saying beyond a reasonable doubt. I'm just saying that, like, it seems like Prince Andrew got up to some shit that was pretty fucking sus. This is our modern satanic panic. Wait, what do you mean by that, Tally? I'm just curious. If you're talking about the allegation that Jeffrey Epstein ran some worldwide child sex trafficking billionaire pedophile cabal, or that he was part of it, and that they all secretly like run things behind the scenes, or like all the weird conspiracy shit then I mean, yeah, that's stupid. That is the satanic panic shit. But I don't think that like Epstein knew a bunch of people. Now, by the way, I also don't like the implication that because that Epstein knew somebody or that somebody was associating with Epstein, that automatically means that they were a pedo. That's not true either. Although it is pretty fucking strange if you continue to associate with him after he was, convicted as like, after he became a convicted sex offender. So basically, if you were still associating with him after 2008, that's fucking weird. The world is actually run by a pedo cabal. What a timeline. Blowing up pipelines is nothing. Epstein himself was not a pedo. I don't. Oh, you mean he was in a? Are you trying to go for the he was an abibophile shit, Tally? Because that all the underage girls that he slept with were like 14. By the way, I don't know if that's true or not. I don't actually know if that's the case. I'm pretty sure that it seems like there might have been evidence in there that he did actually fuck women who were like younger than that. Germany said the pipeline was likely cooked by a team of Ukrainian nationals. Yeah, like girls, not women. But I haven't dug super into this. I actually don't care that much about this, but I do think that some of this stuff is funny, especially as it relates to current politicians. Like the fact that Elon wanted to go to the island and he wanted to be engaged in, and he wanted like to go to like the wildest parties, but then later on he lied about it, even though there's evidence to the contrary. He didn't fuck women, he raped children. Yeah, I mean, that's true. Like, and he was grooming people. Although that being said, bots, when you say children, like, yeah, like there was quite a few girls that were like 17 or 16 or 14, I think, in there that he was doing that to. But you may as well just call them children, because obviously it's not like they could like really give proper informed consent. And it looks like a lot of them were manipulated, or they were just plain trafficked to him. It is beyond a doubt that a large portion of the names in there were fucking traders or fucking minors who had been trafficked. Yeah. Okay.
Unanimous consent to introduce into the record the research that Representative Kamlager-Dove and I referenced concerning the threat of right-wing domestic terrorism, which the Department of Justice scrubbed from its website in September.
Without objection, the gentlelady from
Thank
Texas
you.
is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And to be clear, I'm not going to ask any questions of this witness because this witness has revealed that she has no intentions of answering questions. But instead,
Wait, diluted Mel, what? Are you behind? What? Oh, shit. Fuck me. No. God damn it. Sorry, that was the cat. The cat touched things. The cat was like touching the laptop keyboard. I need to actually get like a shelf or something to put this laptop on so that the cat will stop touching it. Vessel. I remember Hasan spending 100% of his time talking about Nord Stream being blown up, while the numerous Russian atrocities were being discovered. Yeah, I'm not surprised by that. Hasan also said that the attack on the Kerch Bridge was a fucking terrorist attack, which is ridiculous. They hit it at night. And yeah, I think that a couple of civilians got killed, but they absolutely they did their best to hit it at a time when there were not that many people going across it. Oh, I see, Tally. You know what, Tally? In a lot of ways, I do agree with you about the shit related to like calling everybody who goes after underage people a pedo is wrong. But I've just given up on that. I feel like having discussions or arguments or talks about anything related to pedophilia, especially online, is just a waste of time. Because all it's going to do is people are going to be like fucking stupid about it. So there's no goddamn point. There is no point in like arguing about it. Okay. There is no point in having any discussions related to like lolly or like, drawn child porn versus real. It's just pointless. It's a stupid argument to get into because all of the discussions around this are stupid. Yes. Nonce. Just call them nonces. True. That's such a good word. I will not give up on it because sexology is my special interest. I mean, you know what? That's fine. Have fun with that then. I just can't be bothered. But yeah, like normies just aren't gonna buy it. It's just the way that, like, yeah, listen, Tally, I agree with you. It bothers me too. And you know what? In a lot of ways, I'm like you in the sense that, like, I will not give up fighting against people who insist on willy-nilly throwing around words like fascist or genocide, because those are also my special interests, because history is my special interest, and because the Holocaust is one of the things that I spent a lot of time learning about, and I don't like it when people, like, basically downplay it in order to, like, accuse Israel of shit. So yeah, I won't, I'm not gonna, you know, yes, Spider Nonce means pedo, but it's funnier. Okay.
I'm going to ask some very basic questions really quickly of my colleague, Becca Ballant, if she will answer right or wrong, raping children. Wrong. Right or wrong, killing.
Wait, does it not have the...
Nice.
Thank you. I seek unanimous consent to introduce threat of right-wing domestic terrorism.
Gentlelady from
Thank
Texas
you.
is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And to be clear, I'm not going to ask any questions of this witness because this witness has revealed that she has no intentions of answering questions, but instead, I'm going to ask some very basic questions really quickly of my colleague, Becca Ballant, if she will answer right or wrong, raping children. Wrong. Right or wrong, killing random citizens. States.
Definitely wrong.
Okay, thank you, because I probably never would have got
God damn, I love Jasmine Crockett so much. I don't know if she would be a good senator from Texas, which I think she's running for. Or rather, I don't know if people would pick her over Tellerico. I think that's the other person who I have not looked into at all. But she's pretty based. What a brave stance, true. I know, right? It's so brave to say that raping children is wrong. It's so brave. It's also, all those other things are so brave. And yet, Pam Bondi, yeah. I don't think she can beat the GOP guy. Oh, oof. Yeah, that might be, What do you mean Jasmine Crockett is a racist? Oh, that's right, Phineas. I keep forgetting that you're, yeah, okay. Top 10 Jews is just funny.
with our witness who somehow is a lawyer but does not
understand. Two conservatives in the chat don't like Crockett. I don't know. Listen, regardless of whatever else she has said or whatever, she is absolutely fucking based when it comes on, like, on an optical level. She's just so good at getting these wins. Jasmine Crockett is genocidal. That's what lefties tell me.
Understand how it works with witnesses. I'm not really sure what law school she went to and what all kind of cases she tried, but typically when you come into a space and somebody's a witness, then they sit there and they answer questions instead of asking questions. And then we also have this objection that we use as lawyers called non-responsive when a witness fails to actually answer the question. But nevertheless, let me address the survivors, because that's exactly who they are. They are not victims, they are survivors. Let me say thank you for having more courage and moral clarity in your...
Like, I don't know, if someone wants to tell me how Jasmine Crockett is a racist, I'm assuming, like, what, has she just said, like, some insanely cringe shit about white people?
Pinky fingers than the entire Department of Justice. We are currently the laughing stock of the world, partially because of the failed leadership within the DOJ, as we see kings and queens falling everywhere around the world. But we don't know the basics of right and wrong in this country, because it's not about partisanship. And that's why I applaud Thomas Massie, because he's the only person on the Republican side that has a backbone and knows how to stand up to corruption. But nevertheless, let me keep going. My Democratic colleagues have been attacked this entire committee hearing. They have been lied on, and frankly, the American people weren't looking for that. They were looking for answers about the corruption that they see coming from...
Oh yeah, I do think she should have memorized it. Seeing her read it kind of takes some oomph out of it. That's true, although she is doing a real good job.
This administration. In the written testimony of this witness, of this particular witness, she stated that when she took office, she had two main goals. The first was to end the weaponization of justice, and second, to return the department to its core mission. Not only have you lied about both, you've intentionally done the exact opposite. You're spending more taxpayer resources arresting journalists than you are prosecuting pedophiles and creeps. In fact, your boss, the President of the United States, stated that this administration, quote, took the freedom of speech away. And at your direction, DOJ has arrested Don Lemon and Georgia Fort. And I might add that y'all actually had a judge that rejected y'all for trying to arrest Don Lemon before, just like the grand jury rejected y'all as it relates to Senator.
I mean, you know what, Phineas? You can say that this shit is cringe if you want to, but like this is what these hearings are for. I agree that there's a lot of cringe to this, but I just think that like the reason why I'm like watching some of this is because it's funny. It's funny because that because of the way that Pam Bondi responds. And yes, I know you're saying Democrats sheltered their representatives who communicated directly with Epstein after he was convicted. You know what? That's fair. If you want to say everyone's a hypocrite, yeah, everyone's a hypocrite. I agree. I'm not going to sit here and like say, oh man, Democrats totally don't have it's not bad when we do it syndrome. But the problem is that Republicans have it way worse. Also, look at the baby. He's purring. Conduit thoughts on Black History Month. Black History Month is based, chat. I should like actually I should do something for Black History Month since I am at least, or I would like to be a history streamer, at least in part. And sometimes I am, although it usually almost always falls into me talking about the Holocaust. No, Chase, Phineas is not a contrarian. He's a conservative.
Kelly, just like a grand jury rejected y'all as it relates to Senator Slotkin, just like the case against Tish James was dismissed and the case against Mr. Comey was dismissed. I completely don't get how it is that you're sitting at the top of DOJ because you don't seem to be good at your job. You're spending more taxpayer resources arresting these journalists. In fact, we know after Georgia Fort and Don Lemon were arrested, we know that there were homes of journalists that were raided. We know that threatened prosecution against students protesting your actions and forced tech companies to remove apps used to track ISIS activities. But let's circle back to you protecting pedophiles and creeps, because I want to talk.
Wait, what do you mean the cat looks kind of Asian, Spider? Is this because that his eyes are narrowed? What do you mean by that, Spider? What are you doing? Applauding Massey for rising above party politics while sheltering Democrats from fallout is what is cringe. Holding Bondi's feet to the fire is based. I mean, are they still sheltering Democrats from fallout? Is that I've never even heard of that Democrat that you mentioned, Phineas. Are they even in office anymore? DEI type shit cat, Vietnamese cat. Hi.
About the president and his possible involvement with Jeffrey Epstein. Now, I don't know what the president might have done with Jeffrey Epstein, but unlike this administration,
Hello. Can you guys hear him? He's so cute. He's so loud. She's a non-voting member from Virgin Islands, I think. I don't know if she's still around. Oh. All cats have slanted eyes. What do you want about? Democrats shot down a censure of her. Hakeem Jeffries refused to say it was bad conduct when asked directly 3 times on. Oh, okay. I mean, yeah, listen, that's not good. I agree. The hypocrisy is bad. Don't be surprised when we see vigilante justice when no meaningful convictions come from these files because there is very little evidence of crimes. Congress is in this moral panic. I mean, is there really very little evidence of crimes? What do you mean? Like, so are all the trafficked women just not real, Tally? Is that what you're saying? Are you saying that none of this is real? I don't think that it's fair to say that there is no evidence of crimes. I think the more likely truth is that it's just very hard to get conviction for those crimes. Because that it's often very difficult to get convictions for rape. Most of them were adults who consented at the time. Were they? And by consented, do you mean that they were like, kind of talked into it? That they were kind of, I don't want to use the word groomed, but I could. Like they were, I think she's saying there isn't enough evidence to charge a lot of the people mentioned, but I don't, no, she's saying there's no evidence of actual crimes or very little evidence, which I think that there's a difference between that and they didn't find enough evidence to convict, which is probably true. That's probably the reason why they didn't find enough evidence to, they probably, like the FBI did spend a lot of time investigating this and there probably won't be any convictions because it's really hard to get convictions for rape. That's pretty rare anyway, and especially after many years, especially if there were no rape kits, which there wouldn't have been because a lot of the women would have been trafficked. And yeah, I don't think a hearing on a lackluster prosecution that is captured by the current administration is not a moral panic. I mean, you know what? You can call it that if you want to, but if this shit is politically hurting Trump. And by the way, this has only been turned into a big deal, Tally, because that MAGA made this into a big deal. MAGA were the ones who obsessed over Epstein. Trump played into it. Trump promised that he was going to release the Epstein files. Then he kind of slowly walked back on it. And he's been the one who's been so slow about it. They've fucked this up from the get-go. They redacted his name a whole shitload of times. If they hadn't done any of that shit and they just actually been transparent, which they keep claiming that they are, then I feel like this probably wouldn't be nearly as big of a deal. Oh yeah, the victims haven't talked to the DOJ yet. If the DOJ even gives them the time of day, getting their story is very important. I don't know. Yeah, although the thing that I'm wondering, Captain Dan, is if the FBI ever talked to the victims, like when Biden was president. Yes, MAGA did this, an extension of QAnon. Bravo Dems for contracting MAGA. I mean, I don't know how many of these Democrats actually believe in it. I suspect that a lot of them are just using this for political stuff. But I mean, I think MAGA conflated it to QAnon. I don't know. Obviously, there's some people who are, but Clinton was in the files just multiple hundreds of thousands of times less than Trump. Yeah. By the way, I haven't seen any Democrats try to do anything to shield Bill Clinton. I think he was the most high-profile Democrat in the files.
Believe that facts matter, so let's talk about the facts. Fact number one, Donald Trump is one of the most named people in the Epstein file.
Hold on. Maritzi, do you actually know a whole lot about what is in the Epstein files in terms of the actual crimes committed? Because I haven't really looked into a whole bunch of this shit because I don't care that much. 1,000 victims and only 4 were fit to stand trial against Maxwell. Prosecutors didn't even find Gouffre credible enough to bring out. No, Spider, Maritzi's not a lawyer. She's a legal analyst. I'm just going to correct you before she does. There's enough evidence for massive political fallout and punishment, but people looking for indictments there may end up disappointed. Yeah, Phineas, I think that's fair and true. There's a lot of, I don't think we're going to get... No, Spider, that's not what lawyer has said. Congress just also passed a new law about this.
At least 5,000 files contains more than 38,000 references to Trump, his wife, or Mar-a-Lago. Fact number 2, Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell made young girls available to Trump on multiple occasions. For example, according to this file, Ghislaine Maxwell presented a young girl to President Trump who spent...
Why not listen to Michael Tracy and then independently verify his claims? Well, you see, Tallybots, because Michael Tracy is cringe. And I don't know. Yeah, I mean, although obviously I'm doing the dismiss the source thing. But anytime I hear Michael Tracy, it becomes insanely different. I'm just like, really? Ugh, I don't know about that one. Mostly because Michael Tracy is a Russia simp. But if he has something credible, then you know what? Sure, I'll listen to him or I'll look at what he has to say or whatever, I guess. But Well, Michael Tracy is apparently a journalist. Yes, Jane Socks. Tracy is a Russia sweeper. Michael Tracy had like a 4-hour fucking discussion with Vosh. Was it Vosh? No, it was with Dylan. He had a 4-hour talk with Dylan where he just rambled a whole bunch. And he refused to, like, he didn't really engage very much. And it was all just a whole bunch of but peace, you know, like that shit from what I remember anyway. And then he talked to Destiny and it was like the same shit, except not for as long.
More than 20 minutes apparently flirting with her. Here's another example. This shows notes from FBI investigators that describe Jeffrey Epstein transporting a victim to Mar-a-Lago to meet with President Trump, where he bragged to Trump that, quote, "This is a good one." Now, I'm not saying that the president is a pedophile, but there is a lot of evidence in these files that suggests that he's very close friends with a lot of men who are pedophiles.
Yeah, Chase, he did talk to Vosh, but I think that was before the Ukraine war. And also, Vosh was kind of cringe in that conversation. If Trump wasn't Trump, I would trust the FBI more. I kind of think they should appoint a special master or something to do this document review, but that might not be feasible due to scale. Well, no, I mean, I agree with you, Phineas, but that's not going to happen under this administration because every single one of these people are all Trump sycophants. They should do that. Oh, Chase, I don't remember. I think all I remember, or maybe it was someone else. I swear that there was, didn't Vosh say some cringe shit about Tracy being gay? Or maybe there was another person who said that.
What's crazy about all of this is just that this is a big cover-up. And this administration is engaged in it. In fact, this administration is complicit. But there are numerous others, like how the DOJ is attempting to obstruct justice in the investigation of the rogue agents who have murdered American citizens, or how the DOJ seized voter data from Fulton County in an attempt to steal the 2026 midterm elections, or how federal agents have Tom Homan on tape accepting a bribe and your agency killed the investigation, or how your agency is ready to give the president a $230 million payday, which is unconstitutional. The Constitution is clear. The president shall not receive any payment except his salary while in office. The fact of the matter is that you will be remembered as one of the worst attorney generals in history. An attorney general who has prioritized obstruction over justice, corruption over the law, fealty to the president over loyalty to the Constitution. And Mr. Chairman, I will yield.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized. Excuse me, gentleman from Kansas, the Attorney General, former Attorney General, Mr. Schmidt is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and General Bondi, thanks for being here. Did you have anything you wanted to say before we?
I fucking love the way that they do that. Actually, I don't. This is so stupid. Like the whole please, would you like a chance to respond so that you can like read some shit from your burn book?
I do. Thank you, Congressman. Thank you, my friend, for many years. I find it interesting that she didn't even want to try, Congresswoman Crockett, to ask any questions.
Yeah, because you never answer, and all you would have done is just read something from your burn book. So go ahead, because we know that's what you're going to do.
Because she certainly did not condemn her leader, Hakeem Jeffries, for taking money from Jeffrey Epstein after Epstein was convicted.
Wait, is this even true? I'm actually surprised, Phineas, if Pam didn't bring up that shit. About like the stuff that you just said about the Democrat from the Virgin Islands.
And I will be brief to give you your time, Congressman. This is what she didn't want to talk about.
Oh, God.
Texas from Cuba, convicted, homicide, arson, weapon offense.
Convicted. So what we talking about? Convict
Texas,
some of these perpetrators that rape these women that are sitting behind you, that you refuse to even acknowledge they are here.
Okay, that was pretty based. Like, it's very funny that, like, she's just bringing up convicted illegal immigrants. Like, bro, isn't that, you know, like, they did crimes and they got caught.
Time belongs to the gentleman from Kansas.
Mr. Chairman, could I have a few seconds back to make up for the yelling? Thank you. General, did you have anything further to say?
Texas, convicted of homicide, Cecil Joseph from Dominican Republic. Texas, convicted for kidnapping, rape, Khalid Khan from Afghanistan. That's why they want to talk about Epstein and not what's happening in their own state.
Bro, it's what the hearing is about. What the fuck? That's what the hearing is supposed to be about. What? Were you not listening? Also, it's Texas. Texas has a Republican governor. It's very funny that she's like shitting on, like, are we shitting on Texas now?
Thank you, General, and thank you for being here. And
Okay. Not my Dominican brother. Bondi mentions more bullshit charge that Hakeem Jeffries solicited Epstein for donations, misleading, false. It was a Democrat fundraising group, still bad, but Jeffries wasn't responsible. Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised by that. Like there was a lot of, but you know. Okay, I guess Pat gave me this. I guess we'll see. When was this? Oh, this is from a day ago.
Billions of pages of documents related to Jeffrey Epstein, providing more information on the convicted sex offender's crimes. Among the files, claims bodies are buried near Epstein's Zorro Ranch in Santa Fe County. Tonight, the state land commissioner demanding an investigation.
I'm going to keep asking questions and keep poking around until I get an answer.
Those coming from an anonymous email in 2019 addressed to a local radio host.
Aaliyah Chavez spoke with him and has the details of that email.
I don't know if like this is the problem that I'm having with all this is that you have to assume the FBI must have been investigating all of this shit for years before all these files were released, because among those files are like notes from FBI investigators and stuff. And you would think that the FBI probably, like, you can't like necessarily take everything that these people were writing in these emails at face value. Some of this stuff seems pretty obvious. Or like, rather, I think that the inappropriate friends shit it's pretty hard to read that in any other way than, hey, have you got more underage girls for me? You know, but stuff like this, yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man. Apparently the Zorro Ranch has a whole rabbit hole about it. I mean, it might.
Yeah, Doug, Shelley, we're also hearing tonight from the Attorney General's office, who says it takes these allegations seriously, but needs more information to do something about it. Eddie Aragon says it was early in the morning in November 2019 when he got this email from someone claiming they were a former staffer at Zorro Ranch. Writing, "Did you know somewhere in the hills outside of the Zorro, 2 foreign girls were buried on orders of Jeffrey and Madam G. Both died by strangulation during rough fetish sex."
I got the email. I was startled.
The emailer says they had 7 sex videos, including some with minors, but never actually sent the footage, asking Aragon for digital currency Bitcoin.
Approximately at that time, Bitcoin was worth about $8,000.
What? Are we sure this is okay?
They wanted to exchange one
Yeah, this doesn't seem real. I don't know.
Bitcoin for the videos that they had in possession.
Aragon says,
why didn't they go to the FBI?
He didn't know what to do with the email, so he sent it to the FBI.
I've since referred to the FBI on a number of other things, and I've never heard back from them on any things.
Fast forward.
I mean, is it normal for the FBI to not, like, contact the person who sends the tip in? It doesn't necessarily mean that they never looked into it.
6 years later, the DOJ released Aragon's email as part of the Epstein files.
Matters. I think that New Mexicans need answers. I think the victims need answers.
That's what prompted New Mexico Public Lands Commissioner Stephanie Garcia Richard to send this letter to the Attorney General and the U.S. Attorney's Office Tuesday, asking them to thoroughly investigate this disturbing allegation regarding the referenced burials.
We need to get to the bottom of really what happened in New Mexico.
She says she was horrified to learn in 2019 that our state was still leasing lands around Zorro Ranch to Epstein's company.
I canceled the leases at that time.
A month after Epstein killed himself in jail, the land around the mansion totals around 1,200 acres and hasn't been leased out since.
We're thinking to possibly turn it into a memorial to honor the victims, or as some kind of wildlife sanctuary, perhaps. So that's what we're thinking for that land.
Attorney General Raul Torres' office responding to Garcia Richard hours later with this letter. As we understand it, the allegations appear to be unsubstantiated, it says, going on to say they will work to obtain the original files. Once such information is obtained, our office will review it to determine whether any further action is warranted, and if so, the appropriate next steps.
To my knowledge, no investigation has taken place thus far. It doesn't sound like anything is going to be taking place very soon.
The commissioner says she's ready to offer all state land for investigation, but can't do anything about the ranch since it's privately owned, bought by new owners and renamed. Aaliyah Chavez, KOAT Action 7 News.
We asked the U.S. Attorney for a comment. They referred us to the FBI, which declined comment.
I mean, the other issue here is that I don't think that there's really going to be any, I don't think there's, like, I very much doubt that that I don't trust this FBI to investigate any of this shit, and I'm also doubtful that they even, just because I just don't see that happening. Oh, no goal? Shit, sorry, hold on. $1 equals 1 pet for Stewart. All right, who wants to, anyone interested in the Hasan crash out? With just that email, I doubt there's enough for probable cause for a search warrant. Yeah, I know. Like, we don't even know where the fuck the email came from. The email literally could have just been like a scammer who was trying to get this guy to pay Bitcoin. That's earlier for Hutch to be live. Yeah, I guess it is. You know what? I think that Hutch probably just went live because he was so eager to talk about the Hasan shit. What do you mean no, AF? I want to see the Hasan crash out, but I gotta go drive now. You don't have YouTube Premium, Tuckman? If you did, you could listen on your phone. Not really, I'm kind of tired of Hasan. Same shit, he never changes. Yeah, I know. He was live at 11 p.m. my time last night. Yeah, he was live at that time for me too, Pragmatic America. That was like, I was listening to him. Yeah, he did. Hutch lives in Pacific time. Hutch lives in California. He lives in the cheater time zone. I did catch a bit of that and it was funny, LOL. You can already listen on your phone without premium. Wait, really? Did they add that? You can actually listen, like, the audio only thing is now a feature of free YouTube. You don't need premium anymore. Oh yeah, I know YouTube Vanced works, but the thing is that YouTube Vanced is I was using YouTube Vanced for a long time, but YouTube Vanced isn't updated anymore. You have to use Revanced now, and it's a giant pain in the ass because you need to like patch the APK yourself, and yeah. I need to use Waze, it'll be annoying. Oh, okay. Oh, thank you, AF.
Heart emoji, Stuart.
Come here. Come here. Come here, baby. Oh, big stretch. Come on up here. Come here. Oh. 1, 2. Oh, I'm sorry. Hi. Bitches. Hello. Hello, baby. I need to get a proper fucking gimbal for this thing, so I'm not just holding it in my hand. Like, I need to get an actual, like, stick or something. It'll make it easier. Yes, the cat cam. Aw. Hello. Which is for the Vietnamese cat.
Scritch is for the Vietnamese cat.
1, 2. Oh. Do you want food? Is that what's happening, bud? Just put a cam on the cat. What do I look like? Some sort of rich person here, chat? Jeez. How many fucking, crazy things do you want me to, do you want me to, like, you want me to buy for this cat? I think Diluted has watched Lonerbox. Grr, my streamer better than your streamer. Wait. Oh. GoPro caller. Well, no, I don't want to do that because the point is being able to see Stuart, right? It's not about I mean, like, that being said, I do want to set up the cat cam, whatever. Okay. So what now? I mean, I did say that. Hold on. It's going to be on Twitter. Just put GoPro G streamer. I put my cats on a schedule. I heard that they are neurodivergent, so routine and regularity is important to them. Hello, Bill. He's purring again. Oh, jeez. Say hello. Yes, hello. You're a very loud boy. Okay. That was the only ASMR I will ever listen to. Maybe I should record Stuart purring on some kind of high quality on like my high quality microphone so that I can and then turn it into ASMR. That would actually probably be incredibly adorable. I should do that. Wait, hold on. Have we got a who's this client 09? What is happening? Oh yeah, that could be a cool dono sound, cat purring. Cat purring is healing. You're getting medicals for free, chat. True. Wait, is CLI saying that Loner defends shooting children in the head? He doesn't defend that, by the way, CLI. Like, I don't know where you're getting that. Well, actually, I do know where you're getting that from. You're getting it from fucking insane you're getting it from insane like 11-second clips from a certain streamer. Only the small kids. Loner is against shooting teenagers. Huh. My golden retriever is 1.5 years old, and hearing him snore refills my mana. Oh my god, AF, you have a golden retriever, you need to post pictures in pet pics if you're in my Discord. Please do the thing. Okay. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Thank you for the 6 shekels, Avi. Okay. Sorry, I'm just looking now. Fuck. Yeet should have these goods, I'm sure. I don't want to like I don't want to watch Hasan's entire stream. I just want to watch a couple clips of it. Jen Saltman dropped 12 clips of Hasan's indifference to voting against Trump in favor of a Democrat. Oh, yeah. I did see that too. This is all just Hutch reacting to Hasan. Where are the actual Hasan clips? Come on. Are we kidding? All right, you know what? Fuck it. Listen, if you guys want me to listen to Hasan crashing out, if you can find me some clips of him doing that, then, you know, throw them my way. But I can't be bothered. I don't know where any of these clips are. Oh, the Destiny subreddit has them?
More pets and fed posts.
How do I, oh. Hasan DMCA'd a clip from LSF where he calls people rabbits. That's insane. Here we go. Online. Huh. Oh, there's this.
You're yelling at one of the few people that does give a fuck about trans people in general, okay? That's all you're doing. Democrats don't give a fuck about you. They would literally shoot you in the fucking head if it meant that they would be able to secure additional electoral wins. Shut the fuck up.
Oh, I guess that this just doesn't actually work on Reddit. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Hasan got so mad at the response to him saying that he wouldn't vote for Newsom and that he would vote third party. Which is fucking, it's absolutely insane. These people think that Gavin Newsom is literally like the devil. And I don't think that any of them have done the bare minimum work and gone to Gavin Newsom's Wikipedia page and read over the shit that he's done while he's been governor of California. Not a single one of them. When people say that he vetoed Medicare for all, what did they try to pass like a Medicare for all thingy in his state that outlawed private insurance and then he vetoed that? California's already got Medi-Cal, which is universal health coverage. All income eligible residents, including undocumented immigrants, achieve it. California achieves near universal coverage. Newsom's flip is wrong. Single payer is the answer to Democrats' healthcare fights. I mean, but it's not though, because polls show that like 30% of Americans support single payer healthcare. The majority of Americans want the government to be involved in healthcare in some way, but only like 30% of them want single payer. And then the other 30% want like some sort of public option or whatever. I think the public option is probably the better answer because then you're not like, you know, alienating people. Yeah, I don't. What is this about him vetoing Medicare for all? Single payer sounds pretty shitty, to be honest, especially in such a big country. Newsom backs away from single payer healthcare pledge. Do some science bill advancing. And then the other thing that people complain about with him is like what he said about like how he thinks that him acknowledging that yes, there are issues of fairness with transports. Yeah, so he backed away, didn't veto it. This is old too. If Epic were here, I could probably ask him as well. I could also just ask the Clanker to give me articles. When he unveiled a new state budget last week, Governor Gavin Newsom wrote about California being the nation's first state to embrace universal health coverage. Thank you for the $1, Sans. His budget would accomplish that goal by extending state Medi-Cal coverage to undocumented immigrants of all ages beginning in 2024. I campaigned on universal health care. Newsom said a day later, we've delivered that. And they complain, Newsom, a lot about his record on homelessness too. So it would be good to research that for that. Well, I don't know if that's like, maybe he doesn't have a good record on homelessness. Oh, yes, right. Sorry. One. Hi. Aw. Scritches. This cat is adorable. According to Hutch, he vetoed healthcare as a bullshit talking point. Can't recall the details, but he's gone over it a few times. Well, I mean, it doesn't seem like he vetoed healthcare. I don't know where that came from. Actually, you know what? Let's ask. Did Gavin Newsom actually veto any healthcare bills in California, and were they related to Medicare for all / single payer? If not, can you find where this claim originated from? Now let's give, now we need to give the Clanker like, 3 minutes plus to think, because I put it on extended thinking because it's the best way to use it. HR 3890 is going to be a worthy bill. It came from leftists who hate Gavin. Yeah, but like, I mean, I'm just curious where exactly it came from. Are they twisting the truth? Is it just, did they just lie? Where does it come from? Oh shit, I forgot to ask it to give me sources. God damn it. It ought to know by now to give me sources. I wonder if I tell it from now on, please provide sources. If it will just do it for all future chats going forward. Because that's really, I just want it to give me the articles. Like I just like using ChatGPT as a Google scraper. Oh, fuck, that reminds me. Last night, ChatGPT, or not, I think it was last night, or it was the night before. ChatGPT found me the ultimate Russia propaganda document, guys. I think it's called the White Book. It comes from him trying not to pass Medicare for all, despite supporting Medicare for all as a position. Oh, does he still support that? Or has he backed away from that? Oh shit, I also asked it to give me Lvova Belova interviews too. God damn, she's such a fucking ghoul. Hate her. Let me see if I can find it. I keep asking it so many questions. Oh, also, I just want to say, I found this out yesterday, and I need to like add this to my notes. It's very funny that Laktoy goes on about how Yanukovych's removal was an illegal and unconstitutional coup, but then he turns around and supports the Donbass and Crimea, basically leaving Ukraine, even though that's also against Ukraine's constitution. It sounds like he doesn't care that much about Ukraine's constitution. Ukraine's constitution says that like the territory and unity of the state is inviolable, and it also says that you cannot that like you can't modify that without like an all Ukraine referendum. It can't just be a referendum in those areas. Where was it? Wondering about the investigations into the stuff. Okay, yeah, that, wait. There it is. Secondary response. Russia amplified these NGO findings as part of its UN/info war posture. By the way, I asked it about the Amnesty International grad rocket shit, because I was curious if there were any legal analysts who had said anything about it. And one of the things that it pulled for me was Russia's response and how Russia has amplified a lot of these NGO findings. So we found it, guys. This is it. This is the Russian propaganda document, aka this is what Vatniks used to do their research. Oh yeah, and of course we've got the Azov flag to push home the Ukraine is full of Nazi shit on violations of human rights and the rule of law in Ukraine, July to November 2014. This is the Russian White Book, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation. ChatGPT even warned me or do. It's like, use this carefully. It's advocacy material from a belligerent party, but it's evidence of how the claims were used. Yeah, so basically Amnesty's shit was then used by Russia. Oh yeah, you're right. I know, Vasterman. It doesn't say the Ukraine. That is kind of funny. I don't know. Do they say the Ukraine in Russia? Or in Russian, I mean? Maybe they just don't in English because maybe they're trying to appeal to as many people as possible. People whose raison d'etre is decommodifying housing and who hate landlords as a class should not be listened to for even a minute about addressing homelessness. I mean, yeah, I agree with you, Phineas. It was just like when Vadim brought up that fucking author of Propaganda as like a source for being anti-body cams. And then you look that guy up, which I should have done. But you look that guy up and fucking, and like, it turns out that he's like an abolitionist who wants to abolish prisons and the police. And it's like, oh wow, I'm so surprised. What the fuck is happening? I DM'd you the VOD of Hasan and a timestamp. Okay, thanks. We'll look at this other stuff in a second. Oh, it's even on Twit. Really? God damn it. Oh wait, hold on. What the fuck am I saying? We want to be able to read the chat, don't we? Failed to load module. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot. Twitch gets super fucking mad because it hates my ad blocker. Hello, kitty. Is my computer exploding? Come on, Twitch. This is such a dog shit website. Thank you. Jeez, finally fucking loaded. Hope the chat's gonna load too.
Starts on the timeline, up and down, over and over again. Once again, Lonely Island up in this bitch, okay? I'm seeing some motion from some on the left who are like reluctantly joining in on it. Shouts out to Michael from Pennsylvania. Obviously, he's not one of them. He is.
But wait, is Hasan complaining that like none of his people are like helping him?
He is in the trenches, but it is very frustrating to see
Yes, we understand that Mike loves you, Hasan.
You like so many annoying shitlibs are cooking you, Onk. Yeah, shitlibs are cooking this country. Okay, they're cooking this country, and they're going to continue cooking this country. And I'm not seeing enough. I'm not seeing enough movement from this community in general.
Oh yeah, I'm so sorry. Yes, that's right. Shit libs. Just blame everything on liberals. Take no blame, no responsibility. It's totally our fault. Like everything bad that's happening.
Centrist liberals are infinitely more organized on Twitter than we are. And also, I do despise the left for the most part because, like, at most, the stuff that I've seen from people has been like, oh, reluctantly, I'll say Hasan is right on this, even though I'm a fucking, Maoist third worldist. Like, he's right on this. Like, shut the fuck up, okay? Why is it that there aren't any more people?
Yes, Jane Socks. Hasan is super mad about people being critical of him, because he said he would vote third party over Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom versus JD Vance, by the way. Let that fucking sink in. JD Vance. You know, the guy who is BFFs with Peter Thiel and who's like ideological guiding light is Curtis Yarvin, the guy who said that the president should just ignore the courts and do whatever the fuck he wants. The guy who said he wouldn't certify the election. Yeah, that guy.
Who either want to engage with the Democratic Party and actually make the Democratic Party a viable opposition party, who also simultaneously understand the squirrel decided that today's a good day to jump on the dog pile against you. Yes, because they're mentally ill, okay? They're mentally ill. Those leftists are mentally fucking ill.
Hasan, you follow the fucking squirrel girl. You've signal boosted her. You're clearly a fan of her. What the fuck are you on about? And now she's mentally ill because she's being critical of you?
Okay? Yes, those are the people I'm talking about. Anyway, we're going to talk about Bondi and shit. You're clearly trying to be effective. I don't know why they do this. I know why they do this. Because they are in a pedophilic sex cult. At least the Sex Pestiny fans.
Oh my god. Hasan's just gonna keep repeating this shit about Destiny for till the end of time. It doesn't matter what the court case says. It doesn't matter about the fact that all the Rose shit was a lie. He just doesn't care. He's just gonna keep repeating this over and over and over again. Did you play the OG clip for context from the podcast? No, but I told everybody what it was. You guys have all seen it. Do you want me to play the original clip? You have cases, you can handle articles. Oh, he just plays it here. Pedo sex cult, is he talking about Epstein or Destiny? That's funny. He's talking about Destiny. Because he had to blow this up and turn it into some weird shit. I've seen it, but the context is good. Does anyone have the clip? Oh yeah, it is absolutely intentional on his part. Listen, if anyone's got the clip, post it in stream suggestions. Oh, someone already did. Thank you, Captain Dan.
For him. Disappointed in
Who
Gavin
do you vote
Newsom.
for, JD Vance or Gavin Newsom?
Well, I'd have to vote for Gavin Newsom,
Me
of course,
too.
100%.
I wouldn't blink.
There's no
What
doubt.
about you, Hasan?
I'd probably vote for
Based Raj, Jesus. Austin. His name's Austin. Holy fuck.
third party.
You would?
Oh yeah. I mean, at that point, it doesn't even matter. Because my policy on this is the same as my refusal to endorse Kamala Harris. The reason why I did not endorse Kamala Harris was because she did things that were not only unproductive but also unconscionable. And I still stand on that.
What?
Still talk about it all the time because people constantly bring it up. They're like, you didn't sufficiently promote Kamala Harris. You're the reason why she lost.
I mean, he's not the reason why she lost, but I think it's fair to say that he contributed to political apathy. I mean, the dude's got millions of followers. He absolutely could have done more to potentially bring out the vote or to generate excitement for the candidate or canvas or any of that kind of shit.
I'm like, I am incapable. There is no singular force in this country that is capable of making or breaking an election. And if that was real, then it is the most idiotic thing not to listen to my demands. But everybody knows that that's not real, right? Mm-hmm. If I had this singular force to be able to make Kamala Harris the president, then Kamala Harris should be coming to me every day and being like, let me do a collab with you, please.
Totally.
Right? That's not the case, of course. And they know it. That's why they didn't do it. But
I mean, they probably didn't do it, Hasan, because it has a lot to do with you being a crazy person and literally advocating for terror. obviously, like, Hasan doesn't need to talk, or like Kamala doesn't need to talk to Hasan in order for Hasan to get out the vote or whatever. Elections are close in New York State, every presidential election.
The campaigns are always responsible for whether or not they are able to win the crowds, win the population over, and you know, combat against the couch. Not necessarily even against the Republican Party, but usually you're fighting against the couch.
Honestly, I don't like this. I don't like, can we not say that, yes, obviously Kamala is responsible for not being a good candidate and for not running a good campaign? I think we can make that argument. But at the same time, it doesn't suddenly mean that we're going to let voters off the hook who deliberately didn't vote for her because that she didn't kowtow to their pet foreign policy issue.
Couch. People who just don't go out and vote. And for me, the way I see it is if the Democratic establishment makes this decision one more time, just as they did with Hillary Clinton, just as they did with Kamala Harris, and in some ways, just as they...
Oh, you mean the Democratic Party? You mean the Democratic base, the Democratic voters who chose, like, fucking Hillary Clinton? Also, you'll notice that, like, wait, did he list Biden there?
The way I see it is if the Democratic establishment makes this decision one more time, just as they did with Hillary Clinton, just as they did with Kamala Harris, and in some ways, just as they did with Joe Biden as well.
In some way, Biden won his election, so he has to say in some ways. He's acting like the Democratic establishment appointed Hillary and Biden. Bro, they won. Yeah, I understand, Mina. I'll move on to other stuff. I'm sorry, but like this is like people enjoy this, and honestly, it's funny to talk about. And I'm still angry about this. And as long as I'm feeling angry and passionate about something, I'll talk about it. Even though this is something that we've talked about a whole bunch, but I still think that this is relevant. It's certainly more relevant than listening to random leftist 59 saying the same shit about how Israel is a fucking genocidal apartheid colonial, settler colonial Nazi state that is trying to destroy all Palestinians and has been since 1948. Like, that shit's just boring. But yeah, I haven't reached the point yet where I think that this shit is boring, but that's also because that I think that this is an important discussion or whatever. How will Teuton ever recover from this? Tash, he won't. He agrees with this.
Which led to Trump too. Then they just don't care. And there's not much I can do.
Let me tell you something. I agree with everything you say, but as a person who lived in a red state for 50 years,
He would vanish into irrelevancy if libs stopped paying so much attention to his dumb takes. I don't think that's true, though. He has millions of the reason why liberals talk about him is because he's the largest left-wing political streamer in the world. And he gets, like, he's still, like, people listen to him, you know, but unfortunately, I don't think it matters because that nobody is going to,
it would crawl through 10 feet of concrete to vote for Gavin Newsom, even though I think he's duplicitous, a hypocrite, a thirst trap, hungry for power, all of the things that you say, and harms the Democratic Party and sets the psychological soil to be more prey to fascism. All of that I agree with. But there are so many young, queer, black, brown.
Actually, Mina, I think that what Democrats need to do and what liberals also need to do is they don't need to constantly pay attention to Hasan or whatever. Like, we don't need to like go as far as Hutch is necessarily going. I do think that it is important for every time Hasan has a dumb take, for Democrats to like, I do think Democrats and liberals need to make it clear that Hasan is not our friend and not our ally and not part of our movement, you know? I think that that's probably a good way to go about it. There was a ton of Dem staffers that are Hasan fans. Yeah, I know. And like, I feel like that's an issue. Like, I don't think, you know, like, that's just what I mean. Because I don't think it's good when I keep thinking, I said before that, like, you know what? Sure, Democratic politicians should go on Hasan's show with the aim of getting his audience to vote. But I don't know if that's even necessarily a good idea. That might honestly do them more harm than good. Like, I'm not sure. I think maybe Bernie and AOC just don't give a fuck because the Republicans have already got so much ammo to use against them. But other people, I don't I don't know that other like more mainstream Democrats should be hanging around with people like Hasan or should associate with him in any way. Does Newsom take a lot of shirtless armpit pics? No, I don't know. He doesn't. It's just because he's a good looking dude.
Marginalized people in red states. And even though this corporate Democrat is, you see it in a long-term game. In the short-term game, a President Newsom over a President J.D. Vance.
I mean, like, Phineas, I agree that maybe Liv should stop like boosting her or whatever, but the problem is that if you're going to if you're trying to appeal to people who are further to the left than you, then it's not that hard to say, hey, listen, guys, yeah, you know what? Dems aren't great. I understand you don't really like the Democrats that much. The Democrats don't go far enough or whatever, but they're still better than fascists, and you should vote for them for the sake of harm reduction. And then like make like, you know, like the kinds of arguments that Vosh used to make before he completely lost his fucking mind and essentially became the same shit that Hasan is now. He became the very thing that he hates. Like Vosh used to vigorously and passionately campaign against these Bernie or bust people. And now he's basically become one of them. He's basically turned into like, I hate the Democrats and I hate the fact that they keep running these candidates. And so therefore you shouldn't, like, I think Israel-Palestine unironically fucking broke him. Hasan is willing to let others suffer in the short term so he can appear the most progressive. Yeah. Yes, avoid the mistake of the KPD in Weimar Germany. Yeah, like you could even make that argument. Although a lot of these morons think the KPD actually did stuff. Anyway, that's for the context. That's the thing. He said that he wouldn't vote for Gavin Newsom. He'd vote third party if it was Gavin versus JD.
Are in a pedophilic sex cult. This one quite literally.
Yeah, I know that Vosh has always been broken on Israel. Chase, I'm aware. But I just mean that he got worse. Like I think that after October 7th and all that shit, and the fact that Biden supported Israel, and I think that just broke his mind. And the fact that he's in an echo chamber.
Pedophile sex cult, and the only thing that they care about is like coming after me and being like, we need to remove Hasan from the throes of the Democratic Party. It's like, it's not going to work. Okay, it's not. You're a fucking idiot. Like you're.
Oh, Kalinda, Ukrainian Anna replied. All right, Kalinda, Ukrainian Anna replied in DMs as well. Yeah, I think there's no way he's gonna argue against someone from Ukraine. Yeah, of course. Oh, also, Ukrainian Anna replies to you. Did you DM her on Discord or Twitter? His Israel view was more important to him than rational American politics. Yeah. Oh, wait, are you asking me to DM you, Spider, or are you saying that she DM'd you? Or she DM'd you on Discord. Okay. If you care more about maintaining your access to Hasan than debunking his retarded points, then you are useless. Yeah.
You're literally just consistently advocating for ruining the Democratic Party. That's what you're doing.
What does that mean?
And it's very frustrating. Like, I want to stop the bleeding. I want to stop the pain. I don't care about whatever fucking Squirrel is saying. It does not matter. Their position is utterly irrelevant in this conversation. They're not here. They're not in America. Who gives a fuck what they have to say?
But obviously, hearing what Zay Squirrel has to say about Israel matters so much. What the fuck is that? What is that sound? I hope that's not the water fountain. I need to get Stuart a better water fountain because this one is shit. Anyway.
You don't have to rile up the libs if you'd vote for Newsom and just want concessions. Just say that again. No, I don't care. I don't care. I don't think there's any utility in fucking lying about this shit. Like, I'm not going to fucking concede to voting for. I'm not going to concede to voting for Gavin Newsom 2 years out of the gate. Like, it's ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous. Okay, get the hell out of here. Find a better candidate. Suck my dick. Gavin Newsom is currently pushing against Ro Khanna in the state that I'm in for a billionaire's tax, and these motherfuckers are like, no, you have to vote for the guy who is anti-billionaire's tax, and you have to like it. It's like, shut the fuck up. No.
What is a billionaire's tax? You mean like specifically a tax on? Why don't you just raise taxes, motherfucker? Why don't you just campaign for raising taxes? Just a general tax raise. Hell, maybe you might even want to like do a little bit of middle class tax raising too. Just raise taxes. And obviously, because you have a progressive tax system, then the taxes that'll get raised most are going to be like on people who are rich anyway. Why do you specifically have to market it as like a tax on just the billionaires? That's like the wealth tax shit, which I don't think really seems to do particularly well. Just raise taxes, bro. What's wrong with that? Hasan hates when people have good ideas for improving Americans' lives because then his revolution won't happen. Like, I just filed my taxes and I'm still sore from the beating the IRS gave me. Oof. 50% over 100 million in income. I mean, yeah, I don't know if I would go that high, although you could do that. Also, like, you would, if you did it, like, if you raise taxes and like for among like the top 1% to like 40% or something, it would be like, after like that 40% wouldn't kick in until after a certain amount of income anyway. So it would be fine. California is by far the most successful state. Hasan just wants to destroy wealth. He doesn't care about economic flourishing because he thinks economics is fake and neoliberal astrology. Probably. Well, no, Hasan just hates billionaires and he wants to punish them. The wealth tax should be implemented just to reduce the influence of certain people. Yeah, Pat, you and I are not going to agree on this because I don't think that that's like, I'm sorry, but I don't have like a moral opposition to the existence of billionaires. And I think that if you want to like reduce their influence or whatever, there's probably another way to do it that doesn't involve that. That doesn't involve doing shit that will probably just make them leave and go someplace else.
I'm not going to do that. Okay? Yeah.
Keep an eye on the chat, guys.
When are we getting a basketball stream? It's not happening. Anyway, these guys there's like a multitude of different ideologies at play here. There are
also give the IRS more money because there's probably shitloads of money that they're missing out on because they're not funded. The answer is to help the IRS enforce more. Otherwise, it doesn't matter. Billionaires have really good accountants and lawyers. Yeah, like there's probably like tons of instances of billionaires who like are getting around just not paying taxes, or millionaires too. Because that the IRS isn't funded enough in order to actually like get the money from them. It's not a moral opposition. It's pragmatic at this point. Our media is broken. I mean, what's your answer to that? Like, Pat, is your answer to that like state funded media? By the way, I don't necessarily think state funded media is a bad idea. But like that's like kind of a whole other thing. Also, I would argue that part of the reason why the media is broken is because of alternative media too. You mean like breaking up monopolies or whatever? You could potentially do that. Like I have to say, I do not like the fact that Google like owns so much shit. That they bought YouTube and they bought and like that they own so much stuff, or the fact that Amazon owns Twitch or any of that. I think a lot of that stuff is stupid.
Vote blue no matter who, harm reductionist postures, people being like, I'm trans, people being like, Democrats are going to protect the undocumented, Democrats are going to protect the trans people. And it's like, Democrats have literally written you out of existence. Okay? They have.
Source?
Yes, it's better overall under Democratic.
Rather not have state-funded media, especially not anytime soon. Keep in mind, pragmatic American, I'm saying state-funded media, not state-run media, right? However, obviously, yes, under the Trump administration, I don't particularly want state-funded media because you know that he would make it into state-run media.
Governance, Democratic leadership to be a trans person than a trans person under a Republican leadership where you like genuinely have to leave your fucking state. Same with just being a woman in general, living in a fucking red state.
Wait, hold on.
And then Democrats have literally written you out of existence. Okay, they have. Yes, it's better overall under Democratic governance, Democratic leadership to be a trans person than a trans person under a Republican.
Okay. Why does this not matter? This should matter. This should be really fucking important. State-funded media is good because state media is unprofitable but socially beneficial. Yeah. I don't know what that sound is. Hopefully you guys aren't hearing it. It must be they must be working on something. Hasan is state-funded media from Qatar. He very well might be. Oh, actually, Addie, question for you. is in Israel, do you guys have state funded media, or are all of the channels private? I can't remember. I may have asked you this before, but I'm curious. Like, is channel 12 state? Channel 11 is state funded. Okay. And listen, I'm open to it, but I know what the right is going to say about it. Well, I mean, yeah, I already know what they're going to say about it too, because they say the same shit about the BBC, which is fucking stupid. I mean, the BBC criticizes the current government, or like the BBC is critical of the government in power quite often. The BBC's got a bunch of problems. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to say they don't, but yeah. Channel 12 is also state funded by Qatar. Oh my God, Abby, stop. That's why we are in Eurovision, because we're part of the EU. Yeah, I know. Well, on Israel, the BBC is kind of fucked. Yeah, or actually, it's really fucked, unfortunately. Oh.
Leadership where you like genuinely have to leave your fucking state. Same with just being a woman in general, living in a fucking red state. But this kind of like, oh, sweetie, you don't care about my marginalized identity ass bullshit, especially to someone like myself, who, regardless of my, white cishet background, I've never shied away from my advocacy for trans people and all marginalized people. You're a fucking idiot. You're a fucking dumbass.
Except for telling people to vote for the candidate that would literally, like, at the very least preserve the status quo of their lives, instead of, like, having a president come in who's going to sign a bunch of fucking executive orders that's going to fuck them over. Especially the trans kids. I put a link in stream suggestions of the Hank Green vid. He interviews an economist, and they do a deep dive into how fucked the economy is and the hurdles to going after billionaires. Oh, I mean, I might watch that later. I don't know if I want to necessarily watch something like that right now. I mean, I might watch that on my own. Listen, I'm sorry, but I have a hard time like watching, like just sitting here and watching videos that are supposed to like teach us things, because I get way too distracted way too easy. And also, I can't really react to them, so I feel like I'm not contributing. And at that point, I feel like I'm just watching someone's video. And if I play a video game, I won't be able to give it my full attention. Yeah, I can watch that on my own. I'm literally the best person. How could you criticize me? True.
Okay, you're fucking dumb. And what you're doing is just being like, okay, well, good luck. Good luck with a fucking JD Vance presidency, We can't be doing this.
I also love the fact that he just assumes that it's a foregone conclusion that if Democrats don't run a fucking leftist candidate who like agrees with him, then that means the Republicans are going to win. And it's going to be the same, like, yeah, even though he very, very likely thought Kamala was going to win last time around. I think he even said so leading up to the election. And that's probably why he felt perfectly fine, like fucking going at, or like basically shitting on her constantly. Same thing with all of these other people. No, Vanna Lovin, he doesn't. Hasan's an atheist. He just LARPs sometimes and calls himself a Muslim. When he wants to put on the Muslim card. Yeah, he kind of does this weird like shapeshifter shit. He does it with both his race and his ideology. Kamala lost, so it means I was right. Yeah, basically, that's what he's doing now. And he's trying to claim that that's what he was doing this whole time, but it wasn't. He's just rewriting history. He says he's culturally Muslim. Yeah, I know. That's like silly shit. No, I'm talking about Avi, not Hasan. Oh, yeah, obviously, yes.
All business as usual politics. It's very clear. Okay? It's very fucking clear. It's clear to the voters too. And that's ironically what I keep trying to explain. But these guys who are either chorus backed or whatever, I don't know what the fuck this guy's deal is, but there's so many of these fucking dipshits who mobilize against the left.
I need to sign up for chorus or try.
Harder than they mobilize against the right, by the way. Okay? Like, they're all up in arms right now on Twitter. They're all up in arms. Let's have the conversation now, 2 years out, before having the conversation right on the fucking dial, okay? I'm willing to have that conversation. I know other people are not. I know other people are too, like, focused on some other shit. But it is seemingly a fucking chorus. Another one, bro, you have to switch these chorus, motherfuckers. Yeah, it's just, some of these guys are straight up, like, in the pedophile sex cult. Like, this one is literally in the pedophile sex cult of Destiny. I know for a fact.
Oh, by the way, Destiny was watching this yesterday on stream, and he said that he does not know who this guy is. I don't know if I know who. I've never, like, I'm in DG. Who is this guy? What's his screen name? I feel JDid _ on like TikTok. Yeah, I don't know who the fuck this dude is. I don't know why he's saying he knows for a fact that he is it. Okay, no. For a second there, I thought maybe his PFP was the DGGL emote, but it's not. This guy was in Hutch chat last night. I mean, yeah, this guy's probably a lib, but I don't know if that means that he's a Destiny fan. Also, the other thing too is that just because you're like in DGG or a Destiny fan sometimes doesn't necessarily mean that you're like a fucking Destiny super fan.
Right? I've seen this guy before. But
Privileged dogs of fucking capitalists. Fuck these people. Privileged dogs. Oh my god, look at these motherfuckers. This fucking chat, man. These people screaming and crying about privileged dogs of capitalism as they like sit in a streamer's chat typing, probably from their middle class house, that in their comfortable room or in their dorm room that's being paid for by their parents, as they LARP and whine about how Democrats aren't good enough, and like how all of these people are super privileged, whilst at the same time advocating for dumb shit and like not voting in order to and then saying fuck it, we don't care if JD Vance gets elected, which will demonstrably make the lives of the people they supposedly care about way worse. I've never met a socialist that grew up broke. Yeah. Actually, I mean, like, fuck. I feel like I'm sure Epic will get here eventually, and when he does, I'll have to ask him that. Because he said that he grew up in I think around San Francisco, and there's like lots of crazy socialists there. Oh, you have Van Loven. I know that there are socialists who are broke, to be fair.
like all they do is talk about how I am not really a Democrat. I am not a part of the Democratic Party.
You're not! You literally talk about how you hate the Democrats. What the fuck, bro?
Whether you like it or not, we're in it together, big dog. If you fucking hate the Republicans, which I don't think you do, let's
No, we're not in it together.
be real.
You're not
then
on
you
the
need to shut the
team.
fuck up and listen to what we're saying, okay? I think it needs to be pointed out that Hutch's whole goal of pushing the Hasan Abiy actually hates the Dem party is to isolate you from influencing anything the Dems do to put himself in a position to be paid by the Dems. Yeah, but it's not going to fucking work.
What? Why do these people make this assumption? Do you think that what Hutch wants to be paid by the Dems? Do you think Hutch like needs more money, bro? Criticizing our party is as Dem as it gets. He still votes Dem. This is also weird. Wait, who still votes Dem? Pursuant. Yeah, like Hasan does vote for Democrat, or like Hasan. I don't know if Hasan. By the way, everybody, this whole thing came up because Hasan said that he would not vote for Gavin Newsom and he would vote third party. And he did not encourage his chat to vote for Kamala. And he only admitted ages later, after the election, to Ethan, under pressure, that he voted for Kamala. And I don't even know if that's true. He may have just been lying because he knew that, because he didn't want to have that conversation.
Because I still talk to the Democrats. You want to know why? Because
is Epic here for that? Epic's not here right now. Epic's name is Tear Gas with like some numbers at the end of it. Probably is like at work or something. Also, remember, Epic's time zone is in California.
Adult Democrats understand that there is a massive audience of voters here. And not only is there a massive audience of fucking voters here, but also we're right.
Oh, okay. So basically what Hasan is now saying is that Democrats need to like come over and cede to all of like his and his audience's demands, because that there's a massive bunch of voters there, and like just ignore the fact that that'll lose them a whole bunch of other people, a bunch of people from their base and all the independents. Yeah, sorry guys, but you're not worth it.
Like, our advocacy is correct. It's not just like a fucking a difference in opinion here. Like, there are a lot of fucking people who are mad. Yeah, I'm not a party loyalist at all. The only thing I care about is advancing an agenda that helps the working class. That's it.
Yep,
an agenda that will destroy the Republican Party. I hate the
Also, I just want to say, it's interesting that Hasan talks about destroying the Republican Party, but I don't know if Hasan even wants any kind of like strong opposition party to his goals. He probably doesn't. Which is the problem. I don't know if I've heard Hasan say this, but what I have heard is, like, I heard Vosh get super mad about Nancy Pelosi saying that it would be good to have a strong Republican Party. And by that she meant a strong, like conservative party, not a strong MAGA Republican Party. Because in a democracy, you don't want things to be so one-sided that there's only like that it becomes like a one-party state basically, and it means that party can do whatever they want, and there's no like there's no break. you know, and so like it wouldn't necessarily be good to have like an uber ultra progressive party that basically will do a whole bunch of shit that might not work and then not have anybody there to push back against them. Like you kind of want to have some level of balance, even if it makes things a bit slower, so that you can then compromise and find like the best solution or whatever, instead of like being so ideologically pure that all you want is one-sided, because you want an actual democracy. How about a non-stupid Republican Party? Strength is I know, Pat. I think that's probably what Pelosi meant. I think she meant that she wanted to go back to a point in time when the Republican Party wasn't like fucking mega, you know. Yeah, I agree. Like I think it would be nice to have, you know what? You know, it would be cool to have a Republican Party full of people like Connor or people like Phineas. Even if I disagree with some of the things that he says, I would still rather have that kind of a Republican Party. Or people like Tally. I'd rather have those people be like the kinds of Republicans rather than fucking MAGA. Bosch and Hasan don't care because they think compromise is evil. They already know the truth, so there's nothing to improve. All they need. Yeah, I know. So he's basically like, and I mean, that's the problem, right? All of these people don't actually care about or want democracy. They just want to have one party that can push through things to do whatever they want. They're basically just like pushing for authoritarianism at the end of the day. Connor's a little too 40K brained, and it leaks into his politics. I mean, maybe, but honestly, like, he's a reasonable conservative, even if I disagree with his takes on stuff, which of course I do, because he's a conservative. And I was a Connor stan for a long time. I could live with a conservative party filled with people like Connor. Yeah, you know, like, Connor is a groiper and Tally is a grifter turf. Who the fuck are you, Pursuant? Oh, hey, Missy. He's becoming more Fuentes pilled lately. That's what you guys keep saying, but I don't know if that's true. Missy is here probably to disagree with me about the fact that that I think Hasan just wants a one-party state. I have not heard anything from Connor that suggests he is a groiper. From what I understand, Connor is a civic nationalist, which means he's not a white nationalist. I don't know where you're getting that from. Does it come from like this weird thing where if pushed, Connor said that he would vote for Fuentes over Hasan? Is that where you're getting that from? Do you think that therefore means that he's a groiper? If a Democrat said anything like that to say Mitt Romney, people would call them cucked and weak and they need to fight, etc. Yeah, like, oh fuck, I mean, I'd take a Republican Party full of Mitt Romneys. Full of like Mitt Romneys and Adam Kinzinger's and Liz Cheney's, you know, even if you don't like the fucking neocon shit. I would still rather that than this MAGA garbage. No, but that was actually insane. Good point. Yeah, I mean, that was insane, but that doesn't mean that he's a groiper. And I would like to argue with him about that, by the way. Although I think that probably comes from differing priorities, you know? The aftermath of Kirk's demise taught me that nobody really wants democracy. Neither side. We just pretend to do so for virtues. I mean, I think liberals do. Good liberals want democracy. Mitt Romney wants a tax on rich people now. What a world we live in. Oh, yeah. Connor is way more Patriot Front or Oathkeeper-esque rather than groiper. I mean, maybe. I do not see Kalonda voting NDP. I have voted NDP in the past, Toby. I'm not necessarily against the NDP. My main problem with the NDP is the vote splitting that occurs. Connor is considering voting JD Vance. I think that's just as bad as voting Trump. He said that I thought that he was considering that if depending on who the Democrat was. Also, it honestly depends on like what kind of campaign JD Vance would run too. Because who the fuck knows? Maybe JD Vance will just go back to being a random normal conservative after Trump is gone. I have no fucking idea. Like, I don't know how much.
Okay,
I don't know how much JD Vance actually believes in stuff. He said he would vote Vance over Harris/Newsom. Oof. Okay. I mean, like, yeah. That being said, I just want to say Connor is a conservative. Everybody. Just remember that. Yeah, I know JD Vance is a Project 2025 guy. Although Project 2025 is, I'm pretty sure, like an old, an older kind of thing. Or like Project 2025 is advocated for by like at least some level of conservatives. Yeah, I know the old Republican Party is dead. I'm aware. That should scare you even more, being able to morph from such evil to normal when it suits him. I mean, yeah, it does. Or rather, it bothers me that they don't have principles. Connor is counterpoints, Abby. He never. Yeah, I know. Remember, guys, Connor is a conservative. He's a never Trump Republican, but he never claimed that he was a liberal or that he was on the left or anything. Okay. I'm just saying that I would be more okay with a Republican Party full of him than full of people like MAGA. Yeah, I know. He's not claiming to be a liberal. Vance is anti-institutionalist. He's basically like the reactionary paleocons. Ugh, yeah.
Party. I don't want to concede to the Republicans on policy. I don't like the closeness of a lot of establishment Dems to the Republicans.
I don't like compromise.
You literally just have to point them to Zoran to see what you want a Democrat and how you supported them from the beginning. Exactly, but it doesn't matter.
Supported them in the beginning. Hasan is like 2 steps away from saying that Mamdani sucks now. I don't think that that's a great example.
Literally like, no, we love Zoran more than you now. And the problem is, half of these fucking Twitter squirrel going after Hasan and these chorus gifters is so frustrating. Stop bringing up Twitter squirrel, okay? Utterly irrelevant in the fucking grand scheme of things. Please. I'm not going to have a conversation about the Twitter squirrel, please. Okay?
He's so mad that like none of these people support him.
The third way liberals are fighting back in the UK too. They're using bots aggressively as a desperate.
He says he's a liberal conservative for the record, not liberal/Dem with a small L. Yeah, that just means that Missy, you don't know who Twitter Squirrel is? Twitter Squirrel is a fucking insane anti-Semite fucking like weird Marxist-Leninist person who and she blocked me too because I quote tweeted her one too many times and made fun of her. Yeah, Twitter Squirrel is Zay Squirrel. The Democratic Party committed genocide on behalf of Zionism with glee. Anyone who actually believes this to be true instead of using it as mere pseudo radical rhetoric can never support this party unless and until it breaks decisively with Zionism. AOCIA has vowed they won't. And then like also she pays for Twitter. So she's like she has the blue checkmark next to her name, but she can't even write out long posts. And instead she just fucking spams like a bazillion replies. This person is crazy. She unironically supports Hamas. She yelled at Hasan for not supporting Hamas hard enough. Yeah, she's just a fucking tanky propagandist. And she's disavowing Hasan because he doesn't pass her insane purity tests. You know, Twitter Squirrel is Zay Squirrel, and she is bad empanada's gold standard for a lefty. Yeah, basically. Also, Missy, Hasan follows the Twitter Squirrel. She's been around for years, and up until recently, I'm pretty sure Hasan was fine with and likes her, and I don't think that he has a problem with her. I'm pretty sure she's like a mentally ill lady who lives in the UK and is on government assistance, and she spends all of her time on Twitter. Like, all of it. Like, she posts, like, in the double digits every day.
Of a corrupt cabal, I don't understand. Like, I don't understand. I mean, I do understand it to a certain degree, but it's just like unimaginably frustrating to have to fucking deal with this. But I guess we have to deal with it. We have to push back on this stuff, and we have to communicate to these people that like their way is dead. Okay? Their way is fucking dead. By the way, dude, are you leaving for Canada tonight for brief personal news? No, I'm not even doing personal news. Fuck it. There is no personal news to be had. I worked out this morning and I'm fucking angry. Okay? I'm also working on going to Cuba. Okay? I said last month, and I'm saying it this month, that we need to start treating leftists like Hasan Piker and his followers the same way we treat their MAGA counterparts. Centrists would rather lose every election than stop punching left, and you wonder why we hate you. You hoes have been enabling evil since Reagan. Okay, dude.
Yeah, like, I don't know. Like, this is literally just all of this. All of this rests on this assumption that every American is just a secret progressive who's waiting to be told about the wonders of progressivism. Or, I'm sorry, the wonders of socialism or something. It all rests on this weird notion that, you know, Dems just totally need to be, like, more far left or something. And if they don't, then, like, then they're just going to keep losing. Like, yeah, it's just... Hasan just must love it up on his high horse, being like, we told you that Kamala was a terrible candidate, even though he never, like, he didn't say that. Bro is literally a propagandist for communist regime. Yeah, also that too.
Fuck Dearborn. All my homies hate Dearborn. Your mom is a hoe. Your opinion has no value. Read the GIF. You're an idiot. Exactly. Hey, man, real quick. Who ran as a third-party candidate in New York City mayoral race? The Dem endorsed candidate or the Hasan endorsed one? More context of what you actually said than the clip that's spreading.
Enthusiastically crawl through 10 feet of concrete for all of the marginalized people.
Do you feel like the Democrats know that, and that's why they get away with their ineptitude?
100%.
That's what I mean.
Yeah,
so I'm like,
I mean, that doesn't help. That doesn't help at all. Like, this notion that Democrats are, like, purposefully inept or whatever. All this weird shit about the ratchet effect. Yeah. He's admitting here that Kamala lost because leftists refused to vote for her over Trump. Well, yeah, Phineas, his whole line isn't necessarily him saying that, but he's basically just doing the, you know, we just don't like Dems, or like, he's basically doing like the whole, the Democrats didn't run a good enough candidate, and therefore nobody came out to vote, you know, that kind of garbage. And it's just, ugh. It's like he's right on the line of admitting it, but he's not gonna admit it. And it's very, very, very annoying. Oh, hello.
I don't even entertain that stuff, especially this far out from an election. But even in the primary season, that's immediately the conversation. It's like, well, whoever is the candidate, you're going to vote for them, right? And you know what's really indecent about that?
Yeah, the reason why it's the conversation is because that you motherfuckers, like back in 2016, were like, no, we're not. Bernie or bust. That's why it's the conversation. Because this is a worry. Because that you guys are encouraging apathy.
That too. They never return the favor for left flank candidates. Because no one ever about Bernie Sanders, the candidate, and all of the articles that came out about how Trump might be more preferable to Bernie Sanders. Because they were writing those. Liberals were writing those articles talking about how, you know, the head of Goldman Sachs, who was like, I'm a lifetime Democratic Party voter. I think, you know, Donald Trump is better than Bernie Sanders.
I mean, yeah, I'm not surprised that like business people probably don't like Bernie Sanders that much. Like, you know, CEOs or whatever. Yeah, that's in no way surprising. But at the end of the day, I don't think that matters. However, like, because if Bernie had have won, then yeah, I think the Dems would have united behind him. But he didn't win. And that's the problem. You motherfuckers are still mad that Bernie didn't win. He didn't win. He didn't win either time. And you have yet to present a fucking progressive candidate that has won a primary, like, in the whole country. Or that, like, has shown that they could actually win nationwide. You guys are fucking delusional. All of your progressive candidates are people who have won in, like, deep blue districts. And any of the other ones who were like, I don't think, has Graham Plattner called himself a democratic socialist? Or is he just, like, doing the populist shit? Also, even whether or not he wins remains to be seen. Bernie, yeah, I know, Bernie's not a Democrat. He just caucuses with them.
Would enthusiastically crawl through 10 feet of concrete for all of the marginalized people.
Do you feel like the Democrats know that, and that's why?
Wasn't this behind a paywall as well? No, this is on I've Had It. We went on I've Had It. And Jen asked me this question. And I told her what I've been saying every single primary season. And I will continue saying it. And it doesn't really matter because it doesn't really matter. You can cry all day, every day. You can work aggressively to try to cast me aside as an outsider, as someone who is like trying to ruin the Democratic Party's chances. Ironically enough,
I mean, that's what you do because you don't enthusiastically support the candidate. How lefty is Plattner? He didn't strike me as super far out there from what I saw so far. I mean, he's a populist. I don't know if he's like otherwise lefty.
This was where the clip started. Okay, I'm gonna blast off right now, real quick, and then we're gonna get into this real quick, and then we're gonna talk about the Epstein pedophilia defense that's taking place. But
I mean, let's find out. Graham Plattner. Characterized as a populist and progressive who is critical of the Democratic Party establishment. Yeah, so he's a populist. Political views. Also, some of his Reddit comments were kind of like crazy, but you know, I don't think that Missy is a Zionist, Avi, but I don't know where she actually stands on Israel. Plattner has been characterized as a populist and a progressive. He has received attention for focusing on economic issues facing working class Americans and for being willing to criticize the Democratic Party establishment. His platform includes focusing on housing affordability, universal health care through Medicare for all, and ending involvement in overseas. I just want to say that that last one is fucking cringe. I hate this isolationist garbage. Missy, I don't know what Avi means by Zionist, but when I say Zionist, I just mean someone who thinks that Israel has the right to exist as a Jewish state. Because that's what Zionism is. That's what it means. Regardless of, and by the way, even if you think that Israel has the right to exist as a Jewish state for pragmatic reasons and not ideological, which is what I would describe myself as. Like, I would say that I think Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish state on pragmatic grounds, not because that I ideologically necessarily think that like different ethnic groups are all entitled to states. I think that in some cases they are, and those are typically the cases where the group in question just is constantly like just gets constantly fucked whenever they're a minority anywhere, which is something that's happened to Jews. Do I have a right to exist as a Hasan hater? Yes, Toby. I mean, like, Missy, I don't know, like, what do you mean when you say, when I say exist as a Jewish state, I mean, like, to be, like, a Jewish majority state, you know, or, like, a state that, is for Jewish people or whatever, but you don't have to, I don't think that they need to, that necessarily means that they need to be doing shit like the nation state law, or that they need to discriminate against the Arab population or make them feel unwelcome or anything like that. I think yeah, I mean, Missy, I think that they need to for pragmatic reasons. And I think that I don't, yeah, because like you say you support two states for pragmatic reasons. I suspect there's probably not much necessarily disagreement there. Like, I don't think that you need to ideologically need to say that, you know, like all ethnic groups should get their own states or whatever. But pragmatically, you can say that some probably should, because that otherwise they're just going to be fucked. Similarly, I think the Kurds should probably get their own country after all the fucking shit that they've been through. And also, like, really, also just the fact that in the Middle East, minorities just get fucked all the time. You agree in the short term? Oh, hello, Epic. By the way, about an hour ago, you were asking about Medicare for All in California. Newsom ran in 2018 supporting Medicare for All in California, but something came up called COVID. Also, fuck, I asked the Clanker and I didn't even see what it said in response. So I was going to have it give me articles. COVID caused us to enter the biggest budget deficit in the history of the state, and states cannot deficit spend in the same way the federal government can. Oh yeah, that is what people have said. This actually... Okay, so he never actually vetoed a healthcare bill. Oh, it did. Vetoed a bill that would have capped insulin cost sharing at $35 per day. Oh, is this his veto? I'm returning Senate Bill 90 without my signature. This bill will prohibit health plans from imposing a copayment of more than $35 a day bringing down the cost of prescription drugs in particular has long been a priority of mine. People should not be forced to go into debt to get life-saving medicines. In March, I announced the state's partnership with Civica to create our own line of CalRx biosimilar insulins that will cost no more than $30 per 10 millimeter vial or $55 for 3 millimeter cartridges. This is a fraction of the current price for most insulins, and CalRx biosimilar insulins will be available. With CalRx, we are going to blah blah. With copay caps, however, the long-term costs are still passed down to consumers through higher premiums from health plans as a state. So he's saying that this is redundant, and also it'll just fuck consumers in the long run, and that's why he vetoed it. Okay. Interesting. Yeah. But I think I'm done with Hasan now, by the way. I think I don't need to listen to his entire rant. I understand. All he's doing is just repeating himself. Also, Loner just went live. By the way, those insulins are rolled out now, and they're $11 each. They're made by California. Oh, that's cool. Mr. Vox. Oh, did he say he would be streaming today? I didn't see. I kind of wondered about that. I kind of missed this latest Hasan drama, but everyone was freaking out. I mean, Missy, it's basically just him saying that he's not going to vote, that he wouldn't vote for Gavin Newsom. And then him being like a fucking smug little bitch about it, acting like Gavin Newsom is the absolute devil when he clearly doesn't know anything about him, even though he literally lives in the fucking state that Gavin Newsom is the governor of. Yeah. It's just stupid. It's all stupid. Like, Gavin Newsom is really, really left-wing. Hasan should love him, but he doesn't. If you leave, I mean, don't worry, guys. Let's be honest. Loner is he's but yeah, I think Newsom made the right choice prioritizing funding for high-speed rail and putting Medicare for all on the back burner. At the time he had to make the decision, we were already laying track for high-speed rail. Yeah. No, I'm a loner box orbiter, but yeah. Yeah, like, basically Hasan's just being stupid. He's just like super fucking mad that people are that like people on Twitter are criticizing him, and he has such a thin skin that he can't take it. In the state that could not afford to fund both programs at once. Yeah, no, I get it. Also, he already did like that Medi-Cal stuff, and he expanded it from what I was reading. So like it looks like, is it wrong to say that, I don't know, Newsom was saying that he thinks California has extended, like basically achieved universal health care. Private equity / hedge fund oversight for healthcare. He vetoed a bill that would have required state California Attorney General consent for certain healthcare acquisitions. Ooh. I love that ChatGPT found this. This is helpful. I understand I could probably have found it like by Googling or whatever, but it's easier. The clanker is just so much faster. It's such a good Google scraper. Is there an American non-tanky but unabashedly leftist streamer that Hasan fans could flock to? I don't think so, Phineas. I was gonna say Vosh, but I mean Vosh isn't a tanky, but Vosh is like fucking crazy. He's just kind of lost the plot, you know, in terms of the whole voting thing. Like Vosh is just not, I don't know, Vosh has become the very thing that he hates, and it saddens me. It sucks. It sucks very, very much. Third-party Piker meltdown, much slop day, wow, based Loner. Oh yeah, so Loner's probably going to talk about the Hasan slop. The Great Lib Hasan War has begun. I fucking love Hutch's stream titles. Like, listen, honestly, if Hutch wants to be the single streamer who spends like a whole bunch of time talking about this, that's fine. It's okay to have like one person or whatever to do that. It's fine. I don't care. Like, there's so many people who already talk about MAGA. Also, Hutch still talks about MAGA. And I'm still working out my time schedule. Once I do, obviously, I want to be talking about MAGA a whole bunch as well. And I have been talking about them. But yeah. Yeah, Vosh is icky now. It sucks. BGG is the furry left. Yeah, Missy, based on those DMs, it looked like he may have, yes. Like, yeah, but it's fine. Also, to be fair, like, Hutch still does both. Like, he still talks about, like, Mega and stuff. Seems like he's just responding to the response. Hasan is blowing Hutch up to be. I mean, yeah, he is. He's giving Hutch more attention, which hopefully will drive more people to watch him, which is cool. Hutch is doing what he finds interesting, which is his right, just like everyone else. That's also true. Yeah. Like, if Hutch, that's the content that Hutch enjoys making. Hutch even said himself, he talked about Collargate for a week because he thought it was funny, and therefore it was good drama content, and he felt like covering it. And that is his right, you know? If that's what he wants to do, then that's what he should do. Power to you, buddy. Like, yeah. I feel like he would also do that, even if it wasn't for views. Okay. This bill will require a private equity group or hedge fund to provide written notice to and obtain the written consent of the Attorney General at least 90 days before a change of control or acquisition in the PEG and the hedge fund and a healthcare facility provider or group with exceptions. The Office of Healthcare Affordability was established in 2022 to review blah, blah, blah. OCA analyzes transactions that may impact market competition. Itself cannot block. It can coordinate with other state entities. I appreciate the author's continued efforts. Wait, so is he just saying that this is redundant? It sounds like he's just saying there's no reason for this because that the Office of Healthcare Affordability would already look after this shit. Hutch tells Pisco who to talk to. I don't think so. No, he doesn't. Hutch never. I don't think Hutch's argument is not that Pisco shouldn't talk to leftists. His argument is that he should be more combative with them, or like he shouldn't take them at face value when they lie to his face about how they fucking support, how they supported Kamala, or how they told their audience to go vote for her, or how they actually always knew that third parties were bullshit. That's what Hutch's whole thing is there. Oh yeah, Loner's gonna take like forever you know what, guys? I'll raid you over to him once he actually starts talking. Or maybe we'll just keep doing stuff here. I don't know, we could. I think it always depends on what it is that Loner is talking about or doing or whatever, you know? But yeah. Newsom just passed a law requiring federal agents to not wear masks while operating inside California, by the way. Based! I mean, thank you, Missy. Oh, the Vanguard lied to Pisco's face, Missy, when they said that like they were saying they talked against, or they always thought third parties were bullshit, or that like they were telling people they thought third parties were bullshit. Like, that's not true. Those guys are fans of, or at least they were fans of third parties before the election. They were covering Jill Stein. They were talking about how they like her and how like they want third parties to be like a viable option or whatever. They were not fans of third parties. When are we doing the NATO vid? Bill, this weekend we're doing the NATO vid. Yes, Vanguard is stupid. I agree. He vetoed a bill SB 562, but it was about autism services / coverage rules, not single payer. Okay. None of these are single payer. Thank you, ChatGPT, for fact checking this shit. Big single payer bills that didn't reach his desk. Healthcare. bill, people say California Medicare for all. Okay, so this never got a vote. Universal healthcare battle. Oh yeah, this lines up with what you were saying too, Epic. Like February 2022. Like this wasn't gonna, this never went anywhere. Bill that would have created the nation's only government-funded universal healthcare system died in California Assembly on Monday as Democrats could not gather enough support to bring it for a vote ahead of a legislative deadline. Belinda's Island of Misfit Children. Wait, what's for? Based liberal Democrat warrior Newsom. I don't care if he's slimy and does really weird hand gestures when he talks. He's fighting for the side of USA. True, he is. The bill had to pass by midnight on Monday to have a chance of becoming law this new year. Democrats needed 41 votes for that to happen, a threshold that did not seem impossible given that they control 56 of the 80 seats in the state assembly, and universal health care has long been a priority for the party. But intense lobbying from business groups put pressure on more moderate Democrats who face tough re-election campaigns this year in a newly redrawn district. Plus, Democrats were missing 4 lawmakers from their caucus, including 3 of their more liberal members who had resigned recently to take other jobs. Would this have outlawed private insurance in California? Is that what this bill would have done? Because like I feel like that is on its own kind of a bit of a non-starter, you know? Like that's kind of an insane thing to just be like, I'm just gonna we want to outlaw all private insurance. That being said, you guys, I might come back later tonight because I don't think Destiny is streaming today. So maybe after Loner is done, I might fire up the stream again. We'll see. But yeah, I think the NATO vid would probably be a good thing to do on the weekend. I just need to do more NATO stuff. Fox is live now, I guess. Is he? Oh, he is. Okay. Name the 613. I don't know what. Javi, are you talking about other stuff? Okay. Progressive has tried this year. Democrats. What's universal health care? Okay. What would the bill do though? Actually, wait. SB 562. Wait, no, it's not. Healthy California Act. No, that's not it. AB 1400. No, this is something else. I always keep forgetting. AB 1400, 2021 to 2022. Bill text. Legislation finds California says individuals, employers, taxpayers. Hasan hates Newsom because Newsom is actually out there pushing left-wing reforms that actually happen and actually becomes law. The leftists are just jealous of what leftism looks like. So much hate. Do you know, Epic, if this bill would have outlawed private insurance? I'd have to like read through this to find the answer to that. This legislation to accomplish a comprehensive universal single healthcare coverage program and a healthcare cost control system for the benefit of all. Okay, well, there's the answer. So if it's single payer, then it would outlaw private insurance. The further intent of the legislature to establish California Guaranteed Healthcare for All program to provide universal health coverage for every Californian funded by broad-based revenue. Yeah, it was for universal single payer. Yeah, so single payer implies like no private insurance. Unless it's like supplemental insurance or whatever, like kind of what we have here. These programs will be replaced and merged into CalCare, which will operate as a true single-payer system. Is the intent of this legislation to work to obtain waivers and other approvals relating to Medi-Cal, the Federal Children's Insurance Program, Medicare, EPCA, and other federal programs pertaining to the provision of healthcare so that other federal funds and other subsidies would otherwise be paid to the state of California. Californians and healthcare providers would be paid by the federal government to the state of California and deposited into the CalCare Trust Fund. Under these waivers and approvals, these funds would be used for healthcare coverage that provides healthcare benefits equal to or exceeding of those programs, as well as other program modifications, including elimination of cost sharing and insurance premium. Okay, I see. It is not the intent of the legislation to change or impact in any way the role or authority of a licensing board and the state advocacy of regulators. This act would in no way authorize the CalCare Board, the California Guarantee for All program, or the Secretary of Health and Human Services to establish or revise licensure standards for healthcare professionals or providers. Is the intent of the legislation, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Yeah, it would be the most radical healthcare package ever voted on in a U.S. legislature. Does this provide prescription drug care too? Because, like, that's something that a lot of countries do not do. I was about to say there's still supplemental. Yeah, there is, yeah. Someone needs to stop these radical San Francisco Democrats. True. Oh, thank you for the $10, Truman Fate. DGGL, yeah. I am still a fan of that community. I got lots of friends there. I mean, Missy, I understand that you say that would be great, but the thing is that costs like a lot of money. And I feel like there are lots of things that people don't take into account or recognize that. I do think that it would be nice to do that or to do something else related to that. But like even my country doesn't have that. If you're on government assistance here, though, you can get like there are certain things that are covered. Yeah, like the logistics of it might be difficult, and it would also obviously be very expensive to do as well. But general provisions, carrier means, fund, global budget. Do they mention insurance in here? Dental, Medicaid. Hello, Kat. I remember Vermont had a single payer system for a few years. Green Mountain Care, I think, did not last long. Yeah, it's like this kind of thing can be difficult. I think a public option is just a better compromise. You know, like just make it work. Medi-Cal already provides prescription drug coverage. Oh, hell yeah, based. Although Medi-Cal is for low-income people, yeah. But even so, like, that's good because you're ensuring that those people will be able to get health care. Coming from Illinois, I'm just always used to state government basically being bankrupt. Isn't Illinois like one of the most corrupt states in the union? Don't they have like lots of problems with weird corruption shit? I mean, that's where Blagojevich is from, or Blago as others call him hilariously. But yeah. Okay. I think I have the answer to my question there. Where the Newsom vetoed single-payer / Medicare for all claim comes from, there are two super common sources of confusion. Bill numbers get reused. Oh, so they're saying that this might come from the fact that SB 562 is the same number of the bill that Newsom vetoed that used to be the single-payer healthcare bill from 2017. Okay, that's funny. Newsom has signed past pathway legislation. California takes a step towards single-payer health care. Governor Newsom signed a bill Saturday that sets the stage for California to work towards universal health care, such as a single-payer system that progressive activists have fought for years. The law could help California obtain a waiver that would allocate federal, Medicaid, and Medicare funds to be used for what could eventually become a single-payer system that would cover every California resident and be financed entirely by state and federal funds. California's health secretary will have to offer recommendations on crafting the waiver by June 1st, 2024 under Senate Bill 770. This signature, California takes a historic step towards universal health care, said a statement from the bill's author, Senator Scott Weiner. He's from San Francisco, of course. The state will now begin answering the complex question of how we can access federal financing to fund a universal healthcare system like single. Okay. That was a thing that they did. Cool. Oh. It's the Russian propaganda white book. Violation of right to life, liberty, and security. Restrictions on the freedom of mass media and journalist activities. So this is apparently based entirely on human rights reports or whatever. So probably what this is this is just going to be everything that Ukraine has done wrong without like any of the added context of what Russia has done wrong. Because in that amnesty report about the Grad rockets, yes, they said that Ukraine fired Grad rockets into civilian areas, and they said that that wasn't good. But they also said that Russian separatists were operating out of those civilian areas too. And they mentioned that that was not good either. But nobody ever talks about that second part, including Laxroyd. I've never heard him mention that. So I feel like this is kind of like one of those Hamas-Israel situations where it's like, oh my God, Israel shelled a civilian area. But nobody mentioned that there were a bunch of Hamas militants there, you know. I'm not saying that that means that Ukraine should have necessarily used like those particular kinds of rockets or whatever. But yeah, I don't know if I would say that that automatically means that it's a war crime. And I'm not even necessarily going to cover that. But Laxroyd only ever talks about the Ukraine half of that story. Weiner is the most influential person in the California Senate by far, and he represents San Francisco plus South San Francisco plus part of the East Bay. He's a giant in Sacramento. Interesting. Medi-Cal is for below median income. Yeah, my brother's on it, and it saved his life. Well, that's good. Hello, Jordan. We are almost bankrupt, but we have values. True. Oh, you talking about Illinois based. Chicago was largely dominated by a father and son mayor duo for like 40 to 50 years combined. And their personal connections became a big part of getting things done. Think Pelosi, but in the California Assembly instead of the US Congress. Oh yeah, Pelosi was really good at getting shit done. He's also running for governor too, right? Oh yeah, Newsom is term limited. That's right. Always forget about that. It was the pocket candy. By the way, guys, if I stream tonight, then I might like try playing like War Thunder for the lulz. It just because I think it might be funny. Even though both SDA and Epic told me, don't blame me for installing this game. And SDA said he told me not to install War Thunder in the past. And Epic said it's not a very good game, so you can't blame this on me. And I never told you. Yeah. I guess there's no war games that either one of those guys is going to recommend to me. Like war games where you're flying planes or whatever. Except I guess maybe Microsoft Flight Simulator, but that's not a war game. There are like 11 people running in the primary to replace Newsom so far. Oh, interesting. Actually, it might be funny for me to try DCS just for the lulz if it ever goes on sale. Or at least that's what Mr. Bombastic is trying to get me to do. He really wants me to play Digital Combat Simulator, which is like the flight simulator that real pilots use. And he was like, you should buy a joystick. And I'm like, really, bro? DCS is the best one around, but it's a lot to get into time and money-wise. Yeah. That's what it sounded like. He posted a video of it and it looked really cool, but he was like, you should totally do it and just like spend 20 hours learning how to fly like this one plane that doesn't cost very much money. If you ever get into it, I will teach you how to start up the F-15. How long will that take, Epic? Wait, how much does it... Is it like an insane thing to actually like start up like a plane, like an F-15 or an F-16? It's not easy. It's not a simple thing. It's not as simple as like, you know, starting up a car. I mean, I guess it wouldn't be. All the buttons are fully simulated. Yeah. Okay. Wow. Yeah, and California has jungle primaries, so it's completely possible Dems infight so much they end up with 2 Republicans, but hopefully most are smart enough to drop out. Damn. IRL, we take 2 weeks to learn startup. Damn. Wow, Jesus. I got an Instagram short to explain how to start an F-15. It's a lot. Wait, no, I didn't want to close that. Quick start, F-15 E Strike Eagle. Oh no. You could teach me in about 2 hours. Based DCS simmers.
How to start the F-15 Strike Eagle. Mic switch on. Anti-collision light on. Position lights on. Conformal tank switch. Stop transfer. Inlet ramp switches auto. Turn on the cast switches. OBOGs on. Gen switches on. Engine control switches on. Engine master switches on. JFS switch on.
Jesus Christ!
CS auto. Pull and release the JFS handle. Check for the JFS green ready light. Raise and release the right finger lift. When the RPM stabilizes at 26%, move the right throttle to the idle position. When the right engine stabilizes, check for the green JFS light and repeat the same process for the left engine. Close the canopy. Turn on all 3 displays. Turn on the HUD. Bring up the volume for each radio. Adjust the UFC brightness. Turn on the radios. Brake hold on.
How many radios are there? Why are there more than... Okay.
On. Terrain following radar. Standby. Radar altitude switch. On. Radar power knob. Standby. INS knob. Store. Nav FLIR switch. Standby. Flaps down. Arm the ejection seat. Conformal tank switch. Normal. Takeoff trim button. Push. SHOK means INS knob to nav. Remove the parking brake and chocks and let's go. How to start the...
Jesus! That's a lot of shit. No wonder it takes you. I mean, yeah, oh yeah, is this accurate, Epic? I assume that it probably is. He went really fast though, but I think that's the joke, that it goes through it real quick. Boo, this tutorial, he didn't explain what when the left engine stabilizes means. You don't need most of it. All the lights are off and all. What? This was a very trimmed down version. I mean, yeah, probably. You probably learn what most of that shit does, so you understand how your aircraft works, I'm assuming, when like you're taught how to do it in school. It's mostly accurate, yeah, but the F-15E modeled in the game is an early suit IVA plus model, which is from the 90s. It's not what we fly today. He is also skipping steps we do IRL, but that you don't need in the game. Oh, this is, oh yeah, okay, this is actually for D. Wait. I'm assuming this isn't. Oh my god, look at it. It's so sexy.
Today we're getting the F-15E Strike Eagle fired up and ready to go inside of DCS World.
Oh, okay, so it's still DCS. Radio stuff too. Like calculating weight and balance. Oh, damn. You just need to get the motors running for the most part. Okay, you just need to get the motors running. That's funny. I mean, we already kind of went through it. So yeah, that's all for like DCS then. Yeah, like look at Hutch and his 943 viewers. Yeah, like Hasan is just driving engagement his way by continuing to maul about him. Falcon BMS startup sequence. Do Falcon BMS? Okay. Is this? Oh, here we go.
The F-16 startup in DCS World. Battery switch to main power.
Wait. Oh no, this is F-16. Is the Falcon BMF the F-16? The no, okay. Hold on. Start up in about 67. Yes. Okay.
Starting the engine in Falcon BMS, ramp start. This may not be in order and does not follow the checklist, but it will get you started without an engine fire. Close the canopy. Do not close the canopy with the JFS running. It will shut off. Lock the canopy. Hide the pilot's legs.
Wait, Falcon BMS is another sim? Oh, is it? Okay. So Falcon BMS is not okay. Falcon BMS F-16 startup. How to get into an F-16 fighting Falcon. Wait, what? There's like a special way to get into the plane?
Yeah, lift and then swing your legs over.
Yeah.
So this is going to connect right there, same kind of mechanic?
No. Yeah, it's cramped as hell and your G suit is super restrictive. Jesus. Okay. That is cool though. You weren't kidding. You guys are actually climbing into like fucking metal tubes and then blasting them off. Falcon BMS Viper startup. Okay. Oh, this is 17 minutes? Yeah, I've never heard of Falcon BMS. Also, this is kind of... The startup in the simplified starter FC3 planes is just pressing Control+3, and it does it all automatic. Yeah, I don't know if the message got buried, but if you buy the DCS pack F3C, those planes are simplified, and you can use your keyboard instead of looking around the cockpit. Oh yeah, no, it did. You mentioned that. The F-16 is especially crazy because it has no canopy bow. It's just glass above you, and you can't see any of the plane when looking around. So it's like riding on the front of a missile. Oh my God. Over the shoulder. Okay, yeah, I kind of see what you mean. Holy shit. Float plane, one engine only, one feed, sad. Yes, Chase, I know that Loner is live. Now, but which planes have you flown? Did you get to choose the plane that you wanted to fly, or is it just assigned to you? Like, how much choice do you have in choosing, like, the plane? Doing this stuff in VR is a wild experience, especially if you have a cockpit setup with good peripherals. Honestly, I think that would probably be the most immersive experience. And then my fear of heights would probably make me feel things if I was doing it in VR. Because I mean, like, for fuck's sakes, there are scenes in movies that when I watch them on my projector, I get nervous because of how, yeah. You fill out a dream sheet at pilot training and of your top 3 choices, and the USAF does their best to put you in your top choice, but they will do what they need to do. Oh, you got your second choice. What was your top choice? Also, have you flown the F-35? Even though apparently it's slow as fuck compared to these other planes. F-15C. I do see what you mean, though. It actually does look like... Whoa, holy shit! He's actually much further up off the ground than I initially thought. Jeez. That is a crazy, like, tilt. And the upside down shit, is this just like, do you guys just do this? I would lose my mind. I don't think I could do it. I would be like my stomach would just be dropping the entire way. Like, I really wish that I can appreciate this stuff, but I wish so much that I could do it. That I could do, like, that I could, like, actually get in small planes and stuff. But I understand that is not a thing that I feel like I could ever do. God damn! Is this guy just doing fucking loop-de-loops now? Watching this is making me kind of dizzy. Holy shit. The F-16 is about half the size of the Strike Eagle 2. It can accelerate while going fully vertical if it's not carrying any payload. And a low amount of fuel. Damn. Wait, how many pilots are in here? Are you a pilot too, AF? Or are you just like a DoD nerd? This shit looks like, it does look awesome. I don't think I could ever do it, but it does look awesome. Oh, you're a sim pilot, okay. Wait, which sim do you have? In order of first plane to last, I have flown the Citabrea Cessna 172, or Cessna 172, Cessna 182, a BE-76, T-6 Texan, F-16B, T-38 Tulum F-15E. Oh, I've heard about the Cessna. I think that came up when SDA was arguing with that one conservative dude. It used to be in my Discord. He was apparently a contractor, and then he posted some shit. Oh my god, this guy is just... Is this normally how you guys fly airplanes like this, with the upside down shit, or is this guy just showing off? Cessna makes a majority of planes. Cessna makes up a majority of pilots learn to fly. Oh, okay, Cessna 172 is the world's most mass-produced training aircraft. Ah, that's not a military aircraft, yeah. That's just like a normal aircraft. And now I'm spamming. It's okay. Oh, you do DCS and sim racing. Oh boy, you're gonna post a pic of your rig in the Discord? Post it in the gaming chat. For the lols. Also, I have officially, the Lactoid debate is not locked in as scheduled, but basically end of March is our time frame. Damn, you flew the first time you flew was when you were 16. When did you want to become a pilot, Epic? Like since you were a kid, I'm assuming? God damn. I should really turn this, oh, since kindergarten, jeez. I feel like I should turn this off. Is this normal? Is this how you guys fucking fly, or is this guy just showing off? You wanted to be in the Navy in middle high school. Oh. With all the upside down shit. I mean, this is an F-16 demonstration flight at the Roman Championship. Okay. So that's why he's flying all over the place insanely. That's how F-16 pilots fly, but F-16 pilots are mentally ill. I see how it is. In a dogfight, it's pretty much don't hit the ground. He's showing off, but it gets crazier than this in a dog. Well, yeah, of course. Do dogfights even really happen that much anymore? Yeah, obviously, and don't get shot. I mean, in DCS, you're gonna get simulated dogfighting. Dogfights no longer exist. F-22A demonstration teams are much more are the most impressive. Dogfight isn't a real term, but yes, though they do happen. Okay, wait, hold on. What, Epic, what's the term then? Oh, basic flight maneuvers. And yes, oh, okay, wait, why is it called that? That's kind of weird. The reason why I hear dogfighting is like, as in like literally, like you're going up against other airplanes and you guys are fighting each other and you're trying to shoot each other down. Although, I suppose that basic flight maneuvers would probably count for, like that video of the Ukraine, of the Ukrainian F-16 pilot shooting down that Shaheed drone. Like, I mean, that I would imagine can also count as basic flight maneuvers, or maybe it doesn't. BFM engagements are visual range air-to-air engagements. Basic fighter maneuver, not basic flight maneuver. Okay, yeah. Does it count as BFM when the Ukrainian F-16 guy shot down the Shaheed was it not? Because the drone wasn't actually trying to fire at him? Visual range less than 20 kilometers, okay. VR. Most engagements were decided in BVR. Because aircraft have long engagement ranges. Israel's pretty good at BVR. Well, okay, you know what? If we want to see how F-15 pilots fly, F-15E dogfight and low-flying GoPro view. The most realistic dogfight footage ever recorded. What is this, from a movie? We get like an actual. I want over the shoulder view, guys. Fine. You should watch the vid on the guy who dropped a bomb on an enemy helicopter from an F-14. Ooh. Wait, hold on. Is Loner on World of Warcraft right now? No, he's not relapsing. He said he was gonna do it. He's gonna play Burning Crusade. He's not relapsing. He said he was gonna do it. Get ready for 12-hour Loner Vox streams, everybody. Lol. The internet never ceases to amaze. Also, it was a F-15E kill with a bomb on the helo, not an F-14 in 1991. First air-to-air kill of the Strike Eagle was with a 2,000-pound bomb. He prelapsed? He said he was gonna do it. Hold on. Okay. So wait. Epic, or does Epic, do you or somebody else have the video of that Strike Eagle kill in 1991? Because I would love to see that based. How do you guys see? Do you guys have rear view mirrors, or do you just kind of like turn your heads around when you need to see what's behind you? Okay, thanks. Another plane back there. I assume this is like military training. Turning your head is better. We got mirrors with the artillery. We also have a second seat. Oh yeah, that's right. Oh my god. The guy in the back can look around too. I would guess that this is like BFM training. Don't they have rear cameras? Nah. video or the video is not public. Too bad. That's unfortunate. This must be from the back seat. Or this is a camera on the plane on the outside. Today I have porn stop. Here's the question: is it cold inside the plane, or like do the planes have heating? Oh, you use flares if you need to get somebody's attention. The Ukrainians use warning shots across the cockpit. Oh, damn. Is that what HMD targeted? That's fucking... It's burning fucking hot most of the time. Jesus! Hearing is not an issue. You got two jet... and heating is not an issue. You got two jet engines. Cooling is the issue. Ah, yeah, okay. I'm gonna feed the cat. Keep watching this, guys. Are you guys arguing about DCS in the chat and using it? Wait. Also, Epic, I thought that militaries used DCS for like stuff, or is that just? Or wait, no, hold on. They wouldn't, would they? Because the militaries probably have like super hella expensive, awesome amazeballs, thousands of dollars flight simulators that you guys use instead. $5,000, $500,000, Jesus. It's the closest video game to a flight sim, but it's not actually a flight sim. It's a video game. Wait, what's he doing on the paper? It's a map, okay. You guys don't have GPS built into your... Actually, I'm sure you do. I'm just kidding. The most realistic dogfight footage ever reported. What is this?
Yeah, so one of the questions that you guys asked me to provide is, what's the most dangerous situation I've ever...
That looked like Nellis. That looks like Nellis. Probably a red flag. What do you mean?
Been in the F-16. Well, I think the more experience you get in any fighter platform or any airplane in general, the more you find that, there's always going to be that day for a guy, right? And you just hope that that day doesn't come very often, if ever, right? For me, I had...
Red flag is the USAF Advanced Air Combat Exercises, where we go up and play laser tag with fighter jet. Okay, that sounds fucking awesome.
A critical fuel leak over the middle of the Pacific Ocean between Hawaii and Guam a couple years back, and had to actually divert into Wake Island.
Departure Viper 3, 2 shift airborne on the flex west.
Viper 3 knows departure, IDS, they requested altitude.
Thankfully, we had a tanker with us, so I was able to refuel and make sure that all that was good to go, and bring it down into the field.
Viper 3 with the flash, climbing 16.5.
Viper 3 radar contact over the racetrack.
That day, I had one wingman with me. He was actually my flight lead for the day, and I was the wingman. He backed me up in the checklist and the decision-making process. and we decided to turn it around and bring it into Wake Island, which is a planned divert for us, but one that guys do not go to very often. So we brought it back down and brought it down to that airfield, and everything was safe and good from that point on.
They put pods on that are like laser pods, laser tag pods, and we go into BFM situations and kill, quote unquote, each other by tagging each other with the pods. Oh, that's neat. That does sound like a good time. Have you ever seen Top Gun, the BFM stuff they do in the movie? That's kind of like Red Flag. I've never seen Top Gun. I probably should see Top Gun.
All right, so before everything overheats, I'll try and answer these questions best I can. So, when does the fatigue factor start setting in dogfighting or BFM? Really, the answer to that is immediately. So,
Viper 3, contact nose control, channel 8.
The answer
I imagine people dying is probably incredibly rare.
is honestly immediately. When you're doing knife fighting in the phone booth, you're getting in close. You can kind of see in the defensive fighting regime that I'm almost breathing more heavily and getting more flustered than if I'm offensive. You know, if you're in an offensive posture, all you need to do is look forward and really have a precise maneuvering to kill the adversary, right? So it's more cerebral than the tooth to nail posture of defensive BFM. But really, you know, any aircraft can go from an offensive to a defensive position in a heartbeat. So you've really got to be prepared for anything. So I'd say, you know, fatigue really sets in immediately, and you don't really get it back until you stop fighting and go to a different regime of flight or go back home. So, yeah. All right, starting the GX, 4 to 5 for the first 90, 5 to 7 for the second. 5 for 1's ready. For G1 in place 90 right now. All right, not bad. G awareness in place 180 left now.
Jesus, wait, what is he doing? Is it just, I don't understand. What's this GX stuff? Where he's going like left and right? Is this some sort of thing for...
All right, that worked all right. That worked all right.
Altitude.
In place 90 right, 1's good.
Wait, what? Do you guys have like a little computer that like says shit to warn you about shit? Like the thing that was just saying altitude.
Flight floor 10,000, acknowledge.
Oh, so the flight computer yells at you. We call it bitching Betty. I see, okay. That reminds me of the beeper in your car when you don't put on your fucking seatbelt and it gets real mad.
Reference 260.
So my frequency 126.55.
Update 250. All right. So that looked like that worked okay. So you can already tell my heart rate is just a little bit increased, and we only maxed out at 5.7 Gs there. So
oh, he was increasing speed. I see. I guess that's yeah. Betty can't be that bad.
5.7 times my body weight, which is about 150 for your transparency there, right?
Oh, hi, Conradical. We're learning about airplanes, or rather, I'm nerding out about airplanes. Damn, 16 million views. Does this guy like make videos about Oh, this channel hasn't been updated 2 years, but that's neat. Many airlines now will pay for your ATP training if you have a 1,500. There is a huge pilot shortage. Oh, that's neat. Yeah, good luck, Mel, if you decide to do that.
Altitude. Bullet 3-1.
What does it mean when it's complaining about altitude? What is it? Is it saying you're not high enough? Is it saying that you're not what?
You got traffic to your northwest, about 10 miles southbound, F-15, flight level 187, and then you got traffic southeast, the PC-12, 16.5.
All right, so now we're maneuvering to a what we call a ski room position on our wingman here, and then we're going to set up a 9K. What that means is we're starting at 2 nautical miles, and then he's going to set himself up in a defensive position so that we can set up an offensive fight for me.
Strike copies confirmed they're going to north island. Affirmative.
One of the questions that I have been getting asked lately is Top Gun or Iron Eagle, and I will admit that I've actually seen neither.
So we set this thing we call an altitude bug, and that's basically telling the computer what our minimum safe altitude is for that flight. And when you drop below that bug, the plane will remind you. You got to understand, you get overwhelmed with information when you're flying. Ah, I see.
And I am fully recognize that I am a complete disappointment to the entire fighter aviation community for that fact. However, I feel like
this guy's never seen Top Gun or you can go up to 10,000 feet. You can go from 10,000 feet to hitting the ground in a few seconds at 1,000 miles per hour. So shit can go wrong fast. You can be looking down at your dash, fucking with your computers, and forget you're dropping altitude. So the computer reminds you. Mr. Bombastic. I got curious. I've fallen down a rabbit hole, and now I'm watching this guy fly an F-16 doing like basically dogfight training, except don't call it, dogfight's not a real term. Oh yeah, you are front seat. Yeah, you mentioned that.
Integrity is the best solution, in most, if not all, circumstances. And so I guess I'll roast myself on the internet for that one. So yeah.
Also, apparently F-16 pilots fly like crazy people and go upside down and do lots of loop-de-loops because they're fucking mentally ill or something, according to Epic.
So there you go. One's ready.
Mr. Bombastic, are you actually a pilot, or do you just use DCS? I would love to go up in an SR-71. Might be a sexier aircraft than the F-15E. F-16 has an insane power to weight, and it accelerates real quick, and they like to show off. Oh, yeah. Oh, so you just do DCS, Mr. Bombastic. All right, well, apparently that's not, apparently that's not really much like flying a real plane, but it's probably as close as you're going to get in a video game. But yeah, that's, I Actually, Epic, do they actually have like are there actually ways for like civilians to get to go up in like I guess the actually I guess there wouldn't be, would there? I was gonna say to get to go up in a plane like the F-16 or the F-15 because it's not a one-seater, but yeah. It's better than any other video game, but it's still a video game. Yeah. Um Wait, doesn't Microsoft Flight Simulator also have all those planes too? There are ways, yeah. I have flown civilians in the back seat. Oh, neat. It's called public relations flights. Ooh.
1.0 G limit.
We just have to get the base commander and squadron commander to approve it. I see. And you've got to sign a ton of waivers. I was gonna say, damn, I would love to try that one day, but honestly, I'd probably lose my fucking mind because the amount that I am afraid of heights is a lot. But damn, that would be a really cool experience to have.
Check right.
Lock.
2.8. All right, so we're gonna call down range.
Sorry about that, last aircraft.
You never know what's in the future. Oh, I don't have any heart conditions. No, I'm just like deathly afraid of heights, which is something that I would like to get over. Like when I was a kid, I used to think it would be so cool to go skydiving, but now I realize there's no way that I could ever do such a thing. Supersonic civilian aviation is coming back, but it's not going to be Concorde.
On again. Yeah, try that again.
2.5. 7G limit. That's probably the highest threat for me in over-G in the jet here with 2 external
What do you mean,
tanks.
why not, Kalinda? Because I'm scared of heights, Mel. I am like exceedingly scared, okay? Listen. When I get on a plane to like travel or whatever, I have this thing that happens where actually this might happen to everyone, I don't know, but you know when the airplane takes off and like I feel like my stomach drops like as soon as the plane leaves the ground and it's gaining in altitude. But maybe that's a normal feeling that pilots have. Ooh, Boeing's working on a supersonic jetliner. Cool. I just checked Loner's stream the situation. Yes, he's playing WoW again. I know. He's back into. Oh, that's how your body works. Oh, so you're saying that that's normal. Okay. For some reason, my mind associates that with something else. I don't know. You get used to it though. Yeah, I've just never like I haven't even flown that much, honestly. Like just on like regular airplanes. But once like the flight is actually in the air, then it's fine, and I don't care anymore. You know, like you're stable, it's moving, it's whatever. Even looking out the window doesn't really bother me that much. It's just yeah. I did fly in a small plane when I was a kid. But to me, at least, there's a difference between someone else flying and the maneuvers being sudden versus me flying and knowing I'm about to nose up. Yeah, it's like in the way it feels. Yeah, I would imagine. Like the turbulence is also frightening when I'm on like a regular plane. But did he finish SS? Didn't realize those were the initials. Yes, Bill. I believe he did finish Silk Song. Yeah, he did, because otherwise he wouldn't have moved on to another. But obviously, like, I'm sure this would scare the shit out of me, but it would still be really cool to do it. I think that it would be a really neat experience. Turbulence on a jetliner has nothing on a small. Yeah, I would imagine. I'm sure it does.
So we gotta watch out for that. 2 brown. 1.9. 1.8. 1.7. 1.6. 0.5, fights on. Looking for the turn circle entry.
05 Whiskey Fox 46.
Right about there.
Wait, those who fly C-130s through hurricanes for a living for USAF to research weather stuff called Hurricane Hunters, they film those flights. It's pretty. Is that available online anywhere? Are any of those flights public? Because that sounds fucking crazy.
It's going downhill.
Altitude. Altitude.
Just search hurricane hunters. I will. I want to see these guys play laser tag.
Nice, just above the floor. Maintain airspeed. Alright, well, we're on G's now we just need to rate around the circle and catch him.
Radar contact, 4 miles east of 5 Wells Airport. China Lake altimeter 2965. Contact Los Angeles 4.22. Good day.
Let's see what he does.
Lock.
Okay, 1.0. 0.9. 110 knots of closure. Looks good.
Okay, so he's trying to get closer to him, I'm guessing, before he starts playing laser tag. Damn, that's a lot of heavy breathing there. Is that just a thing that, although I guess it's probably he must have the microphone inside of like his helmet or whatever so people can hear him.
Oh, he's right above the floor.
It's called hooking. It's a specific breathing method we learn. Oh, okay. It keeps blood from going to your legs and making you pass out. Oh, geez. Wait, if a civilian, like, if I were to go up in one of these planes and sit in the back seat, is this like a thing that could potentially happen? Or is that, you put something in stream suggestions you may or may not be interested in? Okay. Or is that just something that could potentially happen depending upon like what's going on? You would probably be asleep right now. Oh, I see. Oh my God. Well, I mean, that's not very fun. That sort of ruins it. That's just a thing they do to keep the blood in their head. Yes, you do if you don't pass out. Oh, okay. So I assume that civilians that get taken up get like told how to breathe the right way so they don't like... There was a famous British pilot who was a legs amputee, but ended up helping him with high G maneuvers. Are you talking about the guy from World War II? I think he was a Canadian one. Oh no, he was British, but he went up and who flew with the RAF. Yeah, well, when civilians are in the back, you just don't pull the same amount of G's. Oh, I see. Okay. '80s. Oh, he was Canadian. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think they made a movie about him, a black and white film. We learned about him in high school. Yeah, he was a pilot before he lost his legs too, right? Like, didn't he get like shot down or something and that happened? I don't remember.
combat readiness demands constant training.
Wait, is this a do they show you guys this video when you're like in class or whatever?
The members of the United States Air Force. This process
Hey, it's
begins
James Earl Jones.
in the Air Training Command. There, airmen learn the skills that are later perfected in other Air Force commands. A unique aerial survival school.
They used to. This is declassified. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, of course the current videos are classified.
In the Nevada desert is the setting for Air Force flight and ground crews to combine their skills and meet the challenges of simulated combat. In a realistic environment, they learn the lessons that may one day save their lives. This exercise, an extension of daily Air Force training, is called Red Flag.
Also the fucking Star Wars music. This would have been shown to fresh pilots coming into advanced weapons school in the 80s. Ooh.
Good morning, gentlemen. My name is Lieutenant Colonel Larry Ryder. I'll be the aircraft commander today for this mission. We're going to support the Red Flag exercise from MacDill Air Force Base in Tampa, Florida, up to Nellis. Engineers are...
The missile knows where it is because it knows where it isn't, yes.
The fuel load will be 10,000 pounds. We'll make one aerial refueling en route. We'll take on about 10,000 pounds up there. Navigator will pick up the tanker about 60 miles north of Dallas on track 13. We'll drop off over Amarillo, Texas, and then shoot on up to Las Vegas for the landing. Does anybody have any questions? Let's go fly. Pretty good weather. Crew rest in Dallas tonight. Doing great. Pretty good time.
Check. AP clear. AP clear. Form. Check. Start select emergency. Force seconds. Check clear. Okay. Navigator.
So this would be the heavy cargo aircraft crew deploying the fighter squadron to Nellis. First part of the Red Flag begins with exercising rapid deployment, so even the cargo hauler guys get training. I missed all the Hasan hate. Oh yeah, I mean, Duckbringer, I did it. I did it for a little bit. Maybe I might make a segment out of it. I don't know, because I looked up a bunch of shit about Gavin Newsom. Or rather, I asked the Clanker to look up a bunch of shit about Gavin Newsom, and I read through some of his vetoes. But yeah, for them, rapidly moving a squadron for an exercise is just like for war. Interesting. Oh, by the way, Epic, there are a whole bunch of videos about the battle for Hostomel Airport on YouTube, and I started watching one, which was really very interesting, like just what the Russians were doing and the fact that the Ukrainians didn't really have enough guys to protect the airport, and they had to get creative with it. And decisive engagement. I'll check the VOD. I've been of the opinion that Gavin is a decent contender and one of the only possible candidates with substantial foreign and domestic experience. Yeah, he is. Hasan doesn't know anything about Gavin Newsom. He couldn't be asked to pull up his Wikipedia page, and he thinks that he vetoed Medicare for All legislation. It didn't. It just never passed. Like, it died in the assembly. They never even put it to a vote. But anything could happen in the midterms, and I'll support whoever the Dems pull forth, resurrecting Lenin, resurrect. By the way, the instrument in the background playing right now are playing the USAF song. Okay.
Good morning, gentlemen. As you know, SAC has been tasked to support the 59th TAC Fighter Squadron during their Red Flag operations. For today's mission, we will launch 5 tankers to refuel 3 fighters each. We'll launch at 1-minute intervals, beginning at 1400 Zulu. Maintenance delays will launch free flow at the end of the stream.
How often do these exercises happen, Epic? Do you guys do this a lot? Are they? Yeah, I mean, you don't have to tell me if I'm asking too much. I assume that
Riverside,
they're fueling.
You got 12,000 scattered, 22,000 scattered, 3 miles of hay. Shouldn't be any problem. Okay. Have a good flight.
Thank you very much. Okay, call sign today is Mountain 60, takeoff time 1000 local, in support of red flag. Flying for 3 hours. Fuel load today 70,000 pounds. We're going to be refueling 6 F-15s. Fueling airspeed will be 315. 641, we got a 36,000 pound offload. Height of range 12,000 feet. Anybody got any questions?
Yeah.
Okay, just press it up and go to the airplane.
Every day at Nellis, but each squadron participates about once per 24 months. The USAF has a lot of squadrons to rotate through. Oh. The more I hear Pete Buttigieg talk, the more I want to see him as a presidential candidate. Yeah, I think that'd be great, Mel, although unfortunately I'm a bit afraid that that won't work because he's gay, because people suck. Our allies in NATO, along with Japan and Korea, also send pilots to red flags. Ah, okay, so there's lots of red flags going on. Here's a question that I have. So the U.S. Navy has aircraft carriers. Are those pilots in the Air Force, or are they part of the Navy? I think Epic, you mentioned above that Top Gun is Navy. I'm curious about that. Because I would have thought that it, but I guess that wouldn't necessarily. Yeah, I don't really know how that works. Okay, they are Navy pilots. Ah, okay. So you guys take off from the ground and Navy pilots take off from the aircraft carriers. U.S. Navy has the 4th largest Air Force on Earth. Okay, so the United States actually has 2 Air Forces, and one of them is part of the Navy? Okay, that's pretty fucking based. Are there other countries that do that, or are you guys the only ones that have, like, aircraft carriers? The Navy has Top Gun instead of the Advanced Weapons School. Ah, okay. Ooh. The mid-air refueling.
Good morning, gents. Welcome to Red Flag. I'm Colonel Jim Woods, the Red Flag Commander. And for the next 2 weeks, we're going to subject you to the simulated combat associated with your first 8 or 10 combat missions. You'll be attacking realistic targets, those targets protected by the aggressors and F-5s, surface-to-air missiles, as well as anti-aircraft artillery, and your communications problem will be compounded by communications jamming. It's up to you at this point to put it all together, all that training that you've had up to this point in time, to get the best out of this particular exercise.
Okay, today, guys, our mission is going to be a combined mission of both sweep and force protection.
This is the introduction course for the Advanced Weapons School. I've been in that room. Neato.
Tony, you and I are going to be Eagle Flight, and we'll be responsible for the sweep part of the mission. We'll precede the strikers into the area, and we'll be responsible for maintaining air superiority, or in other words, keeping the red air off the strikers.
On takeoff, we're going close echelon up to Desert Rock. At Desert Rock, will be a right-hand turn to go north up toward Quartzsite. At Quartzsite, we'll be splitting into 2 elements. Baron 1-3 and 1-4 will be staying at Quartzsite and liking to drop down to 10,000-foot block.
Ron, you'll be flying in Lion Flight, responsible for force protection with the strikers.
No chalk. Oh, are they touch screens that people can like write on, or do people just write on something else and then it shows up on the big screen?
Jack, you'll lead Wolf Flight, establish a roving cap in the northern area, and be responsible for protecting the strikers during egress. For sweep, Tony, you and I, we're responsible for air superiority. We'll try to search out for an entire time out there, primarily looking for red air.
Your job today will be to look for blue air-to-ground strikers. we want you to go ahead and strip the cap of the players coming inbound so that 1-3 and 1-4 are able to hit the strikers prior to getting to the target.
Of course it's going to be big fancy touch screens.
7-3, you got those F-15s, a left-hand turn now. Brake left, we're up. 270, they're now 5 o'clock, about a mile and a half.
Roger, braking left. I got him going down. Roger, I'll stay high.
Sorry, Conradical, that information is classified. That is 100% a John Williams repeat. Apparently, this is the U.S. Air Force, like their instrumental music, which makes me suspect that John Williams may have he probably was inspired by this. So the planes with this camouflage are called Red Air. They are simulating Soviet pilots right now. Ah, makes sense because it's in the
Right behind them, 12 o'clock. He's rolling out. Stay with him. Going with him, going with him. I got him. He's on the deck. Braking left. He's popping up. Watch him. Watch. I passed him. He's on my tail.
The Gray Planes are Blue Air, and these guys are training to fight the Soviets. Wow, that's a funny autocorrect.
Take it down. Get on the deck. Watch him. I'm tracking. He's in my sights. Roger, confirmed hit. Mission completed. Roger. Let's go.
These are F-16s, yes? Or they are, or are they like other types of planes? Or I'm assuming that, or are these red flag exercises? I'm assuming there are multiple different types of planes. Oh, these are F-15s. Okay. Wait, of course, yeah. This is I also keep forgetting the F-16 is old.
The hair just stands up on the back of your neck, and you know you better take one last quick peek, and that's what happened today. I was flying down towards Quartzsite. I know Denny was engaged with the guys up at Reveille. I made a quick check and saw you sliding in, and I just pulled back, and that's where we ended up.
Okay, that was an excellent move because when you did that belly check, came back in. With the airspeed I had, I overshot and went to the outside.
I can hear the words for the song in my head. The brainwashing is bad. You can hear the words for the song. The brainwashing. That's funny. Honestly, I've had that happen too. If I hear instrumental music for a song, I've heard a lot. You must have heard this. I imagine you've heard this song a shitload. This is cool though. Thank you for this. That's a neat little look inside the U.S. Air Force of old. Because the current shit is not as classified. Alright guys. I think I'm about done. I think I'm gonna go take a nap now. John Williams served in the USAF band. He did not, however, compose the music. American imperialism got him. Everyone has to memorize it word by word your freshman year. Oh, interesting. That's kind of funny. Second edition of the White Book? There's been more than one edition? Oh, and of course they spell Kiev wrong. They spell it the Russian way. Ukrainian authorities use against civilians in the southeast not only heavy armaments and combat aviation, but also such barbarian kinds of weapons as incendiary weapons, phosphorus and cluster ammunition, MLRS, Grad, and Uragan ballistic missile. Do they cite anything in here, or is this just a bunch of claims from other places that they don't provide any citations for? You will be doing push-ups and some CTO will run up to you and scream, "What is the Air Force song?" and add push-ups for each word you miss. It's oh Jesus. There's a report on USAF doctrine learned from the Yom Kippur War. It's an interesting read. Are you gonna raid Loner so I can stay here? Yes, I am gonna raid Loner. I am most certainly gonna do that, yes. That is a thing that I'm gonna do. This is funny. I'm probably gonna go through this, but Jesus, the wording of this is already just insanely like this is so much more incendiary than any UN report, which basically just kind of presents the facts. Like this is a thing that happened, and this is in violation of international law if the thing is in violation of international law, you know? Whereas this is just like they use barbaric weapons and like this information has been confirmed by the media eyewitnesses, recognized human rights NGOs such as Human Rights Watch and the Amnesty International, as well as reliable sources of some international journalists within governments and intelligence in the West. Yeah, okay. That's like, I mean, like, yeah, I know that like it's true, but they conveniently leave out the part where they weren't doing it to shoot at civilians. They were doing it to shoot at your puppet separatist fighters and your guys. So it's kind of funny. Like but I guess that I'll look through this, although actually no, I'll finish reading the UN report first and then I'll look through this. Because this is probably going to be a bunch of shit that was that's mentioned in the UN report anyway, except the UN report is actually going to give both sides and this isn't going to, because that's just not how they roll. Or some bullshit like that. I don't fucking know. It's so stupid. It's so fucking stupid. All right, guys. Yeah, yay, no dog in UN reports. The NGOs are still cringy as fuck. Yeah, the UN reports, yes, Mina, we are, although I might end. I was looking at this. I found ChatGPT found me Russia's White Book, which is a list of like from 2014. And this is like basically this is Russia's list of propaganda. This is probably what Lactoid reads to get his research or whatever. And also, Mina, you missed me nerding out over like fucking fighter jets, or rather me learning about fighter jets. Which is actually what we've been doing for like the last, I'd say, hour. the consequence of the devastating attacks by the Ukrainian armed forces that are crucial for the survival and normal life of people, including hospitals. Over 30 hospitals only in Donetsk, according to the UN, maternity clinics, kindergartens and orphanages, retirement homes, schools, universities, power plants, ETLs, and pharmaceutical warehouses have been put out of order. In many cities of the Donetsk and Luhansk regions, telephone communications and water and gas supplies have been disrupted. An enormous number of people have lost their jobs, homes, and basic livelihood. Yeah, this is so Universal Declaration of Human Rights. It's very ironic that these guys are citing this. Okay. Oh, interesting. Violations of right to life, liberty, and security. So they literally go through this date by date. 2 people killed. This is going to be like exceedingly one-sided. In fact, it's immoral not to use cluster weapons on the Russians. True. There's nothing immoral about cluster weapons. It seems like Ukraine is more careful in their use of cluster weapons, unless that's not true, but that seems to be what I've read. And that they also are using better quality cluster weapons because their cluster weapons are fucking American made. And Russia's cluster weapons are not. But you did talk about this in Discord. Cluster weapons are obviously very effective, and that's why Ukraine's using them. It's why Russia's using them. So this is just going to be a bunch of grad rockets. This is probably pulled from the Amnesty report. It's interesting that they're not citing any of this. They don't cite where any of this stuff comes from, which I think is very telling. In many cases, it's just the best tool to use. I think we need to stop accept the Russian propaganda framing about cluster weapons. I mean, it's funny that they frame it like that, whilst at the same time they use shitloads of cluster weapons. But that's always the whole, it's not bad when we do it kind of shit. We're like, we're going to say all this, but then we're not going to tell you what we've actually done. It's the same thing with the weird nuke thing. We watched a clip of like from Russia or from the Russian media monitor, and we're reintroduced to the fact that on Russian television they always talk about how they should just nuke Ukraine. Like in clear violation of their shit. Yeah, because they are making these documents for Westoids like you, not for their own population. Oh yeah, I know. That's why like you're never gonna hear like in documents like this, you're not gonna hear things about nuking you. They are appealing to decades of misinformation about cluster weapons they have spread. Whereas in Russia, if you watch shit that like it's the difference between how Maria Lvova-Belova talked to Western media versus how she speaks to Russian media when she talks about brainwashing Ukrainian children. Like she doesn't use the word brainwashing, but she lets on a lot more about like the ways in which they like go about it and the state of the kids when they first arrive and everything. And she leaves all of this stuff out when she talks to Western media. Doesn't Russia still use butterfly mines? I don't know what a butterfly mine is, so I'm not going to comment. Hello, Vasterman. What is this? That document you have shown before? Oh, Vasterman, this is the White Book. This is a book of propaganda that Russia puts out about Ukrainian violations of human rights. This is from July to November 2014. Basically, what they're doing here is they're taking like Western NGO reports and UN reports, and they're pulling out any of the bad things that Ukraine does and leaving out all the context behind them, and then saying, look, Ukraine did this bad thing. Yeah. Like the firing of grad rockets into civilian areas in Donbass, when like that was done because there were like separatist fighters in those areas and they were fighting out of those areas. Saying bad thing is accepting the framing. Oh, yeah, I know, you're right. None of these, none of the things being described here are bad. I'm sure that Ukraine has done some bad things in the Donbass, but yeah, like the way in which um, they basically, they're kind of like ripping out any context for certain behaviors. Ukrainian security forces were subjected the towns of Sloviansk and Yampol, as well as Semenovka village, to an artillery bombardment. The Russian citizen, was killed and 3 people were injured during the shelling. Like, honestly, actually, you know what? You're right. A lot of this shit is probably literally like they were attacking military positions and there was collateral damage, because that's what happens in urban warfare. And so Russia is just going to, like, yeah, this reminds me a lot of like the same kind of shit that people would say about Israel. We are regularly, if butterfly mine is something I think about, looks like a small leaf thing, then yes, they use them. It's just defending yourself. Do not let the Russians gaslight you into thinking that Ukraine is using weapons to defend itself is bad. Yeah. I was going to send you the research paper that gives the best both sides argument. It's infuriating to read, but it's effective. Oh, yeah, you know what? Why not do that? Throw that my way. They are taking any collateral damage they can and then using weapons that Westoid civilians think are scary. That's all this is. Yeah, that is what I would figure would be the case, right? And unfortunately, I imagine probably that amnesty plays into this way more than the fucking UN does, although the UN might a little bit too, but I think I don't even know if the UN even probably talked about the Grad Rocket thing. I'm not sure that they did, but I'll find out when I'm looking through their stuff. When I'm looking through the Donbass war stuff. I think that would be an interesting thing. But yeah, 2 people were injured as a result of artillery shells hitting resident. Yeah, like there's no context. Amnesty is full of dipshits that should shut the fuck up. Well, yeah, I know. Like, Amnesty is a dog shit organization. We all knew that. And I don't think Human Rights Watch is really much better. Why would Grad Rocket artillery be bad? LOL. People say that Grad Rockets are bad because they are quote unquote dumb bombs or something, or like they're imprecise. It's that shit about dumb bombs versus smart bombs, as if dumb bombs can't be aimed, which they can. Okay, let's start with this. What is your conception of a Grad Rocket? I'm not trying to call you out, but trying to get you to think here. Do you even think what about that weapon is so scary, or with weapons even is? Because the Russians rely on you, hello Alex, using your intuition when you read these things to feel like a lot of this is worse than it is. Well, given on account of the fact that like I've already been exposed to a lot of this same shit with regards to, actually, Jesus, have they been doing this shit since the USSR? Because Hamas does this same shit. Like, this is the same kind of shit that you will hear when people talk about Israel, and like everybody forgets that Hamas might be in an area, or everybody thinks like collateral damage or whatever, except obviously Ukraine is probably way better at, like, you know, actually having like a really high civilian to combatant ratio or whatever, because they're trained by NATO and stuff. But any projectile that is not GPS guided is a war crime or what? Apparently. Who do you think taught Hamas about hybrid? Oh, it was the USSR. I know. It was invented by Moscow in the 1950s. Yeah, I know that. I know Hamas learned, and they also learned to speak the language of the West from Russia as well, too, because they're the ones that came up with all the anti-Zionism shit. That's why if you read Hamas's second charter, it literally reads like something that was written on a college campus by an ultra-woke student. That's why I fight with Jews so much about this, who think they are being uniquely targeted. These lies have been propagated about every fucking conflict for 80 years, specifically like by the Russians. I mean, I wouldn't say that they're being specifically targeted by this type of tactic. There is like a, or do you mean specifically targeted by the UN? Or are you talking specifically about, actually, I think the UN seems to be a bit brain broken on Israel. But Amnesty just seems to be brain broken on all war period in terms of what they think is a war crime or whatever. That's probably why they say dumb shit about the grad rockets. No, he's talking about this type of warfare. Oh, like hybrid warfare? Okay. I mean, by NGOs, the UN seems actually anti-Semitic. Yeah. Yeah. That seems about right. Because the UN is just a body that's made up of all the countries within it. So, yeah, no, the NGOs are, a lot of that stuff is pretty lost. I'm mainly going to be relying on this for my research. I'm mainly relying on UN reports and stuff stuff from the OSCE, which is a European body. They're not like a non-governmental organization because they're literally like I think they're like an EU body. I don't think so. The EU Commission absolutely lays into Israel. I mean, yeah, probably. What is the argument being discussed here? That grad rocket is inherently a war crime? Yes, people say that grad rockets are bad because apparently they are quote unquote dumb bombs or they are imprecise weapons, and so if you shoot them into civilian areas, you risk greater collateral damage. This is what fucking Amnesty says, and now Russia, of course, is repeating. Because grad rockets are scary or something. I actually don't know that much about grad rockets, though. What types of weapons are considered too far for a war crime? Is it weapons that can cause indiscriminate death or damage? I don't know. I mean, like, it's war. War's really fucking bad, and sometimes civilians are gonna die, especially if you're fighting in urban warfare, and you're shooting at, like, military positions that are inside of cities or whatever. If you want to hear a 2-minute rant about what a grad rocket is and why this is retarded, I can hop into VC, but don't let me dominate your stream. No, that's completely fine. I'm going to end soon. So yeah, I would be okay with that. Hold on. But I can explain why these work and where the line actually is. Yeah, sure. Hold on. Let me just open Discord. Bacteriological weapons scare the shit out of me. I mean, I'm pretty sure those kinds of weapons are banned. Like, I think chemical and biological weapons are just fucking banned. Like, I don't even think there's any kind of, like, yeah. Especially when Russia was, for some time, head of Security Council, because those are the damn rules. Oh, yeah, Russia being on the fucking Security Council is, yeah. Oh, hold on, fuck. Why is it not? Hello?
Why, hello.
Hi there. What's up?
So, do you know what CEP means? Have you heard that term?
Steep. No, I haven't.
So it's circular error probable, right? So if the CEP of a weapon is 1 meter, that means more than 50% of the time the weapon lands in a 1 meter radius. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So unguided and guided weapons can have the same CEP. The big advantage with guided weapons is they'll work in any kind of climate, like strong winds won't blow them off course. For aircraft, the nice thing about a guided bomb is instead of getting to a low altitude where you can get shot at, you can drop the bomb from really high up and get the same accuracy. But you can make an unguided weapon as accurate as a guided weapon. You just need to be closer and take more risks. That's why we that's why we use guided weapons. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. Okay. Also, I just am looking it up.
Okay.
So, wait, these are the grad rockets? The ones that are launched off the back of the truck?
Let me take a look here. I got to pull up your screen. Yeah, that's a grad. The grad is a family of rockets. There's like the BM-21 and the 24, and they're different calibers, but that's a grad system, yeah. So the CEP on a grad rocket is 1% of range. So what does that mean? That means let's say you're shooting at somebody 10 kilometers away. So 1% of 10 kilometers should be, what is that, 100 meters? Am I crazy? That should be 100 meters. So you're going to have a CEP of 100 meters if you fire at 10 kilometers. That's pretty good. That, like, if we look at like the GMLRS rockets that are GPS guided, when you introduce GPS jamming and all these other electronic warfare, its CEP rises to about 80 meters. So these rockets are pretty accurate. Now, when is it a war crime to use a weapon that's indiscriminate? So when artillery's firing, they're doing something called area bombardment. So what they're doing is they're calculating their CEP, right? And they're going to put that radius on a map. And they're going to say, 60% of the rockets are going to fall in this radius, and the other 40% are going to fall right on the outside of it. And everything in this radius is going to be in the bombardment area. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So they
Okay.
haven't.
So it becomes a war crime. Yeah, it becomes a war crime when in that risk area, there's densely populated civilian dwellings. That's when it becomes a war crime. The unfortunate reality of war is sometimes there are civilians in that risk area. If you go back to World War II, the CEP of a B-17 bomber was about 5 kilometers. So if we were hitting a German factory in the middle of Berlin, hundreds of bombs would fall on Berlin, not the factory. Today, we do a lot better. But at the end of the day, it's just a proportionality calculation. It's like any other use of weapons.
Oh, never mind. Chad,
Sorry.
did you hear everything he said after today? Sorry, this fucking Bluetooth headset. It's also connected to my phone, and anytime that you talk, or anytime that the phone makes a noise, it like overrides whatever it is that you're saying, or any other sounds.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I just turned it off.
Yeah.
But yeah, you said I presume that you we heard everything when he called it. Okay. I presume that you were saying today that like obviously the shit's way better. So like they're not gonna cover as big of an area and they're gonna be more precise.
Yeah, I mean again, it's about 1% of range. So I think if the M21 Grad has a maximum range of 25 kilometers, so added to maximum range, the CEP is going to be 250 meters. So that's the radius you're going to work with. If you can put that radius inside of a target area and there's not a bunch of civilians there, you're not committing a war crime. There's no like I don't. Okay, the Russian misinformation relies heavily on like pointing at scary weapons, but the way the law works, and not just the law, but ethically, if you really think about it, you should agree with this. What matters isn't the type of weapon you're using; it's the proportionality of its use.
Yeah.
So, yes, there are inaccurate bombardment tools, but sometimes you're bombarding something like the most common use of things like BM-21 Grads is firing at like Russian trench lines that are in the middle of a field far away from an urban area. And in that application, there's no civilians in that CEP. You're fine. This isn't a war crime. And the Russians will draw boxes like cluster weapons too. In many cases, cluster weapons can be more proportionate than a conventional bomb. I'll give you an example. In the Air Force, we have something called the sensor-fused munition. And this is a cluster bomb, and each submunition is guided. So let's say there are Russian tanks in the middle of a city. Let's say an American city, New York City. They're in Manhattan, right? If I drop a 2,000-pound bomb on those Russian tanks, any building within 80 meters of the blast area is going to fall to the ground, even if it's a skyscraper. You could kill thousands of civilians.
Yeah.
But you can drop a sensor-fused munition, which has much smaller warheads, we're talking maybe 50 pounds each, that are going to be individually guided to hit each tank on the road, and the collateral damage will be much lower. But that's a scary cluster weapon. Do you get what I mean? Like, there's so much technical details with the use of these weapons, and the Russians know that the average person doesn't know that, so they just point at what's scary and then try to, like, intuition dump. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, that does make sense. And obviously that's like I've seen this stuff before, right? Like a lot of this relies on in the similar thing with regards to like Israel and Hamas or whatever. And there's a lot of that here.
It all came from the Kremlin.
Yeah, I never expected to see that I would be having like these same kinds of fucking. I guess anytime you talk about this kind of warfare, this is all gonna fucking this is the arguments that you're gonna make. So now when I go to debate Lactoid, it's gonna turn into an argument about how like there's like another half to the use of grad rockets, bro. Like you can't just say using grad rockets is bad because it was done like around civilian areas. Because in that same amnesty report, they also say that the Russian separatist fighters were also fighting in civilian areas, and that's also bad. So
yes, and you'd have to do an individual proportionality calculation of each use. You'd have to say how many people are in the target area, what's the objectives being worked towards, what is the Ukrainian understanding of the battle space, how many civilians are there, how many civilians were held at risk, how many civilians were actually killed. This is like something you could write a research paper on each individual strike. And this is all just glossed over by, oh, dumb bombs, bad, scary, cluster weapons, incendiaries, white phosphorus, scary, bad. It's so stupid. It's just, it makes me angry.
No, I understand.
I don't want to take too, I don't want to take too much of your time, but I will say like something you should understand. Eastern militaries rely heavily on artillery. And the reason they do this, it comes down to economics and decades of strategy. But to make it very simple, in the West, we rely on air supremacy. Air supremacy is actually not even there's no like, I got into an argument with the Ukrainian about air supremacy the other day that got kind of heated. It doesn't translate right. Like there isn't actually a Russian word for that because they don't practice that concept. It doesn't exist in the Russian military system. They rely more on missile and artillery forces. And the reason they do that is because airplanes are really expensive, artillery is relatively cheap, and the Soviet economy was never as big as the US economy, and they were never able to compete with us in the air domain. Not at any point in the Cold War. We always had an overwhelming advantage in the air domain. So the Russians leaned heavily into artillery. And what that means is the military the Ukrainians inherited and the military the Russians inherited when the Soviet Union broke up, the military they're both fighting with today, relies heavily on massed artillery bombardment to achieve objectives. So both the Ukrainian and Russian military fire a lot of unguided rockets because it's like core to their underlying like theories of how to achieve objectives.
Okay,
and
yeah.
Russia has spent 20 years demonizing Ukraine for doing this, while Russia has fired more artillery shells in combat than any other nation in the history of the world.
That's
it's just psychotic.
It's very funny too because I didn't expect when I looked up grad rockets that they would be like a Soviet-made rocket, but oh look, there it is. So I mean, I guess like Russia has spent all this time demonizing their own shit. Well,
And you know who's fired more rockets in this conflict, Ukraine or Russia? Guess who's fired more grad rockets at each other?
I would imagine it's probably Russia that they probably fired more.
By 11 times. Last I checked was last year. There was a report by the ISW. So it's been a year. Things could have shifted. But at least as of March last year, the Russians had fired 11 times the number of grad rockets at positions than the Ukrainians had.
Yeah, I would. Also, I'm assuming that the Ukrainians are learning more from NATO about NATO warfare or what have you as well, too. Yes, like
they are, but so you got to understand, doctrine is not about better or worse. It's about a series of trade-offs. And the NATO doctrine relies heavily on a technology advantage that Ukraine doesn't have. So, like, it's nice for us in the West to be like, oh, why can't Ukraine just generate air supremacy and then engage in combined arms maneuver warfare and push the Russians out? And they'd love to do that if they had F-35s and, precision guided, but they don't, right? So they have to work with what they have.
Yeah,
they can't really just like adopt a Western philosophy on war because they don't have Western tools for war.
I wonder, they don't, how many F-16s? How many
the number is not public, but we know it has to be between 20 and 86.
Okay.
Exactly how many isn't public. Yeah. But F-16s alone are not going to win Ukraine air supremacy. Really? I mean,
Ukraine
the thing
is
with
a
the
huge fucking
F-16 is,
country. You need wings.
Yeah, it's a big country.
Yeah.
The F-16s are really replacing MiG-29s that have been flown into the ground. Like, airplanes have finite lifespans, and the Ukrainians have been pushing these planes hard, and they're running out of parts to keep them flying. There's a shortage of engines, and guess which country makes engines for MiG aircraft? It's Russia, right?
Yeah.
So We can't make engines for MiG-29s in the West. So there's a finite amount of resources to keep Russian-built MiG-29s flying in Ukraine. Poland donated all their MiG-29s to Ukraine already, except for a couple. And the West is running out of parts to keep these things flying. We actually, we had MiG-29s at Nellis for red flags that would be used to simulate Russian pilots, and we actually gave those to Ukraine for spare parts, like even the U.S.
Wait,
The whole Western world running out of.
Where did you guys get those MiG-29s from? Did you buy them from Russia after, like, the Cold War or whatever? I'm assuming
Most
that.
of them came from East Germany.
Oh, okay. I see.
Couple the CIA found in weird places that they don't want to talk about.
I see.
But most of them came from East Germany. Some of them we bought from Poland. We actually bought some from Ukraine when the Soviet Union collapsed. We went to the Ukrainians. In the 90s, the U.S. was trying to scoop up as many as possible because, again, we use them for training. Like the best type of training against a MiG-29 is fly against a MiG-29. You know, it's not going to get better than that.
Yeah.
So like the F-16, it's less an expansion of Ukraine's Air Force and more we need to give them F-16s to replace those MiG-29s that are falling apart. And in many cases, like for every F-16 we give them, they're kind of retiring a MiG-29. So it's not the really decisive push that they need. Like they need a lot more than what we're giving them.
Yeah, they also needed to learn how to fly those aircraft.
Yeah.
Although I know from what you told me that many of them were able to learn that even prior to the war or what have you because of the stuff in California. Or that wasn't, yeah, I can't remember when that started because of the training.
Yeah, California, that started in 94. That had a huge impact. So I just want to clarify for anyone listening, because I use these technical terms. I'm using them in a technical way. It's very specific. Like when I say air supremacy, a state of air supremacy is when you have destroyed the enemy's ability to wage war in the air. So if Russia had air supremacy, they would be able to land helicopters in Kyiv and the Ukrainians wouldn't be able to stop them. That's what air supremacy looks like. So the training from the California Guard helped Ukraine prevent the Russians from getting air supremacy, but also the Ukrainians did a lot of things right in the first day of the war that a lot of people were blown away by the professionalism of that Air Force, how they were able to very quickly get their planes in the sky. It was very impressive. So I don't give all the credit to California, but that partnership did help. Yeah, there was knowledge transferred that helped.
Okay, yeah. And they also, I think they also got those Mirage 2000s from France as well. And I think other countries maybe, and I'm not sure what who was
We don't know how many they got from France right now.
Yeah, it's at least 12, but probably not. Probably below 50, but that's a guess. But it's at least 12. We know they have at least 12. But the Mirage 2000 is think of it as a French F-16. It's a very similar airplane, single engine, single seat, light tactical fighter, multi-role, very similar plane.
Oh, so if someone learned to fly the F-16, then it would be not difficult to learn to fly the Mirage and vice versa, I'm assuming.
Well,
no, actually, the French do things differently. So America has a specific way the cockpits are organized. Like your bottom left screen is always going to be your multifunction, weapons display. Your center screen there's an order to the cockpit that once you learn one American plane, it's the same in most other American planes. The same's true for French or Russian aircraft. So if you fly a Mirage 2000 in Ukraine, it's going to be easier for you to transition to another French aircraft than jumping in an American F-16.
Oh,
I mean, what you probably mean maybe is that they can fly similar missions because they
that's
are
correct. Yeah.
Yeah, right. So yeah, they
do the same job.
You can't just plop a pilot from one fighter to a different one. That's not going to work.
Yeah. So the big challenge has been training. The F-16 is being retired by the Air Force. So all the Air Force schools to train pilots on the F-16 closed down last year. So there's hundreds of F-16s we could give to Ukraine tomorrow, but the problem is how we train the pilots to fly them, because the U.S. isn't doing it anymore. So
yeah, well, I mean, there's other countries.
I mean, there's other countries
They could do it, couldn't they? Because,
but
you know, like,
obviously
They
the
can, but
US
the capacity is so much
yeah,
smaller.
the
So think
US
about
is
it this
obviously
way.
the
There's a
big
global
boy.
pilot shortage like for every country on Earth, right? And part of the reason for that pilot shortage is there's a shortage of qualified flight instructors, and you cannot train a pilot without a flight instructor. If I want to learn how to fly I've flown an F-16 once. I was in the back seat. It was like a incentive flight when I was a cadet. I don't fly F-16. If I wanted to train on the F-16, I'd have to go to a school for about a year, right? And there'd be a guy who would be specialized in the F-16 who would teach me. So all those F-16 flight instructors, those guys are retired now in the US. We don't train on F-16s anymore. The last F-16 pilot graduated in 2024, and we are phasing out the aircraft. So there are European schools that do train on the F-16, but these are air forces where their entire air force might have 20 planes, and they might have 5 or 6 flight instructors. And one flight instructor can train one student pilot.
ooh, okay.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Couldn't Europe somehow give the retired flight instructors an incentive to go to Europe, I suppose, and help Ukrainian pilots learn the
So when you
F-16?
become a pilot in the US Air Force, you get a top secret security clearance. You can't have any other citizenship. And if you try to do that, you will get arrested by the CIA or FBI
Well,
and
you don't
spend the
need a
rest of your
different
life in prison.
citizenship.
Well, that would
No,
have
I mean,
to
I can't even, you cannot transfer knowledge of operating US combat aircraft to anybody else in the world that's
And there's
not
no
an
way
American citizen.
for example, Congress or something to like
If Congress got up its ass, they could pass a law exempting pilots from training Ukrainians. But if we're talking about Congress getting off its ass, then they should just pass more funding to actually support Ukraine in a substantial way.
Yeah, I guess.
Well, I mean, I was gonna say,
Also,
like,
I would say like the best future for Ukrainian air forces right now is probably if they can get their hands on French Rafales, just because the French have a lot of good schools for training pilots, and there's a lot of Ukrainians learning to fly the Mirage already, and transferring from the Mirage to the Rafael is a very small step. You can do that training in a few weeks, like less than a single month. And the Rafael is, in my opinion, and the opinion of many people who fly for a living, probably the best combat aircraft being produced in Europe right now.
oh, okay.
Wouldn't they need to? Because you told me before that, like, with regards to ordnances and stuff like that, you would have to fly a lot of hours to like learn the ins and outs of flying with ordnances and stuff like that. Wouldn't that also be the case if you switch from the Mirage?
Well, so that's the beautiful thing. The Mirage and Rafael both use the same munitions. Like they're both launching the same missiles,
like,
and dropping the same bombs.
Are they also like the same size and stuff like that?
Well, the Rafael's a bigger airplane that can carry more weapons, but they're the same weapons. You're just carrying more of them.
I see.
Yeah. So basically, in the US we have the single engine F-35 and the twin engine F-22. In France, they have the single engine Mirage and the twin engine Rafael, and they're both like kind of just like ours. You know, we have like a heavier, more complicated airplane and then a cheaper, lighter airplane. The French do the same thing. The Rafael's the top end and the Mirage is the more low cost option. If we can get Ukrainians flying Mirages, that would be awesome. The only reason I'm pointing towards France right now is because they might actually do it, and I just don't see Congress approving another aid package for Ukraine. I just don't think it's going to happen, to be honest.
Yeah, that's the shitty, you know, like,
Well, maybe next year.
Yeah, maybe, but yeah. Oh, Vasserman says in the chat that you are overestimating the significance of aircraft. Just saying, but I mean, Vasserman, like, what else does Ukraine need? Like, if Ukraine,
I don't mean to be rude. I know they're a Ukrainian and they're suffering a lot, but I do know what I'm talking about, and I'm not. I'm actually not emphasizing it enough, to be honest. I don't think any normal people without like, I'm not trying to sound arrogant, but air supremacy is a decisive factor in allowing maneuver, right? So the reason Ukraine was able to, and by the way, ask Ukrainian officers in the Ukrainian military; they're not going to disagree with me. Ask the Ukrainian Air Force; they're not going to disagree with me. The biggest problem for Ukraine right now is
No,
They
no,
don't
no.
have aircraft that can launch long-range air-to-air weapons.
Hold on a
That's the
sec.
biggest problem.
Fasterman, Epic's not saying you're being rude. He's saying he doesn't want to come across as rude because he understands that you are suffering as a Ukrainian right now. I mean, I think like if Ukraine had more aircraft, then they'd also be able to more effectively shoot down those Shahed drones too. Yes, or like
But it's not just about this. It's not so. Okay, air defense is important, but the big thing that Ukraine's missing right now, the biggest issue with why Ukraine cannot move the front line very effectively, is because the front line is a kill zone with drones right now, right? Either side tries to aggress on the other at the line of contact, they're dying. Nobody's making significant movements on the line of contact right now without paying huge costs in human life, okay? And the reason for that has a lot to do with drones and artillery. And if Ukraine had the ability to fly an aircraft that could fire a long-range air-to-air missile, they could push the imagine that there's a front line on the ground and then there's a front line in the air. They could push that front line in the air back. And if they push that back, all of a sudden they can start bombing Russian forward drone operating positions and artillery positions. And all of a sudden Russia's ability to lob artillery or one-way attack drones at any Ukrainian combined arms force to try to assault Russian positions would be pushed back beyond their range to hit the line of contact, right? This is called air interdiction. You're interdicting the enemy's capability before it reaches the battle space. Once you can do air interdiction, you can start pushing the front line backwards, okay? You cannot do that without air supremacy. It's not going to happen without air supremacy. Without air supremacy, conflict turns into static conflict, which is what we see now, where two sides are sitting in well-defended, well-fortified positions. Neither side can make significant breakthroughs because neither side has air supremacy, because any attempt to cross that line of contact, you will get annihilated by artillery, drones, and aircraft. Ukraine needs the ability to push the Russian Air Force back so their Air Force can strike those artillery and drone operating centers, and then they can engage in what's called maneuver warfare, which is when you're able to actually make significant gains. We saw this. So when Ukraine liberated a third of their country in like a week, a lot of that had to do with the fact, that counteroffensive in part was so successful because at that point in the war, a lot of the Russian air defenses were being ordered not to turn on their radars for fear that they would get hit by AGM-88s or the other fear was the Russians were shooting down a lot of their own airplanes. So the Russians had orders not to turn on their air defense radars. And that allowed a lot of Ukrainian drones like the Bayraktar to operate over Russian positions and hammer them. And that's a huge part of what enabled Ukraine to move the line so quickly. And the reason the line hasn't moved very much since is because the Russians got a lot better at air defense. And the only way that the first step is you need to push back Russian fighters. And to do that, you need long-range air-to-air missiles. And the second step is that you need to do air interdiction, where now that you have air supremacy over the line of contact, you can start bombing those artillery positions, those forward drone launch positions, the command nodes. That's essential for maneuver warfare. And again, ask Ukrainian officers. You don't have to listen to me. I think you watched a video the other day, or you linked it, about a Ukrainian guy going over the Mirage. What did he say the one thing he wanted was? Longer range air-to-air missiles. I've talked to Ukrainian officers. Part of my job, I have in the past been like for work advising Ukrainian officers in the Ukrainian Air Force because of our relationship with Ukraine. I've talked to these people. I have friends that fly. I have a buddy who flies an F-16 in Ukraine. All of them will tell you the biggest problem right now is the lack of long-range air-to-air weapons. This is not coming from my head. This is everyone in NATO, everyone in Ukraine. And by the way, if you look at what the Russians are saying, they're really afraid of Ukraine getting access to long-range air-to-air missiles because it will significantly alter the dynamic of the war if it happens.
You mean like
and I hope it happens.
Rusty Dagger?
No, that's an air-to-surface missile. So, okay, how do I put it?
Okay.
I'm gonna. I'll be really simplified here. Right now, a Ukrainian pilot can only shoot at a Russian pilot up to about 20 kilometers. but a Russian pilot can shoot at a Ukrainian pilot up to about 100 kilometers. So Ukrainian pilots, it's suicidal to engage a Russian fighter. They're just ordered to turn around and run if a Russian plane shows up, because you're never going to get within 20 kilometers without dying. The Russian will shoot you down from beyond your ability to fight back. So right now, the Russians are able to deliver glide bombs. They're able to deliver cruise missiles. They're able to do all these things because the Ukrainians, their air force is really limited to intercepting drones and cruise missiles, and they can't really go engage Russian fixed-wing aircraft without. It's just not. They'll
the
lose
risk
9
of
times out of
them-
10.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so if they had like more and better, I mean, yeah, like that. Okay. Obviously, air defense.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned the Raphael, because it can launch a missile called the Meteor, and the Meteor can go out to about 120 kilometers. And that would give Ukrainian pilots the ability to engage Russian aircraft before the Russian aircraft can engage them. And if you create that dynamic, all of a sudden, a Ukrainian plane sitting over Kyiv can shoot down a Russian plane in Belarus. And that will significantly alter the way the war is fought. Well, I say will. I hope it happens, but right now, unfortunately, no one's providing these weapons.
Yeah, I wonder why. I know why Germany hasn't given any of those missiles. I wonder why
The
France.
Taurus.
Yeah. Oh yes. Yeah.
Well,
Actually,
the problem
Nina,
is
you
the
know,
F-16s and the Mirages aren't compatible with the Meteor.
Yeah.
So Europe's long-range missile is the Meteor. It's a joint development, like the French, the British, the Germans all contributed to it. That missile is meant for the Eurofighter Typhoon and the Raphael. You can't put it on an F-16 or a Mirage 2000.
Yeah. Okay. So that's why they would need to get the Raphael. And I'm, you said that France was one of the few countries in Europe that actually kept up their military. So I would imagine that they.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would hope that they could get more of those aircraft then to Ukraine, but I don't know if there's even like talk of doing that or not. But
right now there's talks for the Raphael, and there's also talks for the Gripen. The Gripen on paper is a great airplane. The only problem is now we're introducing a Swedish aircraft, and now they have to learn how Swedish aircraft fly, and they're different than French or American aircraft. And there is an opportunity cost when your Air Force is flying like 3 or 4 different types of planes that operate differently, that the training isn't cross-compatible. It's just not very efficient. It'd be better if they were to get the Raphael. But if they can't, the Swedes are offering the Gripen.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that would
But
be.
it really does come down to just the fact that right now, if a Ukrainian pilot is flying his F-16 and he sees on his radar a Russian pilot, and that Russian pilot is 100 miles away, that Russian pilot can shoot at him, but he can't shoot back until he gets to about 20 miles. I'm sorry, kilometers. And you're not going to get to 20 kilometers. You're just going to die. So the Ukrainian pilots have to turn around and run away. And that's the big problem right now in the air domain. And it would really change the way the war is being fought if we can address that. And it's very frustrating that it's been 4 years and we haven't lifted a finger.
Yeah. Is there? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Mina.
As for Taurus, we don't know whether the German government, whether they will or whether they won't send Taurus to Ukraine, or whether they have or whatever, because at the time when the new government got elected, it was February last year, you would need to train the Ukrainian pilots on how to use the Taurus. They can't just like plop it onto their planes and go off and do whatever. They would have to learn how to.
Is that the objection?
Yeah, they have to send pilots to Germany to train on the delivery profile. The Mirage 2000 can carry Taurus, but our F-16s can't.
Is that's the objection to it? Is that one of the my understanding was that there was not
not
the
just
fucking AFD
not just that, it's also no, that doesn't matter. The thing is, it comes in terms of like, okay, will the Taurus actually fix something in the battlefield that has been needed significantly? Possibly, right? Germany itself has very little of those Taurus missiles. They've only, from what I recently, well, not recently, but like for a while, like a while ago, I read they like ordered 600 of them. So like, okay, I guess.
I believe Germany has around 800 in inventory in total, as far as I'm aware. But...
Yeah, so we don't really have that many. These are obviously munitions that are highly specialized in specific things. They're cruise missiles that fly really, really low to the ground, which means they're not easily targetable by air defense, and they can dodge. They can dodge things in their like area. Like so, like if there's, for example, a building, they could like go around it, or if there's a large tree, they can go around it. And then they fly high up. When they find the target, they fly high up, and then they crash down.
Yeah.
Basically, these things would normally be used to target air defense. Or, I mean, I guess that's it pretty much, no? Air defense, specific assets that are like longer range, because it has a range of 500 kilometers.
Have either of you guys played like real-time strategy video games?
A long ass time ago, although I don't think I've played anything that had like modern warfare stuff, but yeah, go on.
It doesn't have to. I'm talking about a very abstract concept. Have you ever seen like in a real-time strategy game, like there could be a match that goes on for like an hour where it's a stalemate, but then like one thing shifts and all of a sudden one side just collapses?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so when we're talking about like war in the air domain, there's these like nodes that generate power. Like we call it, like, for instance, C2. C2 is in two C's, command and control. C2 nodes, for instance. There's communication nodes. There's air defense hubs. Like if we talk about a Patriot battery has multiple launchers distributed around an area to defend that area. But there's one command center that's the node for those launchers, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if you can destroy these nodes, you can destroy the system as a whole. You can destroy that command center for that Patriot battery, and even though there might be 8 or 9 launcher trucks spread around the city, they're useless now. They're not going to be able to detect and perceive and engage threats. They're just paperweights, very expensive paperweights. So what's so important about like these long-range air-to-air missiles and things like Taurus is there's certain nodes across the line of contact and deep into the enemy's rear, where if those could be attacked, it would have profound effects on the enemy's ability to operate, and it would profoundly change the options Ukraine has when they're fighting this war.
Yeah. So what I mean with like whether it will change something dramatically on the battlefield, that's like the question that the government is posing itself, because they're stupid. And
yeah. Okay. Oh, sorry, I'm dying over here.
Because
go ahead.
Because we don't have that many, like our military doesn't have that many. Technically, they could let Ukraine order them from the defense contractors, because it's not just, I think Korea also has them or produces them, or am I wrong? Epic fail.
Just Korea?
I
The
think
Taurus?
they have them. Yeah, they have them,
I believe Korea operates the Taurus, and I think they make some components, but I believe the majority of manufacturing happens in Europe.
Okay. So
yeah,
it's basically, we don't know right now, because they obviously, after the government came in power, they said like, okay, we're not gonna announce what kind of shit we're gonna send to Ukraine anymore, because obviously knowledge is power, and if Russia knows what we're gonna send to Ukraine, then they can prepare themselves accordingly. They might be training them already. They might be they might have already, I don't know, made contracts with defense, already ordered them from defense contractors. The answer is we don't know. But
Oh,
obviously,
okay.
if they had them, we would know how significantly the change on the battlefield would be, right?
Well, if they
Yeah.
had them, the first time they're used, we'd know very quickly, because what would happen
Yeah,
is the
because the air
Russian
defense
mill
wouldn't work,
bloggers would
and
start
then all the
losing their
drones
fucking
would go,
minds.
and yeah, because all the
Yeah,
drones
like
would just be
things.
able to
Yeah,
target everything. Yeah, so like when they do use them, we would know. But
yeah.
But
until
not yet.
then, it's
Okay.
just anybody's guess whether there's anything in the works or not, if the government is at all even like thinking about that option or not. They were like before they got elected, they were pretty positive about sending Taurus to Ukraine. But obviously that's also like, you know, campaign shit for the election, whatever. We just don't know right now. But if it does happen, I guess we will know.
Yeah, we'd know if they were used in combat. We'd probably find out within a week, because again, the Russian mill bloggers would lose their mind. You'd see like pictures of fragments of Taurus circulating, and then you'd turn on the Russian propaganda, and they'd be talking about how we need to nuke Berlin. So you'd find out pretty quick. And again, just to reiterate, like what we're really talking about here, like there are certain targets that are very hard to touch with normal weapons, that weapons like Taurus could touch, that destroying a few of these targets would have significant effects. To give one specific example, let's imagine a situation that definitely exists, but this is a hypothetical. Although just be aware, this hypothetical definitely applies in multiple areas across the front. Let's say there's a Russian airbase, and let's say that Russian airbase is 500 miles from the line of contact. And let's say that Russian airbase hosts a bunch of Russian bombers that are firing cruise missiles at Ukraine on a weekly basis, right? So right now, Ukraine can't do anything about that problem because the ATACMS that they have, and they have very few, by the way, can only go about 300-ish kilometers, and that's kind of pushing it, to be honest. And the Storm Shadows can only go about 120 kilometers. If they had something like Taurus, and they could fire 3 or 4 Tauruses to crater that runway, now all of the bombers based at that facility, even if you haven't destroyed them, can't take off and operate, right? If you destroy the maintenance yards at an air base, even if you don't destroy all the aircraft on the runway, they're not going to be able to be maintained and sustained from that facility. So there's certain things you can reach out and hit that can really, really, really alter Russia's ability to do harm to Ukraine, to fight in the air domain, and that can help Ukraine generate that air supremacy that can then allow them to do big maneuvers on the ground.
Yeah, okay. I guess like Duckbringer, I think, is probably asking for a bit of hopium with regards to she said like way up above about like, okay, but like how do we address that? Or is there or someone asked like, what can we do, or can you give us
How we address it is either our Congress in the United States, or the French Parliament, or the German Bundestag, Bundestag, sorry. They need to make a decision to start providing these capabilities as soon as possible. And by the way, as Mina said, it is possible these decisions might have already been made in secret, and the training's happening right now. If Germany has Taurus, we have Tomahawk. They're very similar. If we were to provide Tomahawk to Ukraine, it would probably be 6 to 9 months from us making that decision to Ukrainians having it and being able to use it. So it is, like Mina said, possible the Germans have already started on this process, although publicly there's no information to suggest they have, but we'll see. Yeah, call your congressman if you're an American. If you're French or German, call your parliament. The Japanese are talking about supplying cruise missiles to Ukraine. We'll see how that goes. So far, they've been pretty good about stepping up to help kind of fill the gap the U.S. is leaving, but Japan has its own issues with China, so
By the way, I wouldn't say it's years for these things to happen. Like training is not years
I'd say 6
long.
to 9 months is a realistic expectation.
Yeah, you would need training that takes like maybe half a year to up to a year, I guess, and then like you can, I guess, fly these things.
Oh, for Duckbringer, if you want to call your congressperson, tell them that Ukraine needs long-range fires. They will understand what that means. These guys get briefings. They know what that word means. Ukraine needs long-range fires. We gave them a couple of ATACMS. The reality is the ATACMS missile stopped being produced in 2008, and the U.S. inventory is very shallow. And there's this thing called congressional minimums, which means it's illegal to go below those minimums. And ATACMS is at the congressional minimum. So providing more ATACMS to Ukraine is not an option. But there are other long-range fires that are actually superior to ATACMS that we are not at minimums we could be providing. But Congress needs to get off its fat, lazy, stupid ass and make that decision.
Oh,
I
yeah.
remember when there was like whole hullabaloo about tomahawks, and I was just losing my mind.
Oh, you
Yeah,
mean when...
Tomahawk and Taurus. Tomahawk's ours, Taurus is German. But these are, think of Tomahawk and Taurus as interchangeable. They do the same thing. They carry the same kind of blast charge. They fly the same distance. You can think of them as interchangeable.
Yeah, but I don't think tomahawks are like things you can put on planes, right? It's you need like a
well, you
specific
can,
platform
but
for it.
you need a B-52. But
Yeah,
there are
I mean-
smaller. There are smaller air-launched cruise missiles for tactical fighters that the Air Force operates. The JSOW is one of them. Getting Ukrainians more JSOWs would be big. They have a few. They've used a few, but they have not been given enough to really hit all the targets they need to hit. But JSOW is another one we could be providing.
I was gonna say, I feel like probably maybe if anybody lives in France, lol, I don't know if there even anybody is, but if anybody does, like I feel like advocating for them to send the Raphael would probably be if they can, or if they have. I don't know why that, because that seems like a really good idea. Like what you were just saying, it sounds like Ukraine needs stuff, and a lot of their pilots are already, or at least some number of their pilots are trained on the Mirage. So yeah, like because it's not just the missiles.
Yeah, they have so too. Ukraine. Most of their training is on French and American aircraft. So that's going to be the easiest to supply them. And unfortunately, the U.S. is cucked, so I look towards France, hopefully, to lead the way. I mean, don't get me wrong. When Trump was elected, I drove to Sacramento. I met with several people in the assembly talking about if we could maybe at a state level keep funding Ukraine. That didn't go anywhere. Like, talk to your representatives. It matters. I've done it. You should do it too if you live in America. But it's probably going to be the French if this is going to happen.
You know, that might actually be an interesting. I wonder if there, a long time ago, or actually not a long time ago, somebody reached out to me from the Digital Ground Game Discord, which is Destiny's well, it's actually Z's, but Destiny's working with them now. All like people in his community to do like canvassing and political action and stuff. And they reached out to me to talk about trying to do something with the NAFO lads, or to try to do to try and get their international squad going. If there's any people there that live in France, I wonder if maybe something could be done in that direction, because it seems like that. Although I don't know if maybe you even have to necessarily live there. Some sort of protest, some sort of thing. Something. Yeah. I wonder how French people in general feel about supporting.
Well, Ukraine. You know, the French actually seem to be behind it in their parliament. My understanding is, so there's rumors out that Ukrainians are secretly training on the Raphael. We just don't know. The thing with the French is they do these things in secret. So like the Mirage 2000s France gave to Ukraine, they didn't like say they were giving them until after the training was finished and when they were already in Ukraine. Like that's when France announced that they were going to hand over Mirages. So it is possible that the French are training Ukrainians on Raphaels right now. It's not impossible, but I don't know either way because I'm not, if I did know, I wouldn't be having this call and I'd have a French accent.
Yeah, true. Or maybe you work in military and well, you don't know. Even if you did, you couldn't tell us. So, I'm guessing that even the US wouldn't know that information unless you guys.
No, they don't trust us with that kind of information. The French don't like to share info with the US because we like to leak it like morons. Even the Ukrainians, and by the way, this was when Biden was president, they stopped sharing intelligence on offensives with us because the Russians kept figuring out the next day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's crazy that's like, is it you because you like to leak it? You mean like there are people like in your intel community who will just fucking leak shit like illegally, like
The
that
U.S.
Discord
intelligence
guy?
community is the most leaky intelligence community in the world by far. I mean, you know who our director of national intelligence is, right?
Yes, yes, it's Tulsi Gabbard. Yes.
Yeah, yeah. We're not a serious country. Like
I mean,
nobody.
there's
Yeah,
recently been a big controversy regarding that, so
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, yeah, but I thought things were better before she came in there. I thought that like America just became deeply unserious like in the second Trump administration. I thought y'all were more professional before that, but it sounds
I
like
mean, it's been that
No,
way
we've been
before.
no that. Part of
Yeah.
it's just size, right? So the biggest office building in the world is the Pentagon. The DoD is the largest single employer of human beings on Earth. You know, more people work for the Department of Defense than any other employer in the entire U.S. More people in the U.S. have a security clearance than in any other country on Earth. So when you have more people handling the information, you're going to have more leaks. It's part of that's just logistics. And then on top of that, we're a deeply retarded country. So when you combine the two, you get that outcome.
I see. Yeah, okay. No, you're right. That makes sense. That's why 9/11 couldn't have been a conspiracy, because somebody would have fucking leaked something by now. If that had actually been an inside job. That would have been leaked real
Yeah,
fast by someone.
well, look at all the Cold War shit that got leaked. Like you can read about MK Ultra, you know, like that wasn't a secret for very long, right? We're not very good at keeping secrets. That's why I say, like, if Kennedy was shot, it would have leaked like within 5 years. I'm sorry, not if Kennedy was shot. If the CIA killed Kennedy, that secret would not have lasted very long. It might have lasted a few years, but I mean, what? It's been 1963 is when he was shot. It's been a long time. Would have come out by now, I guarantee it.
Yeah, no, it's a lot of shit
Another
like
thing
it's like, yeah,
I
go on,
wanted
Mina.
to say before I dip, the thing about the propaganda war online is mainly a bunch of gaslighting. Okay, it's a whole lot of gaslighting. Like because okay, we have this whole thing with like standards and international law and whatever the fuck, right? And we hold ourselves to that standard definitely probably the most out of like the West holds themselves to that standard the most out of anybody, I would say. But they're using that against us in a way because people have this expectation that no civilians die, right? If we're involved in anything because, we're paying tax money into our militaries and whatever, and we don't want blood staining our money, right?
Oh my god, you
the
just
thing
reminded
is-
me. I had that argument with that fucking leftist person about Israel Palestine who found me on Twitter on voice like I think it was over Christmas or whatever. And like they were doing that, they were doing the thing about how like no child death is ever acceptable in war. And I was just like,
Yeah, it's
bro,
retarded.
really? Yeah, it sucks when kids die, but Jesus Christ. It's war.
Okay, so there's this also thing I think you guys, well, I think me and Mina have probably talked about this before, but I think you should hear this, Kalinda, because it's important. There's this problem that a lot of normies have when they look at these ethical decisions about proportionality. It's that they don't understand the cost of inaction and why there's actually an ethical requirement that you act aggressively when prosecuting objectives, right? So the number one cause of death in most wars through all of human history is actually just starvation and disease and famine. Because what do you do when you go to war? You destroy each other's infrastructure, right? You make it harder to move goods, economies get weaker, crops are destroyed, ships carrying grain are sunk. So every day a war goes on, there is a quantifiable human cost. For instance, in the Pacific War, in 1945, every day we fought the war with Japan, 5,500 people would starve to death every single day.
In Japan?
So when we look at the precision
Yeah.
across the Japanese Empire. So not
Ooh.
just in the Japanese home islands, but also in the occupied territories. So every day, 5,500. So,
Damn, okay.
and I use Japan as an example because it's going to go on to the next example I'm going to use from the Pacific War. When we talk about the atom bombs that killed about 100,000 people, you have to put it. So there are people that will say Japan would have surrendered in 1946 anyways. It doesn't take that many days for the deaths of starvation to actually outnumber the civilians that died with the atom bombs. In fact, it takes a lot less than a year. And in fact, if we had just done nothing and just kept letting Japan starve and they surrendered in a year or two, instead of 100,000 civilians dying in 2 atom bombs, you'd have around 2 or 3 million dead civilians from famine, right? So there is a cost for a war being prolonged. So sometimes you might have to kill a few babies or civilians or whatever that are in a target area to achieve your objective quickly to save more lives in totality. And this is something that a lot of people really struggle to understand because it is really not a nice feeling. It's a disgusting thing to say out loud, but it is a reality of armed conflict.
Yeah, it's like we
That's
understand
why
war
that's
sucks.
why
and-
like
yeah.
like for example, if the West wasn't actually cucked beyond belief, if they had helped Ukraine at the beginning of the war, like if look, we already knew about the invasion before it happened, right? There was intel. If we had actually put boots on the ground, this war might have already been over, and way less people would have died.
Yeah,
Less
I'm going to
soldiers.
paraphrase because I don't remember the exact quote, but there's a quote we all have to learn, whether you go to the Naval Academy, the Air Force Academy, whatever service institution. If you're a cadet, you're going to learn a lot of Alfred Taylor Mahan quotes. And one of them, war once declared must be waged decisively, aggressively. The enemy must not be beaten back, but smitten down. Only then can you relinquish every gain. And he's talking about that principle that when you're fighting a war, you need to very quickly achieve victory. Otherwise, everyone suffers. It's better to kill 1,000 people in a day than 10 people every day for 5 years. Right?
Yeah. There's like wait, what if what if instead of like putting troops on the ground, what if the West had just like, what if some F-30 or some F-35s or B like stealthily dropped some bombs on all the Russian forces that were massed on the other side of the Ukrainian border, or would that have been like too much?
Well, it wouldn't be. They'd know it was us. You got to understand how stealth actually works. It's not that the planes are invisible on radar. It's that you can't really get a targeting lock on them. You can still see them. Like you still know they're there.
Well, of course they know it was
so
you,
how do I
but
put it?
yeah, I'm just saying like they wouldn't have.
No, but I mean, like
yeah.
you can point a radar at B2 and see that B2. You're just not going to get the right frequency return to lock a weapon onto it. But you're still going to see it. Like it's there. Yeah. So this is why, like, whenever the B2, people think, why can't a B2 just bomb Iran? You need hundreds of aircraft to support that to make sure it doesn't get shot down because they're not actually invisible. They're just hard to get a weapons grade track on.
Yeah, I know they're not actually invisible. Wait, hold on. Sorry, I'm not. Hold on. I'm trying to understand here, or trying to remember here. I still need to read through that document that I think you sent. I have it. I swear I have it saved. Oh, I do have it saved because it's in my research document. The Russian nuclear doctrine thing. I don't know, because Debate Board is saying if we did my suggestion, then we'd be in a hot war. What the fuck? Like, would that even be? I'm assuming, obviously, if the U.S. did.
Well, hot war is in we'd be at war with Russia, and that's true. If we started bombing Russians, we'd be at war with Russia. Would that immediately escalate into a nuclear exchange? No, but we would. Yeah, we'd be in a war with Russia. And the problem is, look, I think we should have done what you're suggesting. I think it would have been de-escalatory in the long run if on February 20th, like a few days before Russia invaded, American planes entered Ukraine and started enforcing a no-fly zone. I think in that world, Russia wouldn't have even entered Ukraine. That's my opinion. However, if we're being realistic, Biden did not have support in Congress to do that. The American people were not in favor of that. And the Ukrainian president probably wouldn't have let American aircraft enter his airspace until after the war started, because Zelensky, up until the shooting started, thought that the U.S. was wrong and the Russians weren't going to invade.
Yeah.
So
But we should have at least
I'm
moved them
politically,
closer to the border.
yeah.
We should
When
have at
I
least
call
moved them
my
closer to the
congressmen and
border of
stuff,
Ukraine.
yeah,
Mhm.
I'm all for an American no-fly zone in Ukraine. I'm all for American aircraft bombing Russians in Ukraine. But realistically, you do need the support of the American people and the Congress to do that. And realistically, that support doesn't exist.
Yeah, that I'm my suspicion is part of the reason why it doesn't exist is because of the unfortunate I guess truism that has arisen that if the United States and Russian like aircraft or whatever start shooting at each other, then like nuclear war is gonna happen, or that kind of shit, right? I'm assuming that this is one of the aspects of that. This weird shit about all this fear mongering about.
Well, that's a big reason the political support isn't there. Yeah, which is unfortunate. But like, I can rail against how stupid that and cowardly I think that mindset is, that like we can't kill a Russian because the world will be destroyed in nuclear holocaust. But the reality is, like, you're not going to convince the majority of American people to bomb Russians anytime soon, because that thought is so ingrained, unfortunately. Like, I'm willing to fight that fight every day with like my friends and the people I know and the people I talk with. But realistically, if Biden had like sent forces into Ukraine without Congress, he would have been impeached and removed from office.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, he wouldn't have, because there's no. I mean, I don't think there's. Is there even like really any legal way he could do it? I guess that there is, but the 90-day thing.
He could have. He could have put it. He could have put them closer to the border and then responded immediately to the invasion, I suppose.
He also could have done the Trump thing and made threats that he knows he can't follow through with. Like if Biden had picked up the phone and called Putin and said, "Hey, we're going to start killing Russians in Ukraine if they cross that border," even if Biden like didn't actually have the authority to do that, who knows what effect that might have had on Putin's decision making.
Yeah, it sucks that Trump won't do that to Putin, but you'd think that. But I guess he can't.
I mean, I don't think he's as favorable to Putin anymore, considering
Really,
what
you
he's
don't?
been doing recently. No,
I mean, I don't like this narrative about Trump being like pro-Putin. Trump's pro-Trump. Sometimes he thinks Putin's useful to him. Sometimes he doesn't. The reality is Trump has allowed Ukraine to hit parts of Russia that Biden would never have allowed.
That's true, he
and
did,
blocked
yeah.
his entire presidency.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
I guess that
also
there's
he's
some.
been, taking the tankers and
Oh yeah,
targeting
he's
the
been doing that,
their
yeah.
allies and stuff like that. These are things that Biden would have also never done. Really,
I think that's interesting because that like I kind of wonder I guess the reason why people say that Trump likes Putin is like related to like or rather it's like that Trump seems to have an admiration for Putin or something, because Putin's a dictator and Trump wishes that he could.
Well, he admires Xi Jinping too, and
Yeah,
he
I
admires
know.
Kim Jong Un. He admired Hitler. He talked. There's a book, I think it's called The Return of Great Powers. Yeah, The Return of Great Powers.
Yeah,
I think it's chapter 9. It's called like the Trump Wild Card is the name of the chapter. But it has interviews from like General Kelly and other people who worked with Trump. And I think it was that book where the whole Hitler's generals came from. And like the context there is like Trump was literally saying like Hitler was such a great leader, all his generals listened to him. Like he looks up to dictators. But that doesn't necessarily mean that Trump's always going to do what Putin wants. And again, if we look at the last year, Trump has done things that are like really pushing Russia's red lines in a way that Biden never would have. So, but again, that a lot of that comes down to like Trump is stupid and reactive, and he'll have like a bad call with Putin, and then he'll tell the DOD to like send more missiles to Ukraine.
I mean, it's
like,
not just a bad call with Putin. I'm pretty sure like Melania keeps up to date with Ukraine way more than he does, and like I'm pretty sure she tells him like when Russia does fucking retarded shit.
Oh yeah, she's probably.
Yeah, well, I say the bad call to Putin because the specific decision to allow Ukraine to hit Russian refineries, that came the day after Putin's meeting with Trump in Alaska, and part of the reason that happened is because that meeting went very, very badly. Like,
Yeah.
Trump was talking about how great it went the day of, but as more information is leaked, like now we know that Putin and Trump were not getting along. And apparently after that meeting, the first thing Trump did is picked up the phone with Zelensky and told him, go ahead for hitting Ukrainian refineries or Russian
Oh,
refineries.
damn, that's that is
Yeah.
like that
So
is
that's what I'm saying. Like, if your mental model of Trump is he loves Putin, he's a Putin suck up, he'll always support Russia, you're just not, that model doesn't survive the last year. It's just not, it's factually inaccurate. A better model is Trump loves himself and sees himself in other dictators. That's a much better way to think of it.
Yeah, I think that that's a fair point. It's so fucking. I just can't get over the stupid both sidesing shit that Trump does with regards to Russia and Ukraine. But I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that he doesn't know anything about it. He's very stupid, and he just wants the war to end real fast. And he thinks that if he treats it like a both sides thing, and he tells both sides like you have to stop, then so he can get that sweet Nobel Peace Prize, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to add on the end. This is all like literally as far as everything you can read about everybody who's close to Trump. This is literally just Trump thinks that if he ends the war in Ukraine, he will get a Nobel Peace Prize. And that is literally all he cares about. And he doesn't care about a sustainable peace or Ukraine getting what it wants. He just wants the war to end. And he knows that the only way the war is going to end is if Russia gets most of what it wants.
Yeah, which Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's I mean, I guess it's lucky that Ukraine is, being like, no, you can't have that. And that they and that Zelensky's not.
Well, it's also lucky that Russia isn't interested in peace.
Yeah,
the Russians don't actually want the war to end. So at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what concessions Trump gives. Trump can give Russia every concession they're asking for, and then they'll just say, we want more. So I'm not too worried about it because I know at the end of the day, there's not going to be a peace agreement. So it doesn't really matter what Trump thinks the peace agreement should be.
Yeah, it's all like, yeah, that is true though. I was gonna say maybe Russia would accept it if they actually got all of their demands, but it would probably really only just be so that they could recharge their batteries and then come back again in a year and take the rest of the country like they did in Chechnya. So.
No, they don't want that. No. They would have wanted that when Ukraine was advancing, but right now Russia has the initiative. Initiative means that think of a war as two countries. Think of them as people. And think of the two people as in decision loops, action, reaction, action, reaction. The initiative means Russia is doing the actions and Ukraine has the reactions, right? So every day this war goes on, Russia takes another few inches of territory. Every day this war goes on, Russia is the one launching most of the offensives. So what would happen if there was a ceasefire, right? Russia has these really, really well fortified positions. And Ukraine has less fortified positions. And that's part of Ukraine's biggest problem is that they were so interested in doing counteroffensives that they didn't really dig the defensive lines that, in retrospect, maybe they should have. And they're fighting from not ideal defensive fortifications. And if you have a 6-month ceasefire, what do you think Ukraine's going to spend that 6 months doing?
Oh yeah, they're gonna fortify all their shit because they know.
And then Russia will never make another gain for the rest of the war. So they're not going to allow it. The only way Russia would accept a ceasefire is if Ukraine starts making gains. And guess what? If Ukraine starts making gains, why would they accept a ceasefire?
Yeah, no, yeah, that's true. Because there would be no point. Because then it would be the other, and then let's say, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Yeah, like it's Vasterman, I wait, is money a huge problem for Ukraine right now? Because it seems like Europe has kind of got their back in a bunch of ways. Or am I wrong?
I think we should all be doing a lot more. I don't think Europe or the US is doing enough.
I mean, it's not just that, it's like the defense industry is also really overwhelmed with contracts. If Ukraine makes contracts with the money that they get, the likelihood they will get those things soon is very fucking low, depending on what it is.
That's the other thing. There's a waiting line, right? So unfortunately for Ukraine, most of the weapons Ukraine needs to fight the Russians happen to be the exact weapons Taiwan needs to deter China. And unfortunately, like the big weapons manufacturers in the world today, a lot of them are in East Asia, like Korea, Japan, the US. Well, the US isn't in East Asia, but the US is focused on East Asia. So the problem is like, okay, here's an example. Why does Ukraine have old 40-year-old F-16s instead of the new fancy V models that are way more capable and can fire those better long-range missiles I was talking about, right? A big reason is because Taiwan's buying the F-16Vs, and they're going to be getting the next 3 or 4 years of construction. And as soon as we're done delivering those to Taiwan, Vietnam's next in line. So if Ukraine were to buy F-16Vs, they'd be waiting about 8 years before they got the first plane, because Taiwan and Vietnam are first and second in line. And that's just one plane. But that really applies to like everything the US is producing right now, not just airplanes.
Yeah, I mean that is unfortunate.
This includes tanks and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And
Taiwan's getting. Ukraine asked
yeah.
for Abrams tanks, and the U.S. said no. We're building them for Taiwan. You can get in line.
Vasserman is saying, but after war is over, she put that in quotes, will fortifications be fine? Oh, so she thinks that like that Trump
from the West. I think she means from the West. Like, would we keep helping them fund the development of defense?
Specifically America, probably Trump's America.
Not the U.S. Unfortunately, probably not. But there are European countries, Italy, France, Britain, and Germany have promised to help Ukraine after the war ends with maintaining their defense infrastructure. Hopefully they stick to those promises.
I mean,
but
everybody.
The U.S. probably not.
Yeah, everybody in the governments keeps saying that like Ukraine's future is in the EU, and even though the EU does have a mutual defense clause, but like it's not necessarily.
It's not Article 5.
I wouldn't. Yeah, well, even Article 5 wouldn't really matter in
The
that
EU
aspect.
mutual defense clause was actually less ambiguous than Article 5, but they're both they both allow a lot of so like Article 5 just requires allies render aid, right? So if Poland's attacked tomorrow by Russia and they invoke Article 5, Trump could literally like send some money and a couple of bombs and be like, okay, we've provided aid.
He
That's
could
our
literally
Article 5
just
commitment.
send a letter saying that sucks, and then like that would be enough.
Yeah,
to
that's
fulfill
political
Article 5.
support. Yeah, that qualifies as Article 5.
Wait,
yeah.
really? Okay, Jesus. I did not. Holy.
Yeah, So the stronger alliances are the treaty alliances we have with the Philippines, Japan, and Korea. Like if China sets foot on the Philippines, the U.S. is automatically in a state of war. Like it's treaty law that we're obligated to defend the Philippines as if it were American soil. When it comes to NATO, Article 5 is actually pretty vague. It allows for a lot of flexibility. Look at after 9/11 when Article 5 was invoked. Some NATO allies didn't actually send troops to Afghanistan. They just sent money or they helped with logistics. And that was was considered Article 5 being met.
Okay. Wait, hold on. Oh, Duckburger is saying Ted Cruz even invoked the Budapest Memorandum immediately following the invasion. He shut up real quick when his guy was in power. Oh, are you talking about like he was saying the U.S. needs to help Ukraine because of what it says in the Budapest Memorandum? Is that what you're talking about, Duckburger? I read it. I'm trying to remember, Epic. If you do you think that the Budapest Memorandum says that you
not this again?
That Ukraine
so it's not again, I'm going to sound arrogant. It's not a think. This is a matter of fact, and you can talk to lawyers. You can look into the history. There is no security clause in the Budapest Memorandum. You can read the memorandum. It doesn't mention security. What the memorandum says is that if Ukraine's neutrality is violated, the U.S. will pursue solutions in the United Nations Security Council.
Yeah,
which is what we did.
It was something like that. I did look it up, and also it's very tied to the United Nations.
But I'm going to be honest. I support using it as a propaganda talking point. Like I support politicians saying we should defend Ukraine because of the Budapest Memorandum. But if you're asking me to be honest with you, there is no security guarantee in the Budapest Memorandum.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I won't use that in my Lakshoi debate because he probably knows that. But although I wasn't really going to anyway. Oh, by the way,
Ukraine wanted a security guarantee, but we refused to include it in the language.
I'm assuming Russia didn't want it, and that's why, or because the US.
It's complicated. Keep in mind, like, security obligations are a huge deal. Like, a lot of people think about this abstract, like, oh, you can just guarantee security. If you're going to guarantee to defend a country, you need to actually deploy forces and pay hundreds of billions of dollars every decade keeping that capability, right? Like,
yeah,
we can't just promise we defend Ukraine without actually having the military capability in Ukraine to actually defend Ukraine. And that's a huge commitment. And this was the 90s during the peace dividends when the US was really trying to spend less on the military and focus more on domestic welfare spending.
Yeah, that's why it took you guys forever to finally like fucking remember that there is no moral center in Europe, after a whole bunch of fucking people got slaughtered in Bosnia. But
yeah, I mean, yeah.
I mean,
there was this idealistic end of history view back then.
Everybody
that, like,
everybody can thank Hillary Clinton for the U.S. finally getting involved.
Wait, really? Did she push Bill to do that? It wasn't okay.
At the time, they were like separated because obviously the Molnar-Lewinsky stuff, and when like she basically saw the slaughtering going on, and that was the first time she talked to Bill after they got separated, and basically said, you need to go into Yugoslavia now.
Oh, I never I
go
didn't
bomb
realize
them
that. There was
So you got to keep in mind, like, in the 90s, there was this neoliberal consensus in Washington. So everyone was a neoliberal and everyone was an internationalist. And there was this belief that because the Cold War had ended and liberal democracy had won, because there was no enemy superpower, that the period of what we call great power conflicts, which is when great powers go to war with each other, was no longer part of our future. This is what we call the end of history. Francis Fukuyama wrote a book called The End of History. It's about this concept, right? And that belief was a consensus that everyone in both political parties in the US genuinely held. So when Ukraine was begging for security guarantees, a lot of Americans looked at this as like kind of an old world security dynamic, that it would be a waste of money and time, that it would only create conflict with Russia when we should be focused on integrating them into this new post-Cold War globalized system of liberal democracy. Obviously, this was all very stupid and very naive. But in the 90s, people believed this stuff, and they thought that in 2001, 2002, 2003, there's papers in the Pentagon like, maybe we should get rid of the conventional military. Like, do we even need aircraft carriers anymore? Maybe we should just focus on doing like counterterrorism operations, because there was this belief that nation states would not go to war with each other anymore because the internationalist liberal global rules-based order had won.
That's actually hilarious, honestly, looking back, especially, and it's also, there's just so much shit that happened since then. And and I also remember too, from when I watched Death of Yugoslavia, great documentary, everybody. You should check it out. It's actually, it's on YouTube for free. About like the breakup of Yugoslavia and stuff. And there was something in there for I think it might have been the Secretary of State at the time, talking about how the United States cannot be the world's policeman and stuff. And this was right after the end of the Cold War, when they were trying to like find other ways to like find reasons to not intervene in Yugoslavia. And it seemed like that was part of it, that they really just did not want to be like getting involved in doing whatever. Or at least not in terms of
we didn't want to set the long-term. We didn't want to set this dynamic where the world would always look to U.S. leadership to solve problems. And this was like again, the intentions here are actually really good and genuine. It's just like naive and stupid. But there was this belief, like, after, this is coming off the Gulf War. And if you look at the Gulf War, like it was an American-led coalition, but it was under a UN mandate, and we followed the international law. Everything was above board. And there was this belief that, like, okay, it can't be the case that every time there's a global crisis, the U.S. steps in, the U.S. leads the coalition, because that's going to create a world order that isn't rules-based. It's just an American global hegemony. And Bill Clinton and George H.W. Bush Sr. didn't want that world. They wanted an actual international system where nation states were equals, and the U.S. was just an equal of other nations and not this, like, global hegemon. Now, Bush is a neoconservative, Bush Jr. So when Bush Jr. comes about and he appoints John Bolton as UN ambassador, we go back to that kind of neoconservative, fuck yeah, American global empire stuff. But in the 90s, for about a decade, there was this belief that we should be kind of taking more of a backseat and being more of just an equal partner with the world instead of the global leader.
Yeah. And I mean that.
But then we realized Europe had no moral center.
Yeah, unfortunate. Why couldn't France or Germany or the UK have been Europe's moral center? But
Germany was too cocked.
Alas.
Unfortunately, yeah, the Germany thing, the end of history, didn't die until like 5 years ago. America, at least our leadership, woke up, I think, around 2014, it'd be safe to say. But the Germans they really bought into it a little bit longer, I'd say, until Merkel left office.
Well, that's unfortunate. Yeah, like, well, it does seem to fit because of what you said about like the army or whatever. I mean, but France kept their army, and then of course the UK left the EU, so that didn't help. They kind of took themselves out.
Yeah, but France has a unique history. They've been occupied multiple times, and like there are people still alive in France who remember Nazi occupation. They're dying off. There's not many left. But, you know, there's this great argument when France was withdrawing from the NATO command structure. It was between John F. Kennedy and the French president, who I believe at the time was de Gaulle. I think it was de Gaulle at the time.
Yeah, I think it was de Gaulle.
Yeah, and there's a quote from that argument. And de Gaulle asked Kennedy, do you seriously expect me to believe that if the Soviet Union fires a nuclear weapon at Paris, you would trade New York for Paris? And the context, what he means there is, if the Soviet Union were to attack France and France alone, would the U.S. really risk itself to defend France? So, you know, the French, they just have a different history. They haven't been able to rely on their allies. They have historically fallen to occupation, and they do remember this. And Poland's the same. The Polish people are very similar. Poland is they take military readiness very seriously in a way that most of Europe doesn't.
Oh, well, yeah.
By the way, this is also why,
they
for
got
example,
fucked after World War II. Sorry, go ahead, Mina.
This is also, for example, why the FCAS is falling apart, because you know, the whole jet fighter, next generation jet
future
fighter
combat
program.
air system.
Yeah, they basically, the French defense industry doesn't like to share, right? Because they are scared that if they share certain certain projects, that if something happens, they're not allowed to use them. Because
like they're looking at like the fact that
German
Gepards use Swiss-made ammo, which means when Germany sends Gepards to Ukraine, the Swiss, because they're neutral, won't send the ammo, so Ukraine doesn't have ammo for the German Gepards. And the French look at this and they're horrified, and they say, okay, well, our solution is we're only going to use French equipment, and it's going to be from ground to leaving the factory be all French components. There's not going to be any foreign component to our supply ecosystem, because they're horrified of some other country being able to hold back some component. A good example, the Saab Gripen, the Swedish jet fighter, uses an American engine because we make the best jet engines in the world by far. We're like still a decade ahead of the next competitor. But the French use a less efficient, more expensive French engine. And the reason is the French don't want to rely on anybody else for the engines for their fighters. They don't want Washington to be able to block sale of engines when they need them.
Yeah.
France also, the British, they use American missiles for their nuclear weapons, but the French use French-made missiles because they don't want to rely on American arms manufacturers.
Mhm.
Okay.
So this is yeah.
Sorry, go on.
Basically, that's why Ukraine, for example, if France wants to send something, they don't have to consult anybody else to send these things. That's why, for
That's part
example,
of how
the
it happens in
Taurus.
secret.
Yeah, that's why, for example, the Taurus thing is a problem because that's a joint project between Sweden and Germany, and Sweden obviously I don't think has a problem with sending Taurus to Ukraine. It's mainly Germany that is holding it back. This is like, yeah, that's always going to be an issue. By the way, tangent. This is also a thing that I don't know if you've heard this recently about Bibi saying like, "Oh, we don't want to be dependent on military aid."
Yes,
whatever
I
the
did.
fuck,
I
right?
did. Yeah, where he said
Yeah.
Biden did an arms embargo to Israel because he stopped
Yeah.
2,000-pound bot. Yes.
But hold on. Do you want to know what he wants to replace it with? Joint programs with other countries, including Germany. So, like, okay, you're gonna replace military aid with joint programs. So if you start fucking around too much, the German government is just gonna say, "No, we don't want you to use this asset anymore," and they're not gonna be allowed to use it anymore.
Yeah.
So,
Oh,
because if they
geez.
use it, and because if they use this against the German government's wishes, the German government is just gonna say, "Okay, then we're gonna pull out of this project, and we're not gonna produce these things with you anymore." And this is like,
Yeah, I mean, and an example of this, like Ukraine's talking about buying those Swedish Gripen jets. For every Gripen sold to Ukraine, Sweden will need to ask the U.S. government permission because our engines are in those planes. And if Trump's in a bad mood, he could technically block the sale because they need our permission to get those engines.
Yeah, it's oof.
so like this whole like we don't want to be dependent on any other countries, but we're gonna do joint projects with other countries is like fucking retarded. It's so fucking stupid. It's the most dumb shit I've ever heard in my entire fucking life.
I didn't know that that's what he
pe-
wanted. I thought he wanted
it's-
Israel to start making
it's
its
so
own shit, but okay.
No, it's fucking stupid.
Well, it's also a mirage. I think Netanyahu knows damn well that Israel is always going to have international collaboration for these things. I think he just wants to like posture as, he's the big, strong, scary Israeli leader, and Israel's a big, strong, scary country. I don't know if there's too much like strategic depth to the thought there. I mean, the reality is Israel we'd call like a middle power or a regional power. You could use both. They're both accurate. They are both a middle power and they're a regional power. These kind of middle powers like Israel, Korea, Canada, these countries don't have the economy to really support all the diversity of an arms industry that you need to supply a modern military. So for these smaller economies, you either need to collaborate with other smaller economies, like for instance, Korea, their newest fighter jet, the KF-21, is in a lot of ways just as good as the F-35. But they couldn't do that alone. Indonesia and the Philippines all collaborated with Korea to get that project done. So, they're just not a superpower like the U.S. is, or a great power like France is. So they're not going to be able to do this stuff on their own,
Oh, I have a question before we go. I just want to ask. I don't know, Epic, how much do you know about USAID? Do you have any opinions on Trump shutting it down? We're arguing about it in chat.
This will be the last one before I go, but I mean, I'm not really very educated on the way USAID worked. I will say that what I do know is that if you were going to abolish an agency like that, you're supposed to have Congress do it. You're not supposed to do it via an executive order. I'm just going to be straightforward. I'm more interested in us following the constitutional process than getting the result I like. So my biggest anger with USAID being shut down is that it was shut down illegally without Congress, more so than that it was shut down. But I also obviously don't support shutting down USAID. I think did a lot to support American soft power globally. I think it made people's lives better in developing countries. And I think when people in Africa or East Asia or Central Asia see, water supplies or food stuff being brought in and it says US aid on the side, I think that builds trust in America in a way that is very difficult to replicate without programs like that. And I think it's in America's national interest that we do things like this.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, or
like
HIV or Ebola or any other fucking preventable diseases that
yeah, I
are
think
Also,
now.
it's in
Yeah.
America's interest that there's not like pandemics and shit that could come back and hurt us, right? Like COVID started in China, but it had profound effects on American life. So it's in our interest to just promote global food and disease stability and things like this.
yeah, I kind of that's kind of what I figured, I mean, I agree with that. According to what I've read anyway, like the projected loss of life from like the loss of all that USAID stuff is going to be like 14 million people or something. But it might be even more, or at least not total, but like it maybe at least in the short term. Like already like so many people have died as a result of that, or like people haven't been able to get stuff
By
or
the way,
whatever. So yeah, debate board, I
by
don't
the
think
way,
that
it
you're
wasn't
right.
it wasn't even like that much. It was like what 35, 36 billion? Dude,
Yeah, it was a very, very, very,
the
very
state
small amount of our budget.
Yeah, and the fucking State Department recently said they were gonna give 40 billion to Argentina. Dude, what the fuck are you doing? You fucking abolished USAID and now you're gonna give 40 billion to Argentina by
I
themselves as
think
a
for the
fucking
amount of
bailout.
money we're giving to ICE right now, we could have funded USAID for an entire decade. I think for the amount of money we've given ICE just last year.
Yeah.
Anyways, I gotta get going. So you'll have a fantastic day. Pet your cat.
See
I
you.
shall.
Have a good one.
At Odin.
Pet Odin. Yeah.
All right.
There was something I
Oh
wanted
yeah, if you have
to.
something else, yeah, and then I think I'm probably gonna end and go take a nap.
There was something else, but I can't remember right now. That's unfortunate. But yeah, don't let yourself get gaslit by propaganda. Oh yeah,
Conservatards.
maybe some. Yeah, the thing is, right? What Epic said about the Russians teaching Hamas and Iran about this propaganda war
Hybrid warfare.
is
Yeah.
yeah, it's pretty accurate because you know, Russia was deeply involved in Syria. You know, Assad, it was he was a narco dictator. He was basically a huge fucking mafia boss, a big cartel guy. And the Captagon trade, it happened obviously in the occupied territories as well. This is something that is like very obviously interlinked. The axis is very is interlinked in many ways. They obviously don't necessarily have the same primary interests, and that's usually what makes them fall apart in the end. But to get them to like having somewhat stronger allies, even though you don't have the same primary interests, is better than not supporting them at all, in a way. So, you have Hamas. I think they visited Moscow, like, was it last year or the year before? Um, they they clearly teach them about insurgent warfare. It's not like this isn't something that is like popping out of a vacuum, really. And which kind of baffles me because Israel itself, like the Israeli government, has ties to the Russian government as well, right? That was why, Assad was able to escape to Moscow. The Israelis could have easily shot down that fucking plane. They could have easily, like,
Oh
not let
yeah.
Assad escape, right? this
Yeah.
is like they preferred having Assad there than whatever nonsense is going on now.
Yeah, they preferred the devil they knew, yeah.
And you know, they could have also struck a bunch of assets of Russia in Syria. They could have struck the Russian assets that Syria has. Like all of these things, they are like this. The Israeli government is, I wouldn't say they're they're. I feel like they play every side just to find out which side gets on top, in a way, right? So they're always on the right side that wins in the end. Not just because, there's a lot of Russian Jews and they blah 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 blah, right? Yeah, of course. But also like there's a lot of interests, like assets that have been like they've sent Israel has their own like intelligence monopoly kind of, and they have like a whole bunch of programmers, whole bunch of coders, blah blah blah. They are really good at cybersecurity and surveillance, and they are sharing some of these assets with like clear enemies of the West. Like this is not something that like also happens in a vacuum. They are, you know,
Yeah.
they are that's why I'm sure if you ask Epic, he's gonna tell you like Israel is a fucking shit ally, and I agree. Like Israel is a shit ally. I I don't think that.
I mean, the
Obviously,
US
like Iran.
learns stuff from them, although maybe not as much as like, or yeah, I don't know. Israel obviously needs America more than America needs, but the US, like, there is intelligence sharing that, and Israel and America
Yeah,
does
there is
learn a bunch of
intelligence
shit
sharing there,
from Israel,
but
but
they
yeah.
also have like, the whole thing is like even within NATO is like that each country has their own little specific niche that they become really fucking good at, so they don't have like jack of all trades, masters of none, right? So they
Yeah.
want to master the specific topic that they choose. Like for example, you have like some that are into logistics, like some countries that are really focusing on logistics. You have some that are focusing on cybersecurity. That is, for example, Estonia's into cybersecurity. You have then some that are doing the whole medical field, like like making sure that like civilians are taken care of, that soldiers are taken care of medically. All of these, like there's a whole map that you can find online probably about NATO and like their specific like headquarters for specific like things that NATO does. And I would say, for example, I would say like Israel is pretty globally dominant when it comes to cybersecurity. And I think that they, since they're not really in an alliance structure, right, like NATO, where you have clear values that you share with every single other nation that is in this alliance structure, well, with the exception of like Hungary and maybe Turkey. These kinds of like values, they're not necessarily shared with Israel. Israel has their own kind of values in a way and their own interests. And I feel like because of these interests, they're kind of shooting themselves in the foot in the long run, especially when it comes to like European allies. Like maybe not the US, but also I don't know who's going to be in power next time in the US after Trump is gone. So, like, in the end, like, I guess you have Bibi to blame for all of this bullshit.
Well, yeah.
Hopefully hopefully the next Israeli government is gonna be able to pull it together a little bit. But yeah, it's unfortunate. These things could have been like a lot of things could have been very preventable. So like yeah. Anyways,
Yeah.
that's my tangent over. So you can go now.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna raid into Loner. But
All
yeah.
right.
Anyway,
Bye, chat.
thanks a lot.
Bye, Kalinda.
Bye. All right, chat. Thank you for stopping by. And yeah, have a good one, everybody. I may or may not stream tomorrow. No, Mina's not zogging Insomniac. It's not about that. But anyway, go say hi to Lonerbox, everybody.